The city, with its endless hum and never-ceasing pulse, had always been both a comfort and a cacophony for me. My apartment, perched several stories above the bustling streets, served as a sanctuary from the noise below. It was a typical urban dwelling, small but cozy, filled with the faint smell of old wood and coffee, with sunlight streaming in through the large bay windows to create patterns on the wooden floors. The walls bore an eclectic mix of art, souvenirs from my travels, and photographs capturing moments of laughter and companionship. It was home, in every sense of the word. But as life in a city goes, I often found myself isolated, despite the swirling mass of people just beyond my doors. The apartment was my fortress of solitude, a place where I could peel away the layers of the day and relax into the quietness I craved. I lived alone, and I valued my privacy, finding peace in the rhythm of my solitary routines. Each evening, after long hours at work, I would return to this haven, prepare a simple meal, and unwind to the melodies of some jazz vinyl spinning languidly on the turntable. It was during one of these evenings, as I was sorting through the mundane tasks of my return home, that I first noticed something odd with the refrigerator. It was an old model, a relic from the previous tenant, with its rounded edges and chrome handles. It hummed consistently, a background noise that I'd grown accustomed to over the years. However, that night, the hum was different, an almost imperceptible rhythm that seemed to mimic a heartbeat. I brushed it off as nothing more than imagination, a trick of my tired mind. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, the refrigerator's presence in my apartment seemed to grow more pronounced. Occasionally, I would hear clinks and clatters from within, like the sound of spoons shifting in a drawer. At first, I dismissed these as simple explanations, a shifting of ice trays, the settling of items, but the sounds persisted, leaving a tingling discomfort in their wake. One Saturday evening, when the city was shrouded in a rare stillness, I decided to appease my growing curiosity. I stood before the fridge, its door cool against my hand, and opened it slowly. Light poured out, casting a glow across the kitchen. Everything inside was in its place. Jars of condiments, leftover containers, a half-empty carton of milk. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Yet, the feeling of something being amiss lingered, a whisper of a thought I couldn't quite grasp. More curious incidents followed. Food would spoil inexplicably quickly, despite the fridge being at the correct temperature. A wave of cold air would occasionally spill from beneath the door, chilling the floor tiles. One night, I awoke from a restless sleep to the sound of the fridge door opening and closing repeatedly, a soft thud echoing through the apartment. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, but found nothing amiss when I investigated. The fridge was closed, silent, and the apartment was still. I began to keep a journal, noting each occurrence, trying to find some pattern or explanation. My rational mind sought answers in the mundane. Faulty mechanics, drafts in the building, but deep inside I sensed there was something more, something that defied logic. The disturbances seemed to align with particular moments, times when I felt most alone or vulnerable, as if the fridge was responding to my emotional state. As weeks passed, my sleep became more fitful, haunted by dreams filled with whispers and shadows. The air around the fridge felt different, charged with an unfamiliar energy. I found myself avoiding the kitchen when I could, opting for takeouts and meals with friends, as if the simple act of avoiding the fridge could stave off whatever was happening. Yet, avoidance did nothing to quell the unease that hung over my apartment like an unseen weight. It was a chilly November night when things escalated. The city was enveloped in a misty drizzle, its streets slick and reflective under the yellow glow of streetlights. I had returned late from a work function, tired and drained, craving only the comfort of my bed. Entering the apartment, I was greeted by an unusual chill in the air, a stark contrast to the warmth I should have felt. The fridge, its hum louder than ever, stood like a sentinel in the dimly lit kitchen. As I moved to turn off the lights, the hum shifted again, morphing into a low, unsettling drone. And then, without warning, the door swung open with a soft squeak, revealing nothing but darkness inside. My heart skipped a beat as I watched, frozen in place, my breath caught in my throat. The light inside the fridge had gone out, plunging its interior into shadow. And then I saw it. A thin mist, swirling slowly outwards from the fridge, curling along the floor. It was cold, colder than any air I'd felt before, and it brought with it an indescribable sense of foreboding. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet, my breath visible in the dim light. I wanted to move, to close the door, to step away, but something held me in place, a force unseen but palpable. In that moment, the room began to change. Shadows danced along the walls, taking on forms that whispered of forgotten memories and fears. Voices, soft and indistinct, murmured from the darkness, growing louder, more insistent. They spoke in a language I couldn't comprehend, yet every word seemed to sear itself into my mind, a haunting melody of loss and longing. I don't know how long I stood there, caught between waking and dreaming, when the door finally creaked shut on its own, the mist dissipating into the ether. The room warmed slowly, the shadows retreating to their corners, the whispers fading into silence. The fridge, now closed and quiet, seemed innocuous once more, its mechanical hum returning to its usual cadence. Exhausted and shaken, I stumbled to bed, my mind a whirl of confusion and fear. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful, punctuated by dreams of icy landscapes and echoing cries. Morning arrived with the sun casting weak light over the city, its attempted warmth doing little to dispel the chill that still clung to my bones. In the days that followed, I found myself obsessed with the fridge. I scoured the internet for stories, myths, anything that might explain what I had experienced. Tales of haunted objects, of spirits trapped in the mundane and the everyday, filled page after page, yet none seemed to fit my situation. I contacted the building's previous tenants, hoping for some insight, but most were unreachable, their lives having moved on from this place long ago. One evening, as I was sorting through old documents left behind in the apartment, previous leases, maintenance records, I stumbled upon a letter wedged between two sheets of paper. It was handwritten, the ink faded, dated several years back. It spoke of an old family heirloom, a fridge brought over from another land, passed down through generations. The letter's author warned of its peculiarities, its growing restlessness in the face of neglect. The words resonated with everything I had been experiencing, yet they offered no solution. How does one appease an object, a relic of another time? How do you reconcile with something that harbors a history you cannot see, a presence you cannot fully understand? I decided to confront the situation head on. One night, armed with nothing but my resolve, I approached the fridge and spoke aloud into the quiet apartment. I acknowledged whatever presence was there, expressed my respect for its history and my desire for peace. I left offerings of salt and olive oil, ancient symbols of preservation and life, hoping to honor whatever lay within the cold confines of the fridge. The disturbances lessened after that night. The fridge's hum returned to its familiar rhythm, and the ominous chill in the air faded. Yet the experience had marked me, leaving an indelible impression on my consciousness. The apartment no longer felt as it once did, a sanctuary untouched by the world outside. It had become a place of lingering shadows, of memories and histories intertwined with my own. Though I eventually grew accustomed to the quiet once more, the memory of the fridge remained. Occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of mist curling from beneath its door, a soft whisper echoing faintly through the kitchen. Those moments were reminders of what had transpired, of the unseen world that occasionally brushed against our own. Life continued in its relentless flow, the city beyond my windows alive and unyielding. But the fridge, with its silent stories and whispers from another time, had become a part of my narrative. A quiet guardian of secrets, both known and unknowable. It was a testament to the eerie connection between the past and the present, a haunting reminder of the delicate balance between normalcy and the extraordinary. And so, I lived on, surrounded by the bustling vibrancy of city life, yet ever aware of the mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. In that small apartment, in the company of a humming fridge, I had touched upon the edges of something vast and timeless, a brush with the unknown that left me forever changed. I had never thought much about the apartment when I first moved in. It was just a shared space, a place to rest my head after long days spent at the university. The building was an old Victorian, with creaky floorboards and high ceilings that seemed to echo with the whispers of its past. My flatmate, Daniel, had lived there for years before I joined, and he was a quiet, unassuming presence. Daniel was a medical student, and his long hours and intense study habits meant we rarely saw each other, except in passing. The apartment had a peculiar charm to it. The parquet floors, though worn, gleamed in the morning light, and the windows, large and framed with heavy drapes, offered a view of the city's skyline. Our shared spaces, the kitchen and living room, were neat, almost impersonal, as if neither of us had dared to imprint our own personalities on them. It was the pantry, however, that intrigued me the most. Tucked away at the far end of the kitchen, its door was painted the same color as the walls, making it almost invisible unless you knew where to look. During my first weeks there, I spent most of my time getting used to the apartment's quirks, the way the faucet in the bathroom dripped at a steady rhythm, or how the pipes groaned late at night. It was comforting in a way, these predictable oddities. Life carried on in a gentle, undisturbed rhythm. It was a late autumn evening when I first noticed something odd about the pantry. I had been searching for the spice rack, rummaging through the shelves, when I heard a low, almost imperceptible hum. Pausing, I listened closely, but the sound disappeared as quickly as it had come. Dismissing it as the wind, or perhaps the refrigerator, I returned to my routine. Days passed with little incident. The semester was in full swing, and I found myself buried under books and assignments. The apartment remained my sanctuary, a quiet place amidst the chaos of collegiate life. Yet, the pantry continued to draw my attention, its presence increasingly unsettling. It was as if the very air around it was charged with an energy that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. One evening, as I sat at the kitchen table, sipping on a cup of chamomile tea, I caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of my eye. The pantry door, which had been firmly shut, was now slightly ajar. I felt an inexplicable chill as I rose to close it, the creaking hinge resonating in the stillness. I mentioned it to Daniel the next morning over breakfast, casually, as if it were nothing more than a curious observation. He looked up from his toast, his expression unreadable. "Old building," he replied with a shrug. "These things happen." His words were reasonable, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more. The first real disturbance occurred late one night. I had been working on a paper, the glow of the laptop screen casting long shadows in my room. The apartment was silent, except for the ticking of the wall clock and the distant hum of the city outside. It was then I heard it, soft, rhythmic thuds emanating from the pantry. It was a deliberate sound, neither random nor easily explained away. Heart pounding, I crept into the kitchen, the wooden floor cold beneath my feet. The pantry door was ajar again, the darkness within impenetrable. I hesitated, every instinct urging me to retreat, yet curiosity propelled me forward. As I reached for the light switch, the thuds ceased, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. The next morning, I found myself unable to concentrate on anything other than the pantry. Daniel, seemingly oblivious, went about his routine with the same unflappable demeanor. Over time, I noticed other peculiarities. Small items from the kitchen would go missing, only to reappear days later in peculiar places. The salt shaker, for instance, turned up on top of the refrigerator, and a spoon I distinctly remembered washing was found in my bedroom. I became increasingly obsessed with the pantry, convinced there was something beyond the realm of natural explanation. I began to experiment, leaving small objects on the pantry shelf, marking their positions with chalk. But each time I returned, they were undisturbed, as if mocking my efforts to uncover the truth. My dreams, once a reflection of mundane concerns, transformed into vivid, unsettling visions. Shadowy figures moved within the pantry, their outlines blurred, yet unmistakable. In these dreams, I stood at the threshold, unable to move or speak, a silent witness to their haunting dance. The tension between Daniel and me grew, unspoken yet palpable. I found myself watching him closely, searching for any indication that he too was aware of the strangeness. But his demeanor remained unchanged, his actions mundane and predictable. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to confront the pantry once and for all. Armed with a flashlight and a newfound resolve, I approached the door. The apartment was eerily quiet, the usual nocturnal noises conspicuously absent. As I reached for the handle, a strange calm washed over me, a sense of inevitability. The pantry was as I had last seen it, the shelves lined with cans and jars, their labels obscured by shadow. But as I stepped inside, I felt an inexplicable heaviness, as if the very air was pressing down upon me. The flashlight flickered, casting erratic beams that danced across the walls. And then I heard it, a whisper, soft and insistent, weaving its way through the silence. It was a language I couldn't comprehend, yet its meaning was unmistakable. I was not welcome. Fear gripped me, and I stumbled back, the flashlight clattering to the floor, its beam extinguished. In the darkness, I heard a gentle rustling, a sound like fabric brushing against the wall. My breath hitched, and I blinked rapidly, trying to adjust my eyes to the absence of light. The whispering had stopped, but the feeling of being watched lingered, a tangible presence. I retreated to my room, heart racing, and spent the night wide awake, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The next morning, Daniel was gone, his room as neat as ever. I found a note on the kitchen table, written in his precise handwriting. Had to leave for a few days. Take care. Without Daniel's calming presence, the apartment felt different, more oppressive, as if the walls themselves were closing in. The pantry, with its secrets and shadows, loomed larger in my mind, an enigma I could neither solve nor ignore. I avoided it as much as possible, focusing on my studies. Yet the dreams continued, each more vivid than the last. The shadowy figures were joined by a voice, soft yet commanding, urging me to listen, to understand. But the words eluded me, slipping away each time I reached for them. In my waking hours, I began to notice a change in myself. I was more withdrawn, my thoughts scattered, my emotions volatile. I found myself snapping at friends, my patience wearing thin. The world outside the apartment seemed distant, its colors muted and dull. The climax came on a stormy night, the wind howling outside, rain lashing against the windows. The power flickered, plunging the apartment into darkness, save for the occasional flash of lightning. I sat at the kitchen table, the pantry door a shadowed silhouette in the corner of my vision. A sense of determination filled me, and I rose, the storm's fury echoing my own turbulent emotions. The pantry awaited, its door ajar, inviting yet foreboding. As I stepped forward, the room seemed to shift, the walls bending, the floor slipping beneath my feet. I reached for the handle, and the door swung open with a loud creak. The darkness inside was absolute, a void that seemed to stretch on forever. But I felt a pull, a compulsion to step inside, to embrace the unknown. As I did, the whispers returned, louder now, a cacophony of voices blending into one. I stood at the threshold, caught between fear and curiosity, my heart a drum in my chest. And then, just as suddenly as they had started, the whispers ceased, leaving a profound silence. I was alone, yet surrounded by an unseen presence, tangible in its absence. The storm outside abated, and as the first light of dawn seeped through the windows, I stepped back, the pantry door closing with a finality that sent a shiver down my spine. The apartment was unchanged, yet I felt different, as if some secret had been revealed and then forgotten. Daniel returned the following day, his demeanor as calm and composed as ever. We exchanged pleasantries, but I could sense an unspoken understanding between us. He knew of the pantry's secrets, yet he said nothing, and neither did I. The days turned into weeks, and life resumed its familiar rhythm. The pantry remained a source of mystery, its presence a constant yet silent companion. I no longer attempted to understand it, content to coexist with its enigma. The dreams faded, replaced by mundane worries and everyday concerns. Yet sometimes, in the quiet moments of night, when the apartment is silent, I hear the faintest whisper, a reminder of the unseen world that lies just beyond the threshold. It is a sound that both comforts and unsettles, a lingering echo of a secret I will never fully comprehend. As I write this, I sit near the pantry door, its presence a testament to the unknown. The apartment, with its quirks and creaks, has become a part of me, its mysteries woven into the fabric of my everyday life. I have come to accept that some things are beyond understanding, their truths hidden in the shadows, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to listen. The edifice stood as a relic of a past era, a monument to the ambitions of an ideology that had long since crumbled. In the heart of Prague, nestled amid the bustling echoes of modernization, my apartment was a residual whisper of the communist era, a stark concrete block with weary walls teeming with silent stories. Moving in, I was motivated by practicality. It was affordable. The rent was within my meager budget, and the location was conveniently central. Yet, there was something else, an unspoken allure that drew me to this place, as though the faded wallpaper and creaking floors held secrets waiting to be unfurled. At first, life in the apartment seemed unremarkably mundane. My days were filled with routine, work at the library, quiet dinners, evenings spent reading by the solitary lamp that cast elongated shadows across the room. The building's exterior was nondescript, surrounded by the lingering austerity of its history. Inside, the apartment was sparsely furnished, echoing with the loneliness of its past inhabitants. Yet, in these early days, the apartment was simply a space, a shelter, neither welcoming nor foreboding. The first disturbance was subtle, almost imperceptible, like the softest whisper in a hushed silence. It began with the walls. Standing in the kitchen one evening, I felt it, a gentle caress, as if the walls themselves were breathing, their surface rippling with the faintest vibration. I dismissed it as nothing more than the building settling, a natural occurrence in old structures. Yet, there was a strange intimacy to it. a sensation that was eerily comforting, as if the apartment was acknowledging my presence. In the following weeks, the disturbances grew more pronounced. I would often catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, shadows slipping silently along the walls, always just beyond the edge of my vision. At night, when the city hushed into stillness, I heard whispers, faint but distinct, like the voices of forgotten souls, murmuring through the cracks and crevices. The rational part of me attributed this to the wind, the creaks and groans of an aging building. But deep down, a nagging doubt began to take root, a suspicion that there was more to these occurrences than mere coincidence. Escalation came subtly, like a creeping fog. The apartment, once merely a place to reside, began to feel alive, as if it had intentions of its own. The gentle caress of the walls became more insistent, a tangible presence that seemed to follow me from room to room. One night, as I lay in bed, a weight pressed down on my chest, not oppressive, but possessive, as if the very air was imbued with a longing to be felt, to be acknowledged. My sleep became fitful, fractured by the sensation that I was not alone, that the apartment watched over me with a possessive gaze. I began to delve into the history of the building, driven by an insatiable need to understand the origin of these disturbances. The apartment's past was a tapestry woven with stories of lives deeply entwined with the tides of history. Built during the communist era, it had housed countless families, each leaving behind fragments of their existence, a forgotten photograph, a child's toy, a book with pages crumbling into dust. Yet, there was one story that stood out, a whisper among the whispers, of a woman who had once lived in my apartment, who had vanished under mysterious circumstances, her fate becoming just another secret nestled within the walls. The climax of this unfolding drama was both surreal and profound. It was a stormy night, the kind of night where the air hums with electricity and the world seems suspended between reality and imagination. As the rain lashed against the windows, I felt drawn to the living room, compelled by a force I could not resist. There, in the half-light, I saw her, a spectral presence, the woman who had once called this place home. She stood by the window, her form ethereal, her eyes filled with a longing so intense it pierced through the veil of time. She spoke without words, her presence a communication of emotion and memory. In that moment, the apartment's secret was laid bare. It was not merely haunted, it was alive, a vessel for the spirits of those who had once sought refuge within its walls. The woman's essence, her attachment to the physical space, was a testament to lives lived in hope, despair, love, and loss. Her caress, the gentle touch of the walls, was an attempt to connect, to bridge the chasm between the living and the departed. The storm raged on, yet amid the chaos, there was a sense of peace, an understanding that transcended the boundaries of life and death. The apartment, with its haunted whispers and spectral embraces, was a sanctuary for lost souls, a place where the past and present intertwined in a dance of shadows and light. As the woman's presence faded, I was left with a profound awareness of the apartment's true nature, a guardian, a keeper of secrets, a dwelling that cradled the echoes of history within its embrace. The lingering fear did not dissipate with the dawn. Instead, it settled into a quiet acceptance, a recognition of the apartment's duality. During the day, the apartment remained a space of normalcy, its walls still, its whispers muted. But as night descended, the familiar caress would return, a reminder of the spirits that roamed within. The woman's presence, though no longer visible, was a constant companion, her essence woven into the fabric of the building. I found solace in this haunting, an understanding that I was not alone, that the apartment, with its supernatural attachment, offered a connection to the past, a reminder of the transient nature of existence. The walls, once mere partitions of concrete and plaster, became companions, their touch a gentle lullaby that soothed me into sleep, their whispers a chorus of forgotten stories, longing to be heard. In time, I learned to coexist with the apartment's haunting, embracing the eerie familiarity of its embrace. The fear, once sharp and unsettling, dulled into a quiet respect, a reverence for the spirits that lingered within. The apartment, with its caress of walls and spectral whispers, became more than a dwelling. It was a living tapestry, a testament to the enduring connection between the past and the present, a reminder that even in the depths of solitude we are never truly alone. The road to the farmstead was lined with tall, skeletal trees that seemed to bow under the weight of their own age. Their barren branches reached toward the sky, like the bony fingers of an ancient giant. The gravel crunched beneath the tires of my car as I drove, each pebble a tiny reminder of my solitude in this vast rural landscape. I had come to this place seeking solace, a retreat from the relentless hum of the city and its ceaseless demands. The duplex stood at the far end of the property, its two halves joined together like a solemn handshake across time. It was an old structure, with a facade that bore the marks of many seasons past. The paint was peeling, exposing the faded wood beneath, and the windows were clouded with age, like eyes clouded by too many memories. Still, there was a charm to it, a whispered promise of peace and quiet that beckoned to my weary soul. I had rented one half of the duplex from an elderly villager named Mr. Harlan, who spoke with a slow drawl that seemed to echo the languid flow of time itself. He had assured me that the place was comfortable, though I could detect a hint of something unspoken in his eyes, a shadow that flickered briefly and then vanished. I dismissed it as nothing more than the quirks of small-town folk, always full of their old wives' tales and superstitions. As I unpacked my belongings and settled in, the tranquility of the farmstead wrapped around me like a soft, comforting blanket. The air was fresh and cool, carrying with it the scent of earth and the distant murmur of a creek. I spent my days exploring the surrounding fields and woods, allowing the peace of nature to seep into my bones. At night, I would sit on the porch, sipping tea as the stars blossomed in the velvet sky. For the first week, life in the duplex was blissfully uneventful. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the far-off call of an owl. It was just what I needed, a respite from the cacophony of life. But then, one night, the first disturbance occurred. I had retired early, feeling the pleasant weight of sleep pulling me under. Just as I was about to slip into slumber, a sound echoed through the house, a faint, rhythmic tapping, like the drumming of fingers on a wooden table. It was so soft at first that I thought I had imagined it. But then it grew louder, more insistent, as if demanding to be acknowledged. I sat up in bed, my heart suddenly alert. The sound seemed to emanate from the adjacent half of the duplex, separated from mine by a single wall. Remembering Mr. Harlan's assurance that no one else would be occupying the other side, I felt a chill creep up my spine. I got up and pressed my ear against the wall, but the tapping had ceased. In the morning, I dismissed the incident as a product of my imagination, perhaps the result of the house settling, or some nocturnal creature making its presence known. But the following night, the tapping returned, accompanied by a low murmur, like the hushed voices of a conversation held just out of earshot. This time, the sound did not stop when I got out of bed to investigate. It continued, an eerie counterpoint to my growing unease. The days passed, each night bringing with it the now familiar sounds. I found myself growing more and more restless, the peace I had sought dissolving into a mist of anxiety. During the day, the duplex was as serene as ever, but as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sounds would begin, tapping, murmuring, and occasionally the creak of floorboards, as if someone was walking through the other side of the house. I began to avoid the evenings, spending more time outside, reluctant to return to the thickening atmosphere of the duplex. When I did venture back inside, I would lie in bed, my ears straining, waiting for the nightly performance to begin. It was as though the house was alive, breathing softly through the walls, whispering secrets in the dark. One evening, in a moment of desperation, I decided to confront whatever it was that haunted the other side of the duplex. I armed myself with a flashlight and the courage that only comes from sleepless nights and frayed nerves. I crossed the porch and stood before the door that led to the other half, my hand trembling as I reached for the doorknob. The door opened with a creak that seemed to shatter the night, and I stepped inside. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing dust-covered furniture and cobwebs hanging like drapes. The room was empty, void of any sign of life or disturbance. Yet, as I stood there, I could feel a presence, a weight pressing down on the air itself. I turned to leave, but a sound stopped me, a faint melodic tune, like an old lullaby carried on the wind. It enveloped me, threading through my consciousness with a gentle insistence. I felt as though I had heard it before in some forgotten dream. I backed out of the room, shutting the door firmly behind me, my heart pounding in my chest. In the days that followed, the disturbances escalated. Now, it was not only at night that the sounds occurred. Even during the day, I would catch snippets of that haunting melody, weaving through the walls like an invisible thread. My sense of time began to blur, the boundaries between day and night dissolving under the weight of my anxiety. I spoke to Mr. Harlan about it, hoping for some logical explanation, some reassurance that would ease my troubled mind. He listened quietly, his eyes fixed on a point beyond the horizon, as if he were seeing something I could not. When I finished, he sighed deeply and told me that there were stories about the duplex, tales of a tragedy that had unfolded there many years ago. He did not elaborate, but I could see the sadness etched into his features, the way his hands trembled slightly as he spoke. Armed with this new knowledge, I began to explore the history of the duplex, delving into old newspaper archives and speaking with the villagers. I learned of a family that had once lived there, a mother and her young daughter. The details were murky, but it was said that the child had disappeared one stormy night, never to be seen again. Some claimed that the mother had gone mad with grief, her sanity unraveling like a frayed tapestry, until she too vanished from the village. The echoes of their story seemed to linger in the very walls of the duplex, a haunting refrain that repeated itself night after night. The tapping, I realized, was the child's playful drumming, the murmurs her mother's soft, soothing voice. The lullaby, a remnant of their shared past, a memory etched into the fabric of the house itself. The knowledge did little to quell my fear. If anything, it intensified it. For now I understood that the duplex was not just a house, but a repository of sorrow and loss, a monument to lives unfinished and stories untold. The sounds were not just sounds, they were cries for remembrance, echoes of a past that refused to be forgotten. One night, as I lay in bed, the tapping more insistent than ever, I made a decision. I would leave the duplex, return to the city and its comforting noise, its anonymity. But as I began to pack my things, the lullaby began again, wrapping around me like a tender embrace. It was then that I knew I could not leave, not without acknowledging the spirits that dwelled within the walls, without offering them the closure they so desperately sought. I spent the next day preparing a small ritual, a gesture of farewell and peace. I gathered wildflowers from the fields and placed them in a vase in the center of the shared living room. I lit candles, their flames flickering gently in the dim light. As night fell, I sat on the floor, my hands resting in my lap, and spoke softly into the silence. "I hear you," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. "I acknowledge your presence. May you find peace wherever you are." For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of my own breathing, the steady beating of my heart. And then, from the other side of the duplex, a soft, melodic sigh, like the exhalation of a soul finally at rest. The tapping stopped, the murmurs faded, and the air grew still, as if the house itself had released a long-held breath. I stayed a few more days, the atmosphere lighter, the oppressive weight lifted. When I finally left the duplex, I felt a strange sense of gratitude, as though I had been granted a glimpse into a world beyond, a place where past and present intertwined in a delicate dance. As I drove away, the gravel crunching beneath the tires, I glanced back at the duplex one last time. It stood there, silent and serene, a sentinel in the fields, holding its secrets close. I knew that the echoes would remain, a part of the landscape, a gentle reminder that even in solitude, we are never truly alone. There was something peculiarly comforting about the old farmhouse, sitting quietly at the edge of a forgotten road. Its weathered boards whispered tales of countless seasons endured, while its windows, though dust-coated, hinted at a warmth that promised refuge from the chill of the outside world. I first stumbled upon it during a drive to nowhere in particular, my mind seeking solace from the chaotic buzz of city life. The history of the place was as fragmented as the fence posts that lined the property. Rumors of its abandonment trickled through local taverns and late-night campfire stories, each account varying slightly, but all agreeing on a single point. It had been deserted for decades. Yet standing there before its creaking porch, I could feel the pulse of life, a stubborn resilience against time. I resolved to restore it, to breathe life back into the farmhouse. At first, my work was met with silence, the kind that accompanies solitude in vast, open spaces. I was alone, but I was not lonely. There was a sort of companionship in the quiet creaks and groans of the wooden beams, as if the house welcomed my presence, grateful for the attention it had long been denied. But soon, the silence began speaking in another language. The first disturbance was subtle, almost dismissible. A cold draft that wound its way through the hallways, despite the summer's heat outside. It was as though the farmhouse exhaled with a chill that the sun could not banish. I attributed it to gaps and grates, nothing a little sealant couldn't fix. Then there were the voices. They were faint at first, whispers that brushed past my ears, like the rustle of leaves. Often I found myself pausing mid-task, hammer in hand, straining to catch the elusive words. They lingered at the edge of understanding, spoken just outside the grasp of clarity. I spent nights lying awake, convincing myself it was merely the wind, mischievously playful amongst the eaves. Days passed, and the whispers grew bolder, morphing into a spectral conversation that filled the air, carrying with them the melancholy of unfinished stories. The farmhouse, it seemed, was not as empty as it appeared. I told myself it was my imagination, a mind too steeped in the lore of its own creation. Yet, denial only held strong until the day I saw them. It was late afternoon when I noticed movement in the reflection of a window pane. A figure, ghostly pale, stood in the shadows of the upper hallway. My heart thudded against my ribs as I turned, expecting to confront an intruder. But the hallway was empty, save for dust particles dancing in a shaft of light. Shaken, I pressed on, rationalizing the sight as a trick of the light, an overactive imagination fueled by isolation. But they were relentless. Night after night I glimpsed them, translucent forms drifting through rooms, their eyes hollow wells of despair. There was no malice in their presence, only an overwhelming aura of sorrow. Each spirit seemed trapped in a loop, bound to the farmhouse by a tether of unfulfilled yearning. As weeks passed, the hauntings escalated. The farmhouse became a theater of eerie displays, doors creaking open of their own volition, candles flickering to life in rooms I had left dark. I could feel their stories pressing upon me, a silent plea for acknowledgement. They were souls unresting, their lives cut short by untold tragedies, their voices silenced, yet desperate to be heard. The climax came on a night when the air was thick with anticipation. I had taken to sitting in the great room, a journal in hand, hoping to capture the essence of their stories, to offer them a voice in this world. As the clock ticked towards midnight, a sudden stillness enveloped the farmhouse, an oppressive quiet that heralded their arrival. They gathered around me, dozens of ethereal figures, their presence a tapestry of sorrow, woven with threads of despair and longing. The room chilled, a coldness that seeped into my bones. I could see their faces clearly now, etched with an anguish that transcended words. It was as if they were trying to speak, yet their voices were swallowed by the void that separated our worlds. In that moment, I understood. The farmhouse was a sanctuary, a vessel for their stories, and I, unwittingly, had become their chronicler. My presence had stirred them from slumber, their unrest awakened by my intrusion. They needed to be heard, their tales to be remembered, their existence validated. With trembling hands, I began to write, coaxing their stories from the shadows. Each word felt like a key, unlocking the chains that bound them to this realm. I wrote of heartbreaks and hopes, dreams that had crumbled under the weight of time, loves lost and found too late. The room pulsed with their energy, a crescendo of emotions that swept through me with each stroke of the pen. As the last word left the page, a hush descended. The spirits stood in silence, their forms fading into the obscurity of night. A sense of peace settled over the farmhouse, a gentle sigh of gratitude that echoed in the rafters. They had been heard, their stories finally given voice. With their departure, the oppressive air lifted, leaving behind an emptiness that was both solemn and serene. Yet, the fear lingered, a thread woven into the fabric of my days. The farmhouse, though now still, bore the heavy imprint of their existence. I could not shake the feeling of being watched, of eyes unseen, observing my every move. The stories I had captured became a part of me, their weight a constant companion, reminding me of the fragile boundary between the living and the dead. I continued to live there, my life intertwined with theirs, bound by the tales that had unfolded within those walls. The farmhouse remained, a monument to the lives of those who had come before, their voices forever echoing in the quiet spaces of my mind. There is a chill that accompanies the dusk now, a whispering breeze that curls around the porch as daylight fades. I often sit there, listening to the symphony of silence, feeling the presence of those who once were. Though the spirits have found their peace, the memory of their unrest lingers, a gentle reminder of the stories yet untold in the quiet places of the world. There's a certain stillness that accompanies abandoned places, an echo of life that once thrived, now reduced to silence and dust. The farmhouse stood at the end of a narrow, winding path, its windows staring like vacant eyes upon the world. I had come here in search of solitude, a place to contemplate the chaos of my life, a place where the past and present might find a home within my troubled mind. The farmhouse seemed perfect, too perfect perhaps, with its peeling paint and sagging timbers that whispered secrets of years gone by. As I crossed the threshold of the dilapidated old building, the air was thick with dust and the faint smell of decay. The floorboards creaked underfoot, each step a hollow sound, in the otherwise oppressive silence. It was a large house, larger than it appeared from the outside, with rooms that seemed to unfold endlessly. I wandered through it, feeling an odd sense of belonging, as if the house was welcoming me into its forgotten folds. The rooms were bare, stripped of any furnishings, save for the occasional relic. A broken chair here, a cracked mirror there. Yet, they felt alive in a way I couldn't quite comprehend, as though they were waiting for something, someone, to breathe life back into them. It was a comforting feeling, an invitation to make the farmhouse my own little sanctuary, away from the world. But my peace was short-lived. On the second night, I awoke to a chill that seemed to emanate from within the bones of the house itself. It seeped into my skin, a creeping cold that left me shivering beneath my thin blanket. I tried to dismiss it as just the night air, seeping through the broken windows. But a part of me, the part that wanted to believe in the rational, sensed there was more to it. I heard it then, a faint sound, distant yet distinct. It was a soft whisper, a murmuring that skittered along the periphery of my consciousness. I strained to catch the words, but they remained elusive, a gentle rustle that could have been the wind through the trees. But I knew better. The sound was coming from within the house. I lay there, still and tense, listening to the soft symphony of whispers that seemed to rise and fall with the rhythm of the night. The next day, I decided to explore the farmhouse further. There was an attic, accessible by a rickety old ladder that groaned ominously as I climbed it. The attic was dimly lit, a single narrow window casting a pale, ghostly light. It was cluttered with forgotten belongings, old trunks, dusty books, and yellowed papers strewn about like the remnants of someone's life, abruptly abandoned. As I sifted through the detritus, I stumbled upon a leather-bound journal, its cover cracked with age. It belonged to a woman named Eleanor, who had once lived in the farmhouse. Her entries were mundane at first, detailing the daily toil of farm life. But as I read on, a darker narrative began to unfold. Eleanor wrote of strange occurrences, of shadows that danced just out of sight, of whispers that filled the night air. She spoke of an unease that settled over the household, a presence that could neither be seen nor explained. Her last entries were frantic, scribbled hastily across the pages. "They are here," she wrote. "They will not leave. Their whispers grow louder. They want something from me, but I do not know what it is." The final entry was smeared and almost illegible, as if she had been interrupted abruptly. I closed the journal, a sense of foreboding settling over me. It seemed I was not alone in my experiences. Whatever haunted Eleanor all those years ago had lingered, waiting patiently through the years. I tried to push the thought away, rationalize it as nothing more than the power of suggestion. But deep down, I knew I had awakened something within the farmhouse. The whispers grew more pronounced with each passing night, no longer a distant murmur, but a chorus that filled the rooms. I would lie awake, heart pounding, as they swirled around me, taunting, teasing. They spoke of things I could not comprehend, of sorrow and longing, of things lost and never found. It was as though the spirits themselves were reaching out, desperate for a voice, for acknowledgement. I began to feel their presence more acutely. Shadows that shouldn't have been there would flicker at the edge of my vision, only to vanish when I turned to look. Cold spots would appear randomly, pockets of icy air that sank into my bones. I felt eyes upon me, watching, waiting. It was on one such night, when the whispers were at their loudest, that I saw her. A figure, pale and translucent, stood at the foot of my bed. She was beautiful and yet terrible, her eyes filled with a sorrow that transcended time. She opened her mouth, and though no words came, I understood her plea. She wanted freedom, release from this earthly prison. I was frozen, unable to move or speak, as she reached out a hand, her touch like ice against my skin. It was a gesture of desperation, of pleading. She needed something from me, something I wasn't sure I could give. The days that followed were a blur of fear and uncertainty. I wandered the farmhouse, trying to piece together the stories of those who had come before me. There were more journals, more tales of haunting and despair, of families driven away by the relentless spirits that refused to rest. I realized then that the farmhouse was a vessel, a place where the dead lingered, unable to move on. They were trapped, bound by unfinished business, their voices echoing through the ages. And now I was part of their story, their latest chapter. The climax came on a stormy night. Thunder rattled the windows, lightning illuminating the old house in brief, blinding flashes. The whispers became a cacophony, a deafening roar that filled the air, drowning out the storm. I was drawn to the attic once more, compelled by a force I couldn't resist. The spirits were there, a congregation of lost souls, their outlines shimmering in the darkness. They surrounded me, their faces twisted in anguish, their eyes begging for release. I could feel their despair, their longing, and in that moment, I understood what needed to be done. With trembling hands, I took Eleanor's journal and began to read aloud, my voice echoing through the attic. I spoke her words, her fears, her pain. As I did, the spirits grew calmer, their forms flickering like candle flames in the wind. They listened, and I felt a shift, as if a great weight were being lifted. The storm outside raged on, but within the attic, a peace settled. The spirits began to fade, their whispers growing softer until at last there was only silence. I stood there, alone once more, the journal clutched to my chest, tears streaming down my face. I left the farmhouse the next day, my heart heavy yet lightened by the knowledge that I had helped those who had come before me. But the experience left a mark, a lingering fear that haunted my dreams. I would wake in the night, expecting to hear the whispers, to see the shadows, to feel the cold touch of a ghostly hand. Though I had left the farmhouse behind, a part of it remained with me, a reminder of the spirit's relentless search for peace. Perhaps one day they would find it, or perhaps the farmhouse would continue to stand, a beacon for restless souls, waiting for someone else to hear their whispers. The first time I saw the farmhouse, it was bathed in the golden light of a late summer afternoon. It stood at the end of a long gravel road, framed by fields that stretched out like a worn quilt toward a distant tree line. To the untrained eye, it was just another abandoned structure forgotten by time. But to me, it was an opportunity. I had been searching for solitude, a retreat from the cacophony of city life, and this place promised the silence I craved. Tall grass swayed gently in the breeze, whispering secrets as I approached. The house itself was old, its wood weathered and gray, yet it retained an air of dignity. The porch sagged slightly under its own weight, and the windows were clouded with dust. But the structure stood firm, like a guardian keeping watch over its land. As I pushed open the front door, it creaked in protest, a sound that echoed through the empty rooms, disturbing the stillness that had settled there. Inside, the farmhouse was as one might expect, sparsely furnished, with evidence of past lives scattered about. An old rocking chair sat by the fireplace, its wood polished smooth by years of use. A faded rug lay crumpled by the foot of a staircase that led to the second floor. I wandered through the rooms, breathing in the scent of age and decay, imagining how it must have been when life thrummed through its walls. My first night there was uneventful. I set up camp in the living room, unfurling my sleeping bag and arranging my few belongings around me. The night was quiet, save for the occasional owl hooting in the distance. I drifted off to sleep easily, feeling a sense of contentment that I hadn't felt in years. It was the second night that the disturbances began. I awoke to the sound of footsteps overhead, slow and deliberate. At first, I thought it might be an animal, raccoons or maybe a stray cat, but the pacing seemed too methodical. It occurred to me that perhaps someone else had made this place their refuge. Gathering my courage, I climbed the creaky stairs, my flashlight casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. The upper floor was as deserted as the first. Dust motes floated in the air, suspended in the beam of my light. The footsteps had stopped as soon as I reached the top of the stairs, leaving nothing but the sound of my own breathing. A chill crept down my spine as I stood there, listening, waiting for something to reveal itself. But there was nothing, just silence. I returned to my makeshift bed, dismissing the experience as a trick of the mind, perhaps the remnants of a dream that had followed me into wakefulness. Yet, as I lay there in the dark, the feeling of being watched settled heavily upon me. I closed my eyes, willing myself to ignore it, to sleep. The next few days passed with a growing sense of unease. It seemed that the more I explored, the more the house revealed its disquiet. Objects shifted positions of their own accord. My flashlight would be moved to the opposite side of the room, or the door to the pantry would swing open without a breeze to fill its sails. More than once, I caught a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, only to find nothing there when I turned. During the day, the farmhouse was nothing more than an old relic of a bygone era, but at night, it transformed into something almost sentient. The footsteps returned, sometimes accompanied by soft whispers that floated through the air like tendrils of smoke. I could never catch the words, but the tone was unmistakable. Mournful, pleading. My dreams became haunted by images of faces I didn't recognize, their eyes wide with fear or sorrow, mouths moving in silent cries. I awoke each morning with a sense of urgency, as though I had unfinished business I couldn't remember. It gnawed at me, this feeling as if the house itself were trying to communicate, to reach out from beyond the veil of the living. The disturbances culminated one stormy night. Rain lashed against the windows, and wind howled through the cracks in the walls. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the symphony of the storm, when the footsteps began again. This time, they were accompanied by a low, rhythmic thumping, a knock, 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 that echoed through the halls. I sat up, heart pounding, straining to hear over the din of the storm. The knocking seemed to be coming from the far end of the house, where I had yet to explore. Driven by a mix of fear and curiosity, I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the sound. The knocking grew louder as I approached a door I hadn't noticed before, at the end of a narrow hallway. It was old and unpainted, blending seamlessly into the shadows. My hand trembled as I reached for the handle, feeling the chill of the metal seep into my skin. With a deep breath, I turned the knob and pushed the door open. Beyond lay a small room, empty except for a single piece of furniture, a large, ornate mirror, its surface clouded with age. The knocking had ceased the moment I opened the door, leaving only the sound of my own breath in the confined space. I stepped inside, drawn to the mirror as though by an invisible force. My reflection stared back at me, distorted by the tarnished glass. But something was off. My image seemed to waver, like a reflection in disturbed water. I blinked, and for a fleeting moment, the face staring back at me wasn't my own. It was a woman, her features ghostly pale, her eyes full of anguish. She mouthed words I couldn't hear, pressing her hands against the glass, as if trying to break through. I stumbled back, heart racing, the flashlight slipping from my grasp and clattering to the floor. The image vanished, leaving only my own wide-eyed reflection. I backed out of the room, pulling the door shut with a trembling hand, and fled down the hallway. Back in the living room, I tried to calm myself, to rationalize what I had seen. But deep down, I knew that the farmhouse held more than just memories of those who had once lived there. It held the very essence of their unresting souls. I began to research the history of the place, hoping to find some explanation for the phenomena. The local library held old records and newspapers, and I spent hours poring over them. It was there that I uncovered the tragic history of the farmhouse. Decades ago, it had been home to a family, parents and their young daughter. A fire had swept through the house one night, trapping them inside. The townspeople spoke of hearing screams, but by the time help arrived, it was too late. The family perished, leaving behind only ashes and whispers. I realized that the spirits were bound to the house, unable to move on. Their sorrow and anger had seeped into the very foundation, manifesting in the disturbances I had experienced. They were trapped, just as they had been in life, and they were reaching out for help. With this revelation, the activity in the house grew more intense. The footsteps followed me now, no matter where I went. Cold spots appeared in rooms, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. The mirror became the focal point of their energy, drawing me back to it night after night, as if demanding recognition. I could no longer ignore their presence, nor could I flee. The farmhouse had become a part of me, its history entwined with my own. I set about trying to communicate with the spirits, to offer some semblance of peace. I spoke aloud to the empty rooms, hoping my words would reach them, offering apologies for the pain they had endured. One night, as I stood before the mirror, I felt a change in the air, a softening, as if the house were listening. The woman's face appeared again, her expression less tormented, and for the first time, I heard her voice, faint but unmistakable. "Help us," she whispered, a plea that resonated deep within me. Determined to help them find release, I sought the guidance of a local historian who specialized in such matters. We conducted a small ceremony, acknowledging the spirits and honoring their memory. Candles flickered in the darkened room, and the air seemed to hum with energy as we spoke words of comfort and farewell. As the ceremony concluded, a profound silence enveloped the house. The oppressive weight that had lingered in the air lifted, replaced by a sense of calm I had not felt since arriving. I knew then that the spirits had finally found peace, their souls free to move on. I remained at the farmhouse for a while longer, embracing the tranquility that had settled there. The disturbances ceased, and the house became a true sanctuary, a place where I could reflect and find solace. Yet, even now, as I recount this tale, a lingering fear remains, a soft whisper in the back of my mind. It is the knowledge that the restless dead are never far from the world of the living, and that the veil between our realms is thinner than we care to admit. The farmhouse stands as a reminder of that truth, an eternal guardian of the secrets it holds. My name is Lily Madwip, and I have no idea where I am. That first realization came to me on a day like any other, where the sun lazily melted the sky into hues of orange and pink, casting long shadows that stretched beyond the horizon like grasping hands. The suburban neighborhood I had grown up in was a place of orderly lawns and picket fences, where every house stood like a mirror image of the last, only distinguished by the minute details that those who lived there took pride in. A rose bush here, a bird feeder there, but none of it much mattered. It was a place of comfort, a place where the mundane was celebrated and the extraordinary was hidden beneath layers of routine and habit. I sat on the edge of the curb, the sidewalk cool beneath my palms, as I traced patterns in the dusk with a stick. There was a certain rhythm to the echo of distant laughter and the hum of cicadas that filled the air, a symphony I had grown accustomed to over the years. I absent-mindedly listened to the world around me, feeling a part of it, yet strangely separate, like a spectator at a play I had seen too many times. But beneath that comforting veneer of normalcy, I couldn't shake an unsettling feeling that had begun to creep into the corners of my mind. It was like a whisper, a persistent murmur that tickled the edges of my consciousness, warning me of something I couldn't quite grasp. a sense of impending disturbance that I tried to ignore, but which lingered like the scent of rain before the storm. It all started a few weeks ago, when I began to notice things that shouldn't be there. A flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, shadows that seemed to shift and twist with a life of their own. At first, I thought it was my imagination, the product of an overactive mind. But then, I began to hear things too, faint whispers that rode the wind and disappeared before I could catch them. Words that made no sense, yet held an uncanny familiarity. I never told anyone about it, not my parents, who were too absorbed in their own world, nor my friends, who would have probably laughed it off as another one of my quirks. I learned long ago that people preferred their reality neat and tidy, without the mess of the unknown spilling in. So I kept it to myself, hoping it would pass, that I could banish it to the realm of dreams where it belonged. That was until the day when everything changed. I was walking home from school, the usual route that took me past the park and down Maple Street, when I felt it. A sudden, inexplicable tug at my senses, pulling me in a direction I had never ventured before. It was as if an invisible thread had wrapped itself around my consciousness, guiding me away from the safety of the familiar and into the depths of the unknown. I hesitated, my rational mind screaming against the impulse, but curiosity got the better of me. I found myself walking down a narrow alley, one that seemed to stretch on endlessly, its walls closing in like the pages of a book. The air was thick and heavy, charged with an energy that made the hair on my arms stand on end. And then I saw it. A door. It was an old, weather-beaten thing, its wood warped and faded, as if it had stood there for centuries, waiting for someone to notice it. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold metal of the handle. A shiver ran down my spine, but whether it was from fear or anticipation, I couldn't tell. Before I could think, I turned the knob and pushed it open. The moment I crossed the threshold, the world shifted around me. The air crackled with a strange electricity, and the light seemed to bend and warp, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. I stepped inside, drawn by a force I couldn't comprehend, and the door slammed shut behind me with a finality that echoed through the silence. I found myself in a room that defied logic, its dimensions shifting and changing with every blink of my eyes. The furniture seemed to float, untethered by gravity, and the walls pulsed with an otherworldly glow. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a place that existed beyond the boundaries of reality. And there, in the center of the room, stood a figure cloaked in shadow. I couldn't make out any details, but I felt its gaze on me, a penetrating stare that seemed to pierce through my soul. I wanted to speak, to ask what this place was and why I was here, but my voice caught in my throat, swallowed by the oppressive silence. The figure raised a hand, and I felt a rush of energy surge through me, igniting every nerve with a burning intensity. Images flashed before my eyes, scenes of chaos and destruction, a world unraveling at the seams. I saw faces twisted in fear, heard cries for help that echoed in my mind, and knew with a certainty that these were not just visions, they were prophecies. In that moment, I understood. I had been brought here for a reason, gifted or cursed, with a power I could neither control nor comprehend. A reluctant hero with a prophetic gift, thrust into a story I had no desire to be a part of. The figure spoke, its voice a whisper that resonated in the deepest corners of my mind. It told me of a world on the brink, where the line between reality and nightmare was thinning, and only I could restore the balance. I had a choice, it said, to accept my fate or turn away and live with the consequences. Trembling, I nodded, though the decision felt like anything but mine. As soon as I did, the room began to dissolve around me, the walls crumbling into nothingness, and I was plunged into darkness. When I awoke, I was back on the curb, the stick still clutched in my hand. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the streetlights flickered to life, casting soft pools of light on the sidewalk. For a moment, I thought it had all been a dream, a figment of my imagination that had spiraled out of control. But the feeling lingered, a persistent tug at the edges of my awareness, a reminder that what I had seen was real. And with it came the fear, a gnawing dread that settled in the pit of my stomach and refused to leave. I was no longer just a girl living in a suburban neighborhood. I was something more, a link in a chain of events that threatened to unravel everything I knew. Days turned into weeks, and the visions became more frequent, more vivid. I saw things before they happened, glimpses of a world teetering on the edge. At first, I tried to ignore them, to convince myself that I could live a normal life despite the chaos swirling around me. But it was impossible. The images haunted my dreams, bleeding into my waking hours, until I couldn't tell where they ended and reality began. I became withdrawn, lost in a world of my own making, and those around me began to notice. My parents, worried by my distant demeanor, tried to reach out, but their words fell on deaf ears. My friends, confused by my sudden change, drifted away, and I couldn't blame them. How could I explain what I couldn't even begin to understand? The only solace I found was in the moments of clarity, when the visions would align and reveal the path I was meant to take. I followed them blindly, trusting in an instinct I didn't possess, hoping that each step would bring me closer to the truth. And then came the night, when it all came to a head. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when the familiar sensation washed over me, a pull stronger than before, urging me to follow. I got up, slipping into my clothes, and crept out of the house, my heart pounding with each step. The world outside was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with anticipation, as if it too was holding its breath. I followed the path laid out before me, down streets I knew by heart, but which felt foreign in the moonlight. The visions danced at the edges of my consciousness, a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds that guided me forward. I walked until I reached the edge of the neighborhood, where the houses gave way to a vast expanse of open field, the grass swaying gently in the breeze. And there, standing beneath the stars, was the figure from my dreams. It beckoned me closer, and I felt the air shift as I approached, a familiar hum vibrating through my bones. The figure gestured to the sky, and I looked up, my breath catching in my throat as the stars began to move, rearranging themselves into patterns I couldn't comprehend. The figure spoke again, its voice a melody of shadows and light, and I finally understood. The balance of the world was in my hands, and I had the power to set things right. All I had to do was take the first step, to reach out and embrace the gift I had been given. I hesitated, fear and doubt warring within me, but deep down, I knew I had no other choice. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my mind, and felt the universe respond, a symphony of energy that surged through me, connecting me to the very fabric of reality. The world shifted, and I saw beyond the veil glimpses of futures yet to come, paths untrodden and destinies unfulfilled. I saw the darkness that threatened to consume us all, and the light that could banish it forever. It was overwhelming, and yet exhilarating, a power unlike anything I had ever known. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The visions faded, leaving me breathless and trembling, standing alone in the field beneath an ordinary sky. The figure was gone, leaving only the faint echo of its presence behind, a reminder of what had transpired. I returned home, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions, but one thing was clear. I was no longer the same. I had embraced my fate, accepted the burden placed upon me, and though the future was uncertain, I felt a strange sense of peace. I knew that whatever lay ahead, I would face it with courage and determination, armed with the knowledge that I was not alone. But the fear lingered, a shadow that refused to dissipate. I knew the battle was far from over, that the darkness was still out there, waiting for its chance to strike. And though I had taken the first step, I understood that the journey was just beginning. I am Lily Madwip, and I have no idea where I am. But I do know this: I will not run. I will stand firm, guided by the whispers of a world unseen, and face whatever comes with unwavering resolve. For in the end, it is not the destination that matters, but the journey we take to get there, and the choices we make along the way. There was a time when I thought the world was as simple and predictable as the ticking of a clock. My name is Lily Madwip, and for the better part of my 10 years, the only mysteries I grappled with were the puzzles of my favorite cartoons or the nature of my mother's cooking. We lived in a modest house with a picket fence, and I delighted in the ordinary, the unexceptional rhythm of my days. School, home, play, rinse, repeat. It was a cycle that comforted me, like a favorite lullaby sung on a restless night. But then, as tends to happen in life, the clockwork of my world began to falter. It was small at first, little things that wouldn't warrant concern to the untrained eye. A misplaced toy, a book that fell open to the same page no matter how often I closed it. I paid little mind, dismissing them as quirks of an overactive imagination. But the oddities grew, unfolding like a creeping vine into every corner of my life. My parents, pragmatic to a fault, were the first to notice the changes. My mother, with her warm hands and cooler brow, would often press me with questions I couldn't quite answer. Lily, how did you know about the storm before it was announced? Or why did you say Grandma was coming when she never called? Innocuous questions that, to them, seemed rooted in the ordinary, but to me, were stepping stones to something I couldn't comprehend. The first true disturbance occurred on an evening like any other. The air was heavy with the scent of rain, a preamble to the storm that had been building quietly through the day. I sat at the kitchen table, my homework sprawled before me, though my mind wandered elsewhere. I barely noticed when the lights flickered, an occurrence so usual in our old house that it barely warranted acknowledgement. But then, something shifted in my peripheral vision. A shadow, darker than the approaching night, lingered just beyond the threshold of the hallway. It seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm, as if beating in tandem with my heart. I blinked, and it was gone. I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the swaying trees outside the window. Yet, the unease lingered. It stretched thin across my consciousness, a cobweb I could not quite sweep away. Sleep came fitfully that night, haunted by dreams of things half seen and barely understood. In the morning, I found myself drawn to the hallway where the shadow had been, but there was nothing out of place. Nothing, that is, except the sense that something unseen was watching me. As the days slipped by, the disturbances escalated. Often, I found myself awakened in the night, heart pounding in a chest too small for the fear it contained. Whispers, soft as the rustle of leaves, filled my ears. They were unintelligible yet insistent, a language I couldn't quite grasp. I would call out to my parents, but by the time they reached me, the whispers had faded, leaving me to grapple with their lingering echoes alone. My parents, ever practical, began to grow concerned. A doctor's visit was scheduled, and though there was nothing physically wrong with me, their worry deepened with each unexplained incident. I heard them talking in hushed tones, their words a jumble of concern and confusion. "It's stress," my father would say, his voice carrying the weight of reassurance. "She's 10. What could she be stressed about?" my mother would counter, her voice tinged with a desperation I'd never heard before. When the dreams began to bleed into my waking hours, they decided it was time for a different kind of help. The hospital was a sterile place, all white walls and antiseptic smell, a stark contrast to the vibrant chaos of my thoughts. The doctors there were kind, but distant, their questions probing, yet never quite reaching the heart of the matter. "There's nothing wrong with my brain," I insisted time and again, though my conviction wavered with each new test. It was during one of these tests, a simple scan meant to map the untethered threads of my mind, that something truly extraordinary happened. As I lay in the machine, its mechanical hum a lullaby of sorts, the whispers returned. But this time, they were not just in my head. The room darkened, the shadows coalescing into a shape that emerged from the corners of my vision. It was a figure, indistinct and yet undeniably present, hovering near the machine's edge. I watched, frozen in a curious mix of terror and fascination, as the figure gestured with an ethereal hand. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of voices overlapping in a harmony that defied understanding. I closed my eyes, willing the apparition away, and when I opened them again, the figure was gone. The machine whirred to a halt, and the doctor overseeing the test looked at me with eyes wide in disbelief, as if he too had seen the impossible. The incident reverberated throughout the hospital, sparking interest and concern in equal measure. My parents were called in, their faces drawn with worry, though they tried to mask it with smiles and reassurances. The doctors spoke of extraordinary abilities, of phenomena unexplainable by conventional science. Words like psychic and paranormal were whispered in the corridors, and I couldn't help but feel like a specimen under a microscope, dissected by curious eyes. As the days in the hospital stretched into weeks, the shadows became my constant companions. They lurked in the periphery of my vision, never quite visible, yet always present. I began to understand their whispers, fragments of conversations not meant for mortal ears. They spoke of things lost and forgotten, of time unraveling like a poorly woven tapestry. It was both terrifying and intoxicating, this glimpse into a world beyond understanding. The climax came on a stormy night, the wind howling like a beast outside my window. I lay awake, the shadows dancing in the corners of my room. They were more active than ever, their whispers a cacophony that drowned out even the storm's fury. I felt a tug at the edge of my consciousness, a gentle pull that beckoned me to follow. I rose from bed, my movements guided by an unseen hand. The shadows parted before me, forming a path that led to the hospital's deserted corridors. I walked with a purpose I didn't fully understand, my bare feet silent on the cold linoleum floors. The whispers grew louder, a chorus that seemed to echo from the depths of time itself. It led me to a door, one I had never seen before. The handle was cold under my fingers, the metal biting into my palm as I turned it. The room beyond was bathed in an unnatural light, the air thick with a palpable energy. In the center stood the figure I had seen during the test, its form now more defined, a silhouette against the ethereal glow. The figure raised a hand, and the whispers ceased, leaving a silence so profound it seemed to echo through my very soul. It spoke, not in words, but in a language of thoughts and images, painting pictures in my mind that defied description. I understood then that the shadows were not malevolent, but guardians of secrets too vast for human comprehension. As I stood there, the feeling of dread that had haunted me for weeks ebbed away, replaced by a calm acceptance. I was a part of something much larger, a thread in the intricate tapestry of existence. The shadows were my allies, not my foes, and they had chosen me for reasons I could not yet grasp. The figure nodded, a gesture of acknowledgement, before dissolving into the light. The room dimmed, and I found myself alone in the dark once more. But the fear was gone, replaced by an understanding that transcended words. I returned to my bed, the whispers now a gentle lullaby that soothed me into a deep, dreamless sleep. For the first time in weeks, I felt at peace, the shadows now my silent sentinels, watching over me as I slept. When morning came, the hospital was abuzz with stories of the storm, of power outages and strange occurrences. I listened with a knowing smile, my secret safe within the confines of my heart. My parents came to take me home, their relief palpable, though they continued to search my eyes for answers they could not find. The lingering fear was gone, replaced by a quiet understanding. The shadows were still there, ever present in the corners of my vision, but now they were familiar, a part of me I had come to accept. My life resumed its former rhythm, yet everything was subtly changed, as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a world far richer and more complex than I had ever imagined. I returned to school, to the routines that had once seemed so predictable, but now I found joy in the ordinary, in the knowledge that there was more to life than met the eye. I had glimpsed the extraordinary, and though it remained just beyond reach, I knew it was there, waiting in the shadows. And so I embraced the unknown, the whispers that sang to me in the night, the shadows that danced just out of sight. My name is Lily Madwip, and while there may be nothing wrong with my brain, my world is forever changed, alive with the mystery and wonder of the unseen. And that, I realized, was the greatest gift of all. In a world that thrives on routine and the mundane, I, Lily Madwip, found solace in what others might deem unsettling. My days were defined by the predictability of routine, starting with the morning sun casting elongated shadows over my bedroom floor, and ending with the whispered secrets of the night wind. I was 11, an age many find filled with innocence and simplicity. Yet for me, it had been a tapestry woven with threads of the extraordinary and the inexplicable. My parents had been concerned about the things I spoke of, the things I saw. They whispered among themselves, exchanging worried glances when they thought I couldn't see. They believed that therapy might help, that the insights of a professional could provide clarity where there was only confusion. And so, I found myself sitting in an overstuffed armchair, my small frame almost swallowed by its plushness, facing Dr. Harris in her dimly lit office. Dr. Harris's office was a study in contrasts. The walls were adorned with degrees and certificates, each one a testament to her expertise. A bookshelf groaned under the weight of thick, leather-bound tomes, their spines glistening with the promise of knowledge. Yet, for all its professionalism, the room exuded a warmth that was deceptively comforting. It was as if the very walls whispered reassurance, promising safety and understanding. Dr. Harris herself was a woman of indeterminate age, her hair streaked with strands of silver that caught the light as she moved. Her eyes were kind but searching, as though she could peer into the very depths of my soul. She began with questions that were simple on the surface, asking about my friends, my school, my hobbies. I answered dutifully, my voice a steady monotone. It was when she gently inquired about my imaginary friends that the atmosphere shifted. I bristled at the term. Downright offensive, I thought. They were as real to me as the therapist sitting across from me. I tried to explain that they weren't imaginary, that they lived in the spaces between reality. But my words seemed to float past her, unable to penetrate the barrier of skepticism she had erected. The first disturbance, as I came to think of it, occurred during one of these sessions. We were discussing dreams, and I mentioned a recurring one where I walked through a cemetery at night. the moon illuminating the path like a silver beacon. I described the gravestones as old and weathered, their inscriptions faded with time. As I spoke, a sense of disquiet began to settle in the room, like a cold mist creeping in under the door. Dr. Harris leaned forward, her interest piqued. "And what do you see there, Lily?" she asked, her voice soft, almost coaxing. I hesitated, the words catching in my throat. "I see people," I said finally. "Not like ghosts, but people who are waiting." Dr. Harris's pen paused over her notepad, her expression one of polite curiosity. Waiting for what? I shook my head, unable to articulate the feeling of expectation, of a story unfinished. "I don't know," I admitted, "but they know me. They call me by name." The room seemed to grow colder, the shadows lengthening and deepening. A shiver ran down my spine as I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me. I glanced around, half expecting to see the people from my dream materializing in the corners of the room. But there was nothing, only the ticking of the clock marking time, relentless and indifferent. The escalation began subtly, almost imperceptibly. Nights became a tapestry of vivid dreams and waking visions. I would find myself in the cemetery again, the air heavy with the scent of earth and decay. The people were always there, their faces a blur of familiarity and obscurity. They spoke without words, their messages conveyed in a language I couldn't fully understand, but felt deep within my bones. During the day, I became acutely aware of a presence that lingered just beyond my periphery. It was as if the air itself was alive, charged with an energy that set my nerves on edge. Objects would move ever so slightly when I wasn't looking, the chill of a phantom breeze brushing against my skin. And then there were the whispers, just at the edge of hearing, calling my name with a familiarity that was both comforting and terrifying. My parents were oblivious to the changes, their lives a routine of work and trivial pursuits. They noticed the shadows under my eyes and the pallor of my skin, but attributed it to the trials of adolescence. Dr. Harris, however, seemed attuned to the shift. She watched me closely during our sessions, her questions probing deeper, her eyes searching mine with a relentless intensity. It wasn't until a particularly restless night that everything reached a crescendo. I found myself once again in the cemetery, but this time, something was different. The air crackled with tension, and the people were more distinct than ever before. They formed a circle around me, their eyes reflecting the pale light of the moon. I felt a pull, a compulsion to move towards them, to become a part of their unending vigil. As I stepped forward, the ground beneath me seemed to tremble, the earth pulsating with a rhythm that matched my racing heartbeat. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices intertwining, each one vying for attention. My mind felt stretched to its limits, the boundaries between reality and dream blurring until I couldn't distinguish one from the other. In that moment, I understood what they were waiting for. They needed me, my presence acting as a catalyst, a bridge between their world and mine. I was both terrified and exhilarated, caught in the grip of an experience that defied explanation. The realization settled over me like a shroud. I was connected to this place, to these people in ways I couldn't comprehend. The climax came swiftly, a crescendo of sensation and emotion that left me breathless. I awoke drenched in cold sweat, my heart thundering in my chest. The room was dark, the only light a sliver of moonlight cutting across the floor. I sat up, the weight of the dream pressing down on me, a palpable presence that lingered even in the waking world. The next day, I excused myself from school, feigning illness. My parents, preoccupied with their own lives, accepted my explanation with little more than a cursory glance. I made my way to Dr. Harris's office, driven by a sense of urgency I couldn't ignore. She greeted me with her usual calm demeanor, but there was a flicker of concern in her eyes as she noted my disheveled appearance. As I recounted the events of the night, her expression shifted from professional detachment to something resembling disbelief. I described the faces, the voices, the overwhelming sensation of being called to something greater than myself. Dr. Harris listened in silence, her pen forgotten on the notepad, her eyes never leaving my face. When I finished, she sat back, her hands clasped in her lap. For a long moment, she said nothing, the silence stretching between us like a living thing. Finally, she spoke, her voice gentle but firm. "Lily, what you're experiencing is extraordinary, but it's important to understand that our minds are powerful. They can create worlds that feel real, but they're just that, creations." I felt a surge of frustration, the words forming a barrier between us. "But it's real," I insisted, my voice rising. "I know it's real." Dr. Harris leaned forward, her gaze unwavering. "Then let's explore it together, Lily. Not as something to fear, but as something to understand." Her offer was sincere, her belief in the process of discovery genuine. Yet, even as I nodded, I knew in my heart that no amount of therapy or analysis could unravel the mystery of my connection to the otherworldly. It was a bond forged in the unknown, one that defied logic and reason. As I left her office, the lingering fear settled into my bones, a constant companion that shadowed my every step. I could feel the eyes of the people from my dream, watching, waiting. The world around me seemed to vibrate with their presence, an invisible thread binding us together. In the days that followed, I tried to return to normalcy, to immerse myself in the banalities of everyday life. Yet the sense of the extraordinary remained, a whisper at the edge of my consciousness. The cemetery and its denizens were never far from my thoughts, their silent vigil a reminder that I was part of something larger, something that defied explanation. I never returned to Dr. Harris's office, the promise of understanding overshadowed by the certainty of my own truth. The dreams continued, the cemetery an ever-present landscape in the theater of my mind. And though the fear lingered, it was tempered by a sense of belonging, a recognition that in the spaces between reality lay a world as real as any. My name is Lily Madwip, and I don't need a therapist. What I need is to embrace the extraordinary within the ordinary, to walk the line between the seen and the unseen. For in that liminal space, I find not only fear, but also the promise of understanding, a promise that I am not alone. I have always found driving to be a meditative act, a gentle hum that drowns out the clamor of life. The car's smooth motion through the city's arteries offers a semblance of control in an uncontrollable world. On Tuesday, the air was crisp, and the sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows that danced across the pavement. The city was just beginning to stir, the streets populated with an early morning rush that spoke of beginnings and destinations. As I meandered through the familiar route towards my office, my thoughts wandered to mundane matters, meetings, deadlines, the grocery list I had yet to compile. The radio played softly, a gentle accompaniment to the rhythmic thud of tires on asphalt. There was nothing extraordinary about this morning. It was a portrait of normalcy, perhaps even tranquility. But as I approached the intersection at Willow and Main, something shifted. It was subtle, like a thread pulling tight, threatening to unravel what had been seamlessly woven. A flicker of something in the corner of my eye, an anomaly in the peripheral, distracted me just long enough. I blinked, and the world seemed to tilt, the familiar setting suddenly rendered alien. The vision came abruptly, a vivid tableau that invaded my senses. I was no longer in my car, but standing in a hospital room. White walls, the sterile smell of antiseptic, and a heart monitor's steady beep surrounded me. A woman lay in the bed, her face pallid, eyes closed as if in sleep. Yet, there was something in the room. A heaviness, a sense of impending loss that clung to the air like a shroud. The vision shattered as quickly as it had appeared, leaving me gasping for breath. The light had changed, and a cacophony of horns erupted behind me, snapping reality back into place. Disoriented, I pressed the gas pedal and continued, though the world around me had irrevocably changed. In the days that followed, the vision lingered at the edges of my consciousness, a persistent whisper that refused to be silenced. I found myself haunted by the woman's face, her identity a mystery, yet somehow deeply significant. I tried to dismiss it as stress or a trick of the mind, but the sensation that it was something more, a premonition of sorts, was a weight I could not shake. As the week wore on, strange coincidences began to pepper my days. I would see glimpses of the hospital room in reflective surfaces, catch the echo of the heart monitor's beep in the most unexpected places. Each time, I would be filled with an inexplicable dread, my heart racing, palms clammy, like the very air had conspired to suffocate me. It was on Thursday, during a rare lunch break, that I decided to speak of it to anyone other than myself. A colleague, Dan, who had a penchant for the supernatural, seemed the ideal confidant. We sat in the bustling cafe, the city a blur of motion beyond the window. Dan, I began hesitantly, stirring my coffee. Have you ever experienced something you couldn't explain, like visions or premonitions? He chuckled, a sound that was both amused and curious. What, like predicting the future? I nodded, unsure how to articulate the gravity of what I had been experiencing without sounding insane. I keep seeing this hospital room and a woman. It's like I'm there, but I'm not. Dan regarded me with an analytical eye, his amusement giving way to intrigue. Could just be a dream. Stress does weird things to the mind. Maybe, I conceded, though the word tasted like a lie. But it feels so real, like it's showing me something I need to understand. He shrugged. If it keeps happening, maybe you should see someone about it. You know, talk it out. The conversation offered little solace, but in voicing the vision, I felt a small measure of relief. Yet, the sense of urgency that had been building within me did not abate. Instead, it climbed to an insistent crescendo, demanding my attention with increasing ferocity. On Friday evening, the visions began to escalate. They came not as flickers or ephemeral whispers, but as full-bodied apparitions that consumed my senses. I was no longer in control. They seized me without warning, plunging me into that sterile hospital room with an intensity that left me breathless. The woman's face grew more familiar with each encounter, her features etched with an ineffable sadness. I felt a connection to her that defied logic, as though our fates were somehow intertwined. The visions became more frequent, more detailed. The sound of rain against the window, the murmur of voices beyond the door, each element sharpening into painful clarity. I became a prisoner of these moments, lost in a cycle of confusion and dread. Sleep eluded me, my nights consumed by fragments of a reality, not my own. I began to fear the quiet moments when the visions would seize me, transforming the mundane into a theater of unresolved tension. On Saturday morning, exhaustion gnawing at my bones, I decided to act. The visions had reached a fevered pitch, and I knew I could not continue to live in this state of limbo. There was an urgency, a pull, that guided me towards a decision I did not fully understand. I found myself driving, the city's familiar grid passing by in a blur. I followed no map, no conscious direction, only the insistent pull of something deeper. The streets unwound beneath my tires, leading me to a part of town I rarely ventured, a place where the skyline gave way to the sprawling complex of a hospital. The building loomed, an edifice of glass and steel, imposing in its solemnity. As I stepped inside, the sterile scent of antiseptic met me, and a shiver ran down my spine. I wandered the corridors, the linoleum floors gleaming under harsh fluorescent lights. It was there, in the labyrinthine passageways, that the vision became reality. I turned a corner and saw the room, the same room from my visions. The door stood ajar, and I approached it with bated breath, my heart thundering in my chest. Inside, the woman lay as I had seen her countless times before. Her eyes were closed, her breathing shallow, yet there was a peace about her that had eluded me in the visions. The beeping of the heart monitor was a lullaby of life, constant and reassuring. A nurse entered, her expression one of surprise. "Are you family?" she asked, her tone gentle yet probing. I hesitated, unsure how to answer. "No, I felt like I needed to be here." The nurse regarded me with a mixture of empathy and curiosity. "She's been here a while. No visitors. It's nice that someone came." As I stood at the threshold of the room, the weight of the visions began to lift, replaced by a profound sense of connection. I realized that what I had seen was not a warning of doom, but a beckoning towards understanding, towards compassion beyond the confines of logic. I visited her often in the days that followed, bringing flowers to brighten the sterile room. I spoke to her, though she never responded, sharing stories of the world outside, of mundane happenings that felt monumental in their simplicity. And then, one afternoon, she awoke. Her eyes, a mirror of the sky on a clear day, met mine with a recognition that startled us both. She smiled, a gentle curve of her lips that spoke of gratitude, of a shared understanding that transcended words. Her name was Julia, and in her waking, the visions ceased. The world resumed its predictable orbit, yet it was forever altered in the wake of what I had experienced. The ordinary became extraordinary, each moment infused with the potential for connection, for understanding. Life continued, as it inevitably does, yet a lingering fear remained. A fear not of the unknown, but of the depths of understanding that lay beyond the veil of what we perceive. It was a reminder that in the tapestry of existence, there are threads unseen, weaving connections we may never fully comprehend. And though the visions no longer haunted me, the memory of them did, a testament to the fragility and wonder of human connection, an echo of the modern Cassandra that whispered of the beauty and terror of knowing. I remember the day I visited the clinic. It was one of those overcast mornings where the clouds hung low, as if gently pressing down on the shoulders of every pedestrian. I had been experiencing headaches for months, migraines that blurred my vision and left me incapacitated for hours on end. The specialists had all prescribed various medications, none of which provided more than temporary relief. That was when Dr. Langley suggested a more unconventional approach, a new experimental optical surgery. The clinic was situated on a quiet street lined with sagging trees, their leaves whispering secrets to those who cared to listen. Inside, it was sterile, the sort of pristine that made me feel small and out of place. Dr. Langley was a tall, thin man with a voice as smooth as silk, and his assurances were warm enough to melt away my apprehensions. He spoke of cutting-edge technology, of new eyes that could alleviate my suffering. The promise of finally living without pain was enough to convince me. The procedure was swift. I lay on a reclined chair, the room dimly lit and filled with the hum of machines. I was conscious throughout, a local anesthetic dulling the sensations to a mere pressure. I gazed upwards at the ceiling tiles, each square a portal to a different thought, and drifted in and out of daydreams. The last thing I remember before succumbing to the dark embrace of sleep was the gentle patter of rain against the window, a rhythmical lullaby that carried me away. When I awoke, it was to a world transformed. Colors seemed to dance with a vibrancy I had never before noticed, each hue crisp and vivid. My new eyes were indeed miraculous. The migraines ceased, banished into the void where forgotten ailments resided. I was free. For several weeks, life resumed a comforting normalcy. I returned to my work, interacted with friends, and relished the simple pleasures now devoid of pain. Yet, as often happens with things too good to be true, the first disturbance came quietly, almost apologetically. It occurred on an ordinary evening as I was returning home. The streets were alive with the ebb and flow of urban life, the dull roar of conversation, the distant wail of a siren. I paused at a crosswalk, waiting for the light to change, when something inexplicable happened. I saw a man, his face obscured by the shadow of a wide-brimmed hat, standing across the street. In his hand, he held an ornate pocket watch, the kind you might find in an old-fashioned mystery novel. As he glanced down at the watch, a shiver crawled along my spine. Suddenly, the scene shifted, as if someone had switched the channel of my vision. For a fleeting moment, I saw the same man lying on the ground, the pocket watch shattered beside him. The image was so vivid, so terribly real, that I gasped aloud, and then it was gone. The street as it had been, the man still standing, oblivious to the fate I had just seen. The light changed, and the world resumed its steady march forward, leaving me to question my sanity. Days passed, and the occurrence faded into the background of my mind like a half-remembered dream. But then it happened again, and again. Each vision was a harbinger of tragedy, a glimpse into a future I was powerless to alter. A woman at the grocery store, laughing as she reached for a carton of milk, only for me to see her slip on a patch of ice days later. A child chasing a ball into the street, the subsequent vision a screech of tires and a heart-wrenching scream. I began to dread these sightings, each one more harrowing than the last, an eerie sense of déjà vu coloring my every encounter. The escalation came swiftly. My waking hours were haunted by these premonitions, each one more vivid, more urgent. I found solace in solitude, retreating to the sanctuary of my home, hoping that isolation might stem the tide of visions. But they followed me there, invading my dreams, leaving me exhausted and jittery. I reached out to Dr. Langley, hoping he might offer some explanation. His voice, once a comfort, now held an edge of skepticism, as he reassured me that such side effects were unheard of. He suggested a follow-up examination, but I could sense his disbelief, an undertone that this was a figment of my imagination. I agreed to the appointment, but felt a growing resolve to face this alone. One night, as I lay in the quiet confines of my bedroom, a vision struck with such force that it left me breathless. I saw myself standing in an unfamiliar lodge, the walls lined with hunting trophies that seemed to watch with lifeless eyes. Outside, a storm raged, the windows rattling in their frames. I was not alone. There were others, faces I did not recognize, their features a blur. The air was thick with tension, a palpable fear that clung to my skin. As the vision intensified, I caught a glimpse of myself, gripping an object, a key, its surface cold and metallic against my palm. I turned to see a door, heavy and foreboding, and as I reached for the handle, the world snapped back to the confines of my room, leaving me trembling in the darkness. Compelled by an unseen force, I set out the following day to find this lodge. a place I had never visited, but which felt inexorably tied to my fate. I drove for hours, the roads winding and narrow, leading me deeper into the heart of the woods. When I finally arrived, it was as though the lodge had sprung from the depths of my mind, every detail as I had seen. Inside, the air was cool and still, the shadows long and deep. My footsteps echoed softly as I explored, each room a portal to a different past. The trophies on the walls seemed to turn their hollow gaze upon me, silent sentinels of this forgotten world. As the day waned, the storm from my vision began to gather, dark clouds rolling across the sky, their promise of rain unfulfilled. I found myself in the main hall, drawn to a door at the far end. It was the same door from my vision, solid oak, its handle gleaming with the dim light of the fading day. I hesitated, fear a cold hand at the back of my neck, but the pull was undeniable. As I reached out, the key from my vision appeared in my hand, its weight a comfort against the unknown. The moment the door swung open, the atmosphere shifted. It was as if the lodge itself held its breath, waiting. Beyond the threshold lay a room unlike any other, its walls lined with mirrors that reflected not just the present, but something else, moments fleeting and elusive. The reflections danced with a life of their own, each one a tapestry of what might have been or was yet to come. As I stood there, the weight of the visions pressed upon me with a new clarity. They were not mere glimpses of the future, but echoes of a myriad of possibilities. I understood then that my new eyes saw not one path, but many, each choice a thread in the vast tapestry of existence. The realization was both liberating and terrifying. I could alter the course of events, avert disaster, save lives, but at what cost? The burden of knowledge was heavy, a responsibility I had not asked for, and yet it was mine to bear. As the storm finally broke outside, the rain a symphony against the roof, I closed the door to the mirrored room, the key once more a reassuring presence. I returned home, the world unfamiliar in its normalcy, each face in the street a story untold. The visions did not cease, but with each one, I learned to navigate the labyrinth of possibilities, discerning which paths needed intervention and which were best left to unfold on their own. The trials of those early days became a distant whisper, replaced by a quiet understanding of my place within the greater design. Yet, the fear lingers, a shadow that stretches with the setting sun. I fear not for myself, but for the world as it dances on the edge of chaos and order. In the solitude of night, as I lie in the embrace of sleep, I wonder about the limits of my sight. A gift or a curse, it binds me to a fate I cannot escape. And though I walk this path willingly, the question remains: what awaits beyond the edge of vision? There's a peculiar kind of comfort that comes with routine, a gentle lull in the predictable drift of daily life, with its familiarities and routines. Each day, I wake up at precisely 7:00 a.m., the soft chime of my alarm clock gently coaxing me from the depths of sleep. I rise, wash, and dress in the soft light filtering through the curtains. Breakfast is always the same: a steaming cup of coffee, black, and a slice of toast, butter melting into every crevice. I glance out of the window, watching the neighborhood awaken with the rising sun. Cars begin to hum down the street, their headlights flickering off as daylight claims its place. The city is a living organism, breathing, humming with life. I find solace in the rhythm of its heartbeat as I make my way to the office. The subway rocks me gently, like a cradle, the mixed scents of coffee and perfume wafting through the confined space. Faces, familiar yet anonymous, surround me, each immersed in their own world of thoughts and digital screens. I immerse myself in the pages of a novel, losing myself in fictional worlds as the cityscape outside the windows blurs into indistinct colors. Work is a continuation of this comforting mundanity. The office buzzes with the sound of telephones, the rhythmic tapping of keyboards, the occasional murmur of conversation. My colleagues and I exchange polite nods, our interactions practiced and brief. The hours slip by unnoticed, swept away in the steady flow of tasks and deadlines. But recently, there's been a shift, a subtle disturbance in my otherwise placid existence. It began innocuously enough, a flutter of unease at the edge of my consciousness. At first, I dismissed it as fatigue, a consequence of sleepless nights spent immersed in books. But the feeling persisted, growing more insistent with each passing day. It was during one such night, as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, that I first experienced it. A vision, vivid and unsettling. I stood in a sunlit garden, the air fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers. Laughter filled the air, light and joyful. In the distance, I saw her, a figure clothed in white, her face obscured by the brilliance of the sun. She waved to me, a gesture filled with warmth and familiarity. But as I stepped forward, the scene shifted. The sky darkened, clouds gathering overhead in a menacing swell. The garden withered, flowers shriveling beneath an unseen weight. And then, darkness. I awoke with a start, the remnants of the vision lingering like a shadow. My heart raced, my breath shallow. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just a dream. But what did it mean? Was it merely the product of an overstimulated mind, or a glimpse into something more profound? The vision haunted me, casting a pall over my waking hours. Despite my efforts to dismiss it as a figment of my imagination, the unease persisted, a constant companion that colored my perception of reality. Days blurred into weeks, each one marked by the recurrence of the vision. The details remained unchanged: the garden, the woman, the darkness. I became consumed by the need to understand, to decipher the meaning hidden within the folds of my dreams. I sought solace in research, poring over books on dreams, premonitions, and the mysteries of the subconscious mind. But the answers eluded me, each theory only deepening the chasm of uncertainty. The more I pondered, the more a chilling possibility gnawed at the edges of my thoughts. What if the vision was a premonition, a glimpse into a future I was powerless to change? The idea was both terrifying and intoxicating. Could I, an ordinary man with no claim to the mystical, truly be foreseeing what was yet to come? It was during a late-night walk that the escalation began. The city streets were deserted, save for the occasional flicker of neon lights from shop windows. I wandered aimlessly, my thoughts a maelstrom of anxiety and confusion. It was then that I saw her again, not in a vision, but in the flesh. The woman from my dreams, standing beneath a street lamp, her features obscured by shadow. I froze, the world narrowing to the figure before me. She turned, her eyes meeting mine, and in that moment, I felt an overwhelming wave of recognition. It was as if I'd known her all my life, though I couldn't recall where or when. She smiled, a gesture that was both comforting and unsettling, and then she was gone, vanished into the night. I returned home, my mind reeling from the encounter. Was it a trick of the light, a manifestation of my tired mind, or was it proof that my visions were bleeding into reality? I struggled to make sense of it, but the answers remained elusive, slipping through my fingers like sand. The days that followed were marked by a growing sense of urgency. The visions intensified, each one more vivid than the last. I found myself drawn to the garden, standing at its edge, unable to cross the threshold. The woman's presence loomed large in my mind, a constant specter that haunted my every thought. I feared what lay beyond the darkness, yet I was powerless to turn away. It was during one of these visions that the climax unfolded. The garden stretched before me, its beauty marred by a sense of foreboding. The woman beckoned, her eyes filled with an unspoken plea. I hesitated, torn between the desire to reach her and the fear of what awaited. As I took a tentative step forward, the darkness descended, engulfing the garden in its oppressive embrace. I awoke, heart pounding, drenched in sweat. The vision was different this time, more vivid, more insistent. It felt like a warning, a harbinger of something terrible yet inevitable. The fear was palpable, a tangible presence that clung to me, refusing to be shaken. From that moment on, the sense of impending doom lingered over me like a shroud. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, each face, each interaction tinged with the fear that the vision was on the cusp of becoming reality. The woman remained a constant in my thoughts, her image etched into my mind like a brand. I found myself searching for her in the faces of strangers, desperate for a sign, an indication of what was to come. Life continued its course, indifferent to the turmoil brewing within me. The city pulsed with life, its inhabitants oblivious to the storm that raged in my mind. I moved through the days in a daze, the line between reality and vision blurring with each passing moment. The routine that once provided comfort now felt like a cage, trapping me in a cycle of inevitability. I often wondered what would happen if the vision came true. Would it be a fulfillment of fate, or merely the product of a self-fulfilling prophecy? The uncertainty gnawed at me, a constant reminder of my powerlessness in the face of the unknown. And yet, beneath the fear, there was a flicker of hope, a hope that the vision, despite its ominous tone, held the key to understanding. Perhaps in confronting the darkness, I could find peace, a release from the suffocating grip of premonition. As the days turned to months, the vision remained unfulfilled, a constant specter that loomed at the edge of my consciousness. I learned to live with the fear, to find moments of tranquility in the chaos. The city continued its dance, a testament to the resilience of life in the face of uncertainty. I never saw the woman again, but her presence remained a part of me, a reminder of the delicate balance between reality and the unseen. I often ponder what would have happened had I crossed the threshold, had I embraced the unknown. Perhaps one day I will find the courage to step into the darkness and discover what lies beyond. For now, I live in the shadow of a vision of happiness, of darkness, and the tenuous thread that binds them. A reminder that life is a tapestry woven from the threads of the known and the unknown, and that sometimes the greatest fear is not what lies ahead, but the realization that we may never truly understand the path we tread. The morning sun filtered gently through my bedroom curtains, casting a soft glow across the walls as I lay in bed, savoring the last few moments of tranquility before the day would inevitably intrude with its demands. It was a typical morning in our quiet suburban neighborhood, the kind where the only sounds were the distant hum of a lawnmower and the chirping of birds heralding the start of a new day. The sort of morning where nothing extraordinary was expected to happen, where the world seemed perfectly content in its sameness. I pulled myself from the comfort of the sheets and shuffled towards the kitchen, my mind already wandering to the tasks that awaited me. As I stood pouring coffee, I glanced out the window, expecting nothing more than to see the familiar scene of our front yard, the neatly trimmed hedges and the flowering shrubs that had taken so long to cultivate. Instead, my eyes widened and my heart skipped a beat. There, in the middle of my lawn, was a coffin. A pristine, polished oak coffin resting solemnly on the grass, as if it had always belonged there. I blinked, convinced I was caught in some strange morning dream, a trick of the mind not yet shaken awake. But the coffin remained, unmoving and undeniable. The neighborhood was still and serene, as if unaware or deliberately ignoring this bizarre intrusion. I set my coffee down, my fingers trembling slightly, and moved towards the front door, an inexplicable pull drawing me outside. As I stepped onto the porch, the crisp morning air brushed against my skin, grounding me into the reality of it. The coffin was indeed there, uncompromising in its presence. To my surprise, as I scanned the street, I noticed that every lawn bore the same wooden sepulchre. Each house in our sleepy suburb had been graced with this unsettling gift overnight, as though an orchestrated act by some unknown entity. A few neighbors had emerged from their homes, standing in silent confusion, mirroring my own bewilderment. We exchanged glances, a silent acknowledgement of the strangeness, but no words were spoken. What could we say? There was an unspoken understanding that this was beyond the realm of our understanding, a breach of normalcy that left us collectively breathless. I approached the coffin cautiously, each step measured and deliberate. It was simple and elegant, its surface smooth and reflective. A strange urge to touch it overcame me, and without realizing, my fingertips brushed against the cool wood. A shiver ran through me, not of cold, but of something deeper, a whisper of something ancient and forgotten. Throughout the day, the coffins remained. No one dared move them, and gradually, life attempted to resume its routine. Children played cautiously on the sidewalks, their laughter subdued and wary, while adults went about their chores with an air of distracted unease. The coffins became a part of the landscape, a haunting addition to our daily lives that could not be ignored, but could not be understood either. As dusk settled, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and reach for the coffins, I found myself drawn back to the window, unable to look away. My mind raced with questions that had no answers. Who had placed them here? For what purpose? And why did they fill me with such a profound sense of dread? That night, sleep was elusive. I lay awake, listening to the creaks of the house settling, every sound amplified in the darkness. Images of the coffins danced in my mind, intrusive and relentless. When I finally succumbed to sleep, my dreams were plagued by a suffocating presence, a weight pressing down on my chest, making it difficult to breathe. I awoke in a panic, gasping for air, the memory of the dream lingering like a shadow at the edge of my consciousness. The following days blurred together, a haze of normalcy tainted by the ever-present coffins. I started to notice changes, subtle at first, but undeniable. People were quieter, their faces drawn and tired. Conversations were muted, as if even speaking of the coffins would give them more power than they already possessed. My neighbor, Mrs. Henderson, known for her vibrant garden and even more vibrant personality, no longer tended to her roses. Instead, she sat on her porch, staring at the coffin with an intensity that unsettled me. A week passed, and the atmosphere shifted further. There was a heaviness in the air, a palpable tension that thickened with each passing day. I began to hear whispers, soft and indistinct, whenever I was near the coffin. It was as if it was trying to communicate, a language not meant for human ears, threading its way into my mind, sowing seeds of unease. I confided in a few neighbors, hoping to find solace in shared experience, only to discover they too heard the whispers. Yet, no one could decipher their meaning. The coffins had become a part of us, their silent presence demanding attention, even as we tried to ignore them. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the neighborhood, I found myself outside again, unable to resist the pull. The whispers were louder then, almost insistent. I felt drawn to the coffin, irrationally compelled to open it, to uncover whatever secret it held within. I wasn't alone. Around me, others stood near their coffins, the same haunted look in their eyes. Slowly, I reached for the lid, my heart pounding in my chest, every instinct screaming at me to stop, yet unable to resist. As my fingers brushed the edge, a chill shot through my arm, and the whispers crescendoed, a cacophony of voices urging me on. With a final resolute breath, I lifted the lid. Inside was nothing. A void, an emptiness so profound it seemed to pull at the fabric of existence. Yet, as I gazed into it, I felt a part of myself slipping away, drawn into the abyss. I saw fragments of memories, of moments that were mine yet distant, like echoes of a life I had lived but forgotten. The whispers grew softer, coaxing me into the void, promising answers, understanding, a release from the mundane constraints of this world. I pulled back abruptly, the lid snapping shut with a finality that echoed in the silence. Around me, others had done the same, the spell broken, leaving us standing in the night, breathless and shaken. We had glimpsed something beyond comprehension, something that changed us irrevocably. In the following days, the coffins remained, but their power seemed diminished. The whispers faded, leaving an emptiness in their wake. Yet the sense of intrusion, of something otherworldly brushing against the edges of our reality, lingered. We returned to our routines, our lives, but with a heightened awareness of the fragility of the normalcy we had once taken for granted. I found myself spending more time in reflection, contemplating the nature of existence, of the unseen forces that shape our lives. The coffins had opened a door, one that could not be closed, and though we had not stepped through it, we had seen the other side. The neighborhood gradually returned to its former self. The lawns manicured once more, the children playing with renewed vigor. But beneath the surface, a shared understanding connected us, an acknowledgement of the thin veil between worlds. Even now, as I sit on my porch, gazing at the coffin that remains on my lawn, I feel its presence, a silent sentinel watching over us. It serves as a reminder, not of fear, but of the mysteries that lie beyond our comprehension, of the delicate balance we walk each day. And though the whispers have ceased, replaced by the familiar sounds of suburban life, I know that the coffins will always be a part of us, a shadowy testament to the unknown that we can never fully escape. The cemetery at the outskirts of our town never used to trouble me. It was a place of solace, a quiet sanctuary nestled among the rolling hills, where the wind carried whispers of peace. The gate, wrought iron and stoic, stood like a sentinel at the entrance, creaking gently as it swung in the breeze. The cobblestone path that snaked between the tombstones led to the heart of the cemetery, where the oldest graves lay under the protective shade of grand oaks. The venerable headstones, their once sharp inscriptions worn by time, seemed to watch over the resting souls with a solemn reverence. The job of a night watchman fell to me by a stroke of chance. When Mr. Hargrove, the previous keeper, retired, he recommended me, having seen my careful nature and my appreciation for the quiet. I accepted, grateful for the solitude the night shift offered. My duties were simple: ensure the gates were secure, the grounds were undisturbed, and the silence of the night remained unbroken. I welcomed the isolation, the time to think and let my mind wander through the corridors of my own thoughts. The first few weeks passed without incident. Nights melded into each other, a tapestry of starry skies and the rhythmic rustling of leaves. I carried a flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness like a knife, but I rarely needed it. The path was familiar, and the moonlit nights rendered the need for an artificial light almost obsolete. The tranquility was intoxicating, and I often found myself lost in the ambiance, the stillness wrapping around me like a comforting shroud. It was on a particularly chilly night in late autumn that I first noticed something was amiss. The air was crisp, biting at my skin, and a thick fog rolled in from the lowlands, blanketing the cemetery in an eerie silence. As I made my rounds, I felt a strange sensation, as if the fog wasn't just obscuring my vision, but also my other senses. The usual symphony of nocturnal creatures was conspicuously absent, replaced by an oppressive stillness that seemed to emanate from the very ground itself. It was unsettling, but I dismissed it as a quirk of the weather, a natural phenomenon not worth my concern. Yet, as the nights wore on, the sensation grew stronger. An inexplicable unease gnawed at my insides, a persistent whisper at the edge of my consciousness. There were times when I thought I heard faint murmurs beneath the earth, a chorus of muted voices carried on the breeze. I would stop, listen intently, but the sounds would vanish as quickly as they came, leaving me questioning my own sanity. The disturbance escalated slowly, weaving itself into the fabric of my nightly routine. The whispers became more frequent, and the fog, once an occasional visitor, was now a constant swirling presence. It was as if the cemetery was trying to communicate, to share a secret buried deep beneath its surface. I began to notice subtle changes in the landscape, the way the earth seemed to shift slightly, the way shadows played tricks on my eyes, elongating and retreating with a life of their own. It wasn't long before I started seeing them, figures, shadowy and indistinct, flickering in and out of existence at the peripheries of my vision. They were elusive, spectral forms that seemed to emerge from the mist itself, only to dissipate when I turned to focus my gaze. I told myself they were illusions, tricks of light and shadow, but the logical part of my mind struggled to reconcile the frequent occurrences. Despite the growing dread, I continued my duties, driven by a morbid curiosity and a sense of obligation. The cemetery had become more than just a place of work. It had become an enigma, a puzzle begging to be solved. I found myself drawn to it, compelled to uncover the truth behind the whispers, the shadows, and the inexplicable sense of presence that permeated the air. One night, the whispers were particularly strong. They resonated through the ground, vibrating up through the soles of my boots, an insistent hum that demanded attention. I followed the sound, my pulse quickening as I approached the epicenter. It led me to a secluded corner of the cemetery, where a cluster of ancient gravestones stood in silent vigil. The air was thick with anticipation, and as I stood there, the ground began to tremble subtly, almost imperceptibly. I dropped to my knees, pressing my ear to the cold earth. The voices were clearer now, distinct and melodious, a haunting harmony that resonated deep within my soul. It was as if the dead themselves were singing, their song a lament of loss and longing. I was entranced, caught in a web of sound that filled my mind with images of distant fields and forgotten memories. Suddenly, the earth beneath me shifted, and I stumbled back, scrambling to my feet as a fissure opened in the ground. It was a narrow crack, dark and foreboding, from which a chill emanated like a breath from the abyss. In the dim light, I saw movement within the crevice, shadowy figures, writhing and twisting, their forms indistinct and ephemeral. Fear gripped me, but so did an overwhelming sense of wonder. I was witnessing something beyond comprehension, a glimpse into a realm hidden beneath the veneer of the ordinary. The figures began to climb, their movements fluid and graceful, as if defying the very laws of nature. They rose from the depths, emerging into the night air, their forms solidifying into creatures of ethereal beauty and terror. There were 3 of them, their bodies wreathed in a luminescent glow that cast a strange light upon the tombstones. They were tall and slender, their skin a translucent veil through which the darkness pulsed with an inner light. Their eyes, deep and sorrowful, locked onto mine, and I felt a jolt of recognition, as if they were ancient souls reaching out across time. For a moment, we stood there, suspended in time, the world around us fading into insignificance. Then, as if by some unspoken agreement, they turned and began to glide down the path, their forms dissolving into the mist with each step. Compelled by an irresistible force, I followed, my heart hammering in my chest as I trailed them through the winding paths of the cemetery. The journey led us to the heart of the cemetery, where the oldest graves lay under the watchful gaze of the oaks. Here, the mist parted, revealing a circle of stones, ancient and weathered, arranged in a pattern that spoke of forgotten rituals and lost knowledge. The figures halted at the center, their presence filling the circle with a tangible energy. One of the creatures turned to me, its eyes like pools of liquid night, and a voice echoed in my mind, a voice without sound, yet resonant and clear. "We are the guardians," it intoned, its words a melody of sorrow. "We have watched over the sleeping for centuries, but the time for secrecy has passed." As it spoke, the air shimmered with a luminescent thread, weaving a tapestry of light between the stones. The past unfolded before my eyes, a vision of the land when it was young and untamed, when the creatures walked freely among the living, sharing their wisdom and their sorrow. I saw the bond between the worlds, strong and unbroken, until fear and misunderstanding drove them apart, burying the truth beneath layers of earth and time. "You are the bridge," the creature continued, its voice a gentle caress. "You have been chosen to bear witness, to remember, to share the story of what once was and what could be again. But beware, for the path is fraught with danger, and the darkness is always near." With those words, the vision faded, and the creatures dissolved into the mist, leaving me alone in the circle of stones. The air was still, the night silent once more, and I was left to ponder the enormity of what I had seen. The night passed in a haze, my mind a whirl of thoughts and questions. As dawn crept over the horizon, I returned to the gate, my heart heavy with the burden of knowledge. The cemetery was unchanged, the gravestones standing as they always had, silent witnesses to the passage of time. But for me, everything was different. The world had shifted, revealing layers of reality I had never imagined. The whispers continued, a constant reminder of the creatures beneath, their voices a haunting melody that lingered in the air. I kept my vigil, night after night, my senses attuned to the unseen. The cemetery was no longer just a place of rest. It was a threshold, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where the past and the present coexisted in a delicate balance. And so I remain, the cemetery watchman, the keeper of secrets, the bearer of a story that defies explanation. The creatures, the guardians, they watch from the shadows, their presence a constant reminder of the mysteries that lie beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered by those willing to see. As the years pass, the fear lingers, a shadow at the edge of my vision, a reminder of the unknown that waits just beyond the realm of the ordinary. The whispers continue, and I listen, ever vigilant, ever aware, knowing that the world is a far stranger place than I ever imagined, and that the line between the seen and the unseen is as thin as a whisper in the night. The full moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery luminescence over the cemetery. It wasn't like any ordinary cemetery, though. It was ancient, with gravestones that leaned with age, inscriptions eroded by time. I had come here often as a child, drawn by the mystery and solitude it offered. The place was familiar, comforting even, in its stillness. I would wander among the graves, imagining the stories of those who lay beneath, lives that once thrived and faded into whispers of history. Tonight, however, felt different. There was a chill in the air that wasn't typical of early autumn, a shiver of something unseen that prickled at the back of my neck. As I walked through the winding paths between the headstones, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, though the cemetery was deserted. Shadows seemed to stretch and morph in the moonlight, playing tricks on my eyes. I had never been afraid of this place, not until I stumbled upon the entrance to the underground chamber. I had heard rumors of its existence, tales spun by the elders about a hidden crypt beneath the earth, where ancient secrets lay buried. As a skeptic, I dismissed these stories as folklore until curiosity got the better of me. It was by chance that I discovered it. An ornate stone slab, slightly ajar, behind a cluster of overgrown bushes. It was unlike anything I had seen here before, adorned with carvings so intricate they appeared to dance in the moon's glow. As I crouched to examine the stone, the air shifted, carrying with it a whisper, a voice so gentle yet firm that it seemed to resonate deep within my core. "Heed the call," it said, a phrase that echoed like ripples in a pond. I pulled back, startled, yet inexplicably drawn to the chamber below. Summoning courage, I pushed the slab further open, revealing a dark, yawning passage. I hesitated only a moment before descending, the air growing colder as I moved deeper into the earth. My flashlight beam cut through the inky darkness, revealing walls lined with more of those intricate carvings, symbols and figures that told stories of times long forgotten, of rituals and sacrifices made to appease gods that demanded reverence and fear. At the bottom of the steps, the chamber unfolded before me, vast and echoing, with a domed ceiling supported by ancient columns. In its center stood an altar, simple yet commanding. The air here was dense, charged with a sense of anticipation. The whispers returned, more insistent now, and I realized with a start that they weren't emanating from around me but from within. The first disturbance came as I stood there, transfixed by the altar. The earth trembled beneath my feet, a low rumble that reverberated through the chamber. Dust fell from the ceiling, and the carvings on the walls seemed to shimmer with an eerie light. I turned to leave, but the passageway was no longer there. In its place was a solid wall of stone, the way back sealed as if it never existed. Panic gnawed at the edges of my mind, but I forced myself to remain calm. I was not alone. Something ancient and powerful resided here, and it had called me for a reason. Closing my eyes, I focused on the whispers, letting them guide me towards understanding. They spoke of a curse, one that had lain dormant for centuries, waiting for the right soul to awaken it. A creature trapped between worlds, bound by the very rituals that had created it. I realized then that I had come not by chance, but by design. The stories whispered by the elders were true, and I was the last in a line of guardians, destined to stand against the horror that was poised to unravel the fabric of reality. It needed a sacrifice to break free, a life willingly given to satisfy its hunger and restore the balance. The escalation was swift. The chamber shuddered again, and I could feel the creature stirring, its presence like a shadow, pressing against my consciousness. It sought release, and the whispers were its pleas for freedom. I had to act, but how? The altar held the key, I was certain, but its surface was bare, devoid of any clue or instruction. Desperation drove me to examine the carvings once more, tracing the lines with trembling fingers. As I did, a pattern emerged, a series of movements, a dance older than time. I followed the steps, each one imbued with meaning, and with every motion, the whispers intensified. The climax came as I reached the final movement. The air crackled with energy, and the chamber was bathed in an ethereal glow. The creature, now visible, was a mass of shadows and light, its form shifting and impossible to comprehend. It loomed before me. Its eyes, if they could be called that, were voids that stared into my soul. Faced with the unimaginable, I understood what needed to be done. The fear that had been building within me was replaced by a calm resolve. I stepped forward, placing my hand upon the altar, and spoke the words that the whispers had given me, a language I did not know, yet understood instinctively. The chamber responded, the air vibrating with power as the creature let out a sound that was both a roar and a sigh of relief. In that moment, I knew I was the last sacrifice, the offering that would seal the creature away once more. Yet, I felt no fear, only a profound sense of peace. The light enveloped me, and I became part of the chamber, part of the ancient story that would be told to those who dared to listen. The fear lingers, however, not within the chamber, but in the world above, in the hearts of those who sense the veil between worlds is thin. The cemetery remains as it always was, a place of stories and dreams, and sometimes, in the silence of the night, the whispers return. Gentle reminders that the ancient horror is quelled, but never truly gone. The moon continues its vigil, casting shadows that dance upon the gravestones, and I, part of the very earth, keep watch, ensuring that no other soul need make the sacrifice, that the balance remains, and the creature sleeps in its stone-bound prison, dreaming of freedom that will never come. It was a quiet evening when it all began, the kind that would have slipped unnoticed into the recesses of memory had it not been for what followed. The sky was a deep azure, speckled with the first stars, timidly peeking through the veil of dusk. I was in my room, my sanctuary, where the walls were lined with books and the air perpetually smelled of lavender, a refuge from the chaos of daily life. It was here that I, Ava, retreated to explore worlds beyond the mundane, where the supernatural coexisted with reality and imagination reigned supreme. The room was dimly lit, the soft glow of a bedside lamp casting elongated shadows across the floor. The quiet hum of a distant car engine occasionally drifted through my open window, blending seamlessly into the symphony of crickets and rustling leaves. I'd been drawn to the idea of the supernatural for as long as I could remember. The allure of the unknown, an irresistible pull that I could never quite ignore. It was on this evening that I decided to try something I'd read about in an old leather-bound book I'd found at a second-hand shop, a ritual of summoning. The book had called it The Whispering Ritual, a curious name for something that promised to open a door to the otherworldly. Its pages were yellowed with age, the text faded and almost illegible in parts, but it whispered promises of communication with spirits, and perhaps even more. The idea thrilled me, but it was tempered with a healthy dose of skepticism. After all, these were just stories, right? I gathered the materials as instructed: salt, candles, a small stone figurine that the book claimed was essential for grounding the energy, and a delicate silver bell. The air was tinged with anticipation as I arranged everything in a circle on the floor, the flickering candlelight casting a warm, eerie glow. I took a deep breath, feeling a strange blend of excitement and apprehension as I began to chant the incantation, my voice barely above a whisper. The room seemed to grow still, an unnatural calm settling over it, as if the very air was holding its breath. The candles flickered, their flames growing taller and more vibrant, casting dancing shadows on the walls. I felt a tingling sensation spread across my skin, like static electricity building up before a storm. It was an exhilarating rush, making my heart beat faster and my hands tremble slightly. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing the candles in a single breath. I was left in darkness, the only light coming from the muted glow of the street lamp outside filtering through the curtains. The temperature dropped noticeably, a chill seeping into my bones and settling there, heavy and unyielding. I felt an inexplicable presence, an awareness that I was not alone anymore. It was then that I heard it, a soft whisper that seemed to echo from every corner of the room, its words indistinct yet insistent, as if trying to communicate something vital. I strained to listen, heart pounding in my chest, a mix of fear and fascination rooting me to the spot. The whispering grew louder, weaving its way into my thoughts until it felt like an external voice within my own mind. Then, as quickly as it had come, the whispering stopped, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. I sat there, breathless and disoriented, trying to process what had just happened. Had I really managed to make contact? My rational mind struggled to make sense of it, but the feeling of another presence was undeniable. In the days that followed, things began to change. At first, it was subtle. Objects would not be where I'd left them. The air in my room felt charged with a strange energy, and there was always that lingering chill, as if the room itself had not warmed up since that night. I dismissed these occurrences, attributing them to an overactive imagination fueled by my fascination with the supernatural. But soon, the disturbances became impossible to ignore. I'd hear footsteps in the hallway when I was alone in the house, soft and deliberate, like someone pacing just out of sight. Shadows seemed to move of their own accord, twisting and stretching in ways that defied logic. And always, there was that whispering, now clearer, though still unintelligible, as if the voice was gradually learning to communicate. I tried to dismiss it all, to convince myself it was nothing more than my mind playing tricks on me, the result of spending too much time with my head buried in tales of the paranormal. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. Something beyond my understanding had been set in motion, and I was powerless to stop it. I decided to consult the book again, hoping to find a way to reverse whatever I had unwittingly unleashed. As I flipped through the pages, my eyes caught on a section I hadn't noticed before, hidden in the spine's shadow. It spoke of a safeguard, a final step to close the door once opened. But the text was smudged and faded, making it nearly impossible to decipher. Panic began to creep in, cold and insistent, as I realized that in my excitement I had overlooked this crucial step. Determined to fix my mistake, I spent hours poring over the book, searching for clues, for anything that might help me put things right. The shadows seemed to close in around me, the air thick with an oppressive tension. The whispering grew more frequent, now a constant murmur that I couldn't escape, no matter where I went. Then came the dreams. They were vivid and unsettling, filled with images that lingered long after I awoke. I saw a figure cloaked in shadow, its eyes burning with an unholy light, always watching, always waiting. It whispered to me in the language of my nightmares, its voice as cold and hollow as the void. Each morning, I awoke drenched in sweat, my heart racing, and the feeling of being watched ever present. I knew I had to act, to do something before whatever I had summoned crossed fully into my world. The sense of looming danger was palpable, a constant weight pressing down on me, and I could feel the boundaries between our realms growing thinner by the day. Desperation clawed at me as I realized I had no idea how to proceed, how to send this entity back before it was too late. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, I found myself drawn once more to the circle where it all began. The remnants of the ritual lay scattered across the floor, forgotten in the panic that had ensued. I sat there, surrounded by the fading light and mounting shadows, the room silent save for the quiet whispering that never ceased. In that moment of stillness, an idea began to form. If the ritual had been a doorway, perhaps another could serve as a barrier, a seal to prevent the entity from fully crossing over. I needed to act quickly before the last threads of daylight disappeared and darkness claimed the world once more. With trembling hands, I gathered the remaining candles, placing them carefully in a circle around me. I traced a line of salt at the outer edge, hoping to create a barrier strong enough to hold whatever malevolent force threatened to break through. The figurine was placed at the center, its shadow stretching long and thin in the fading light, a silent guardian against the encroaching dark. I lit the candles, their flames flickering uncertainly in the growing gloom, and began to chant, drawing from the fragments of incantations I'd managed to decipher. My voice was steady despite the fear that coursed through me, resonating with a power I hadn't known I possessed. The air grew heavy, charged with an energy that crackled like static before a storm. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, as if sensing the barrier forming. The shadows danced wildly, twisting in ways that defied explanation, and I felt the presence more acutely than ever, a tangible force pressing in on all sides. The temperature dropped once more, a chill settling deep into my bones, but I refused to falter. As the last rays of sunlight faded, plunging the room into near-total darkness, I felt a shift, a subtle change in the atmosphere. The presence seemed to waver, its hold on this world slipping as the barrier took form. The whispering reached a crescendo, a cacophony of sound that threatened to overwhelm me. But I pushed through, my focus unyielding. With a final whispered word, the ritual came to a close. The whispering ceased abruptly, leaving a silence that was almost deafening in its intensity. The air felt lighter somehow, as if a great weight had been lifted, and the shadows settled back into their natural patterns. I sat there, breathless and exhausted, the adrenaline slowly ebbing away to leave me shaking and drained. I didn't know if it had worked, not for certain, but I felt a measure of peace, a hope that the danger had passed. In the days that followed, the disturbances gradually ceased. The chill faded, replaced by the familiar warmth of home, and the whispering became a distant memory, a reminder of how close I'd come to unleashing something beyond my control. Yet, as the nights grow longer and the shadows stretch ever wider, there are moments when I feel a familiar presence, a flicker in the corner of my eye. I tell myself it's nothing, that all is well, but deep down, I wonder if the barrier will hold, or if the door will one day open once more. The night always had a peculiar way of settling over my home, an old Victorian house that stood with quiet dignity on a tree-lined street in a sleepy suburb. The house, with its creaking beams and large bay windows, had been passed down through generations of my family, each leaving their own mark in the faded wallpaper and polished oak floors. To me, it was a sanctuary, a place where I could delve into my interests and pursuits, away from prying eyes and judgmental whispers. In the daylight, it was a charming relic of a bygone era. At night, however, it transformed into something else entirely, with shadows that seemed to stretch and twist in ways that defied the laws of nature. I had always been a curious soul, drawn to the unknown, the hidden corners of the world that most chose to ignore or feared to acknowledge. My fascination led me to the labyrinthine corners of the internet, where anonymity offered a playground of secrecy and discovery. It was here, within the sprawling expanse of the dark web, that I first stumbled upon something that promised to transcend the mundane. A marketplace not for the usual illicit goods, but for something far more forbidden and tantalizing. It was rumored to be a place where one could summon entities from beyond our understanding, a prospect that both thrilled and unnerved me. Weeks turned into months as I delved deeper into this esoteric marketplace, my nights consumed by the glow of my computer screen and the deceptive silence of my home. I skimmed through cryptic forums and engaged in encrypted chats with faceless individuals who spoke in riddles and illusions. Each interaction fed my obsession, my desire to know, to see beyond the veil of reality. It was during one of these late-night sessions that I came across an offer that I could not resist, a ritual that promised to summon a being of knowledge and power. All it required was the purchase of a seemingly innocuous item, a small blackened stone that, according to the vendor, was imbued with otherworldly energy. The parcel arrived one overcast afternoon, its nondescript packaging belying the weight of what lay within. The stone itself was unimpressive, smooth to the touch and cool against my skin, yet it thrummed with a subtle energy that seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat. I placed it on my desk, where it seemed to watch me with an unseen eye, a constant reminder of the ritual I was to undertake. The instructions were clear, yet sinister in their simplicity. They spoke of a sigil to be drawn in a secluded place, words to recite at the stroke of midnight, and the promise of a presence that would transcend the barriers of our world. My heart raced with anticipation and a creeping sense of dread as the appointed night approached. Snow falling silently outside the bay windows, cloaking the world in a shroud of white. Midnight came, and with it, a stillness that seemed to settle over the house, wrapping it in an expectant silence. I prepared the room as instructed, drawing the sigil with careful precision on the floor of the attic, a space that had long been abandoned, save for cobwebs and old furniture draped in sheets. The stone sat at the center, its darkness consuming the weak light of the candles I had placed in a circle around it. With a final deep breath, I began to recite the incantation, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. The air grew heavy as the last word left my lips, a tangible weight that pressed down on my chest and stilled my breath. For a moment, there was nothing but silence, the kind that rings in your ears and fills your mind with its oppressive presence. Then, slowly, imperceptibly at first, the shadows began to shift, coalescing around the sigil as if drawn by some magnetic force. A chill ran down my spine as the darkness gathered, forming a shape, an outline that was human yet ethereal, its features obscured by shadow. Its presence filled the room, vast and consuming, and I was struck by a sudden, overwhelming sense of insignificance. The entity hovered above the sigil, its form flickering like a flame in the wind, and I realized with a jolt of fear that it was indeed aware of me, its gaze, or what passed for it, locked onto mine. "What do you seek, mortal?" Its voice was a whisper, yet it resonated within my mind each word reverberating with an unearthly cadence that set my nerves alight. I swallowed, struggling to find my voice amidst the cacophony of thoughts that clamored for attention. "I seek knowledge," I replied, the words feeling inadequate, simplistic against the enormity of the presence before me. "Understanding of the mysteries beyond our world." The entity regarded me with an inscrutable expression, its form shifting and twisting as if contemplating my request. "Knowledge comes at a price," it intoned, its voice wrapping around me like a shroud. "Are you prepared to pay it?" I hesitated, a flicker of doubt worming its way into my resolve. But the allure of what lay beyond was too great, too tempting to resist. "I am," I said finally, my voice firm despite the uncertainty that gnawed at the edges of my mind. The entity nodded, a slow, deliberate motion that sent ripples through its darkened form. "Very well," it murmured, extending a hand that seemed to stretch across the void separating us. "Your price shall be your sight, that you may see beyond the veil." My heart lurched at the prospect, the enormity of the sacrifice suddenly all too real. Yet even as fear clawed at my insides, a part of me thrilled at the idea, the thought of perceiving the world in a way that none before me had. With trembling fingers, I reached out to grasp the entity's hand, the contact sending a jolt of icy fire through my veins. The world around me dissolved into darkness, a void punctuated by the sound of my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. There was a moment of disorientation, of floating in a sea of nothingness, before reality reasserted itself, bringing with it a new awareness, a heightened perception that left me breathless. I could feel the presence of the entity still, though its form had faded, the connection between us, a pulsing thread that hummed with latent power. As the days passed, I began to understand the true nature of the gift I had received. My vision, though altered, revealed a world teeming with unseen forces, threads of energy that wove through existence like an intricate tapestry. I watched as the mundane was transformed, each object, each being imbued with a history, a purpose that was laid bare before me. It was intoxicating, overwhelming, and I found myself losing hours, days even, in the exploration of this newfound sense. But with the knowledge came a darkness, a creeping malignance that shadowed my every step. The entity, it seemed, was never far from my thoughts, its presence a constant whisper at the edge of my consciousness. It intruded upon my dreams, turning them vivid and tumultuous, filled with visions of landscapes twisted by impossibility and creatures that defied description. Always I sensed its gaze upon me, watchful and waiting, though for what I could not say. My friends and family, those few who still visited, noticed the change in me, their concern thinly veiled behind smiles and polite inquiries. I found myself withdrawing further into the solitude of my home, the outside world, a cacophony of sensations that I struggled to filter. My obsession consumed me, each revelation a step further into the abyss, from which I feared there might be no return. The entity's offer of knowledge, once a beacon of promise, had become a chain, binding me to a path that I could not abandon. It was then, in the midst of my isolation, that I uncovered the true horror of what I had summoned. Hidden deep within the recesses of the dark web, buried beneath layers of encryption and obfuscation, was a warning, a cautionary tale of those who had come before me, drawn by the same siren call of forbidden knowledge. Their stories were fragmented, disjointed accounts of lives unraveled by the weight of what they had learned, by the bargains they had struck without understanding the full measure of the cost. They spoke of madness, of lives consumed by the very knowledge they had sought, and of a presence that haunted them with a relentless, malevolent intent. I realized, with a dawning horror, that I had become one of them, ensnared in a web of my own making. Desperation gave way to determination as I resolved to free myself from the entity's grasp, to sever the connection that had bound me to its will. I pored over every document, every scrap of information I could find, seeking a way to undo what had been done. Days stretched into nights as I searched, my eyes burning with fatigue and the weight of my own folly. And then, finally, I found it. A ritual, buried deep within the annals of forgotten lore, that promised to banish the entity back to the realm from whence it came. It required a reversal of the original summoning, a ritual performed under the light of the full moon, when the barriers between worlds were at their thinnest. The night of the full moon found me once more in the attic, the sigil drawn anew upon the floor, though this time its lines were jagged, broken, reflecting my own shattered resolve. I spoke the words with a fervor born of desperation, my voice rising in a crescendo that echoed off the walls, mingling with the howling wind that battered the windows. The air grew dense, charged with an energy that crackled like static in the silence, and I felt the entity's presence coil around me, a tangible sense of fury and resistance. It fought against the ritual, the connection between us strained to breaking, but I pressed on, my will a beacon amidst the chaos. With a final resounding word, I felt the connection snap, the entity's presence retreating with a howl of rage that echoed in the corners of my mind. The room fell silent. The oppressive weight lifted, leaving me gasping, my body trembling with exhaustion and relief. But even as I sank to the floor, the shadows around me began to shift, a subtle reminder that some things, once glimpsed, can never be unseen. The entity was gone, the sigil faded, but the knowledge it had imparted lingered, a permanent etching upon my soul. I returned to some semblance of normalcy, my life slowly pieced back together from the fragments of what had been. The world outside my home, once a cacophony, had settled into a muted hum, the threads of energy still visible but no longer overwhelming. Yet the fear remained, a constant undercurrent to my every thought, a reminder of the darkness that existed just beyond the veil of our reality. I learned to live with the shadows, to accept their presence as a consequence of my actions. And though the entity was banished, its whisper remained, a constant echo in the recesses of my mind, a lingering reminder of the price of knowledge and the dangers of delving too far into the unknown. The dark web, once a playground for my curiosity, had become a forbidden realm, its offerings a Pandora's box best left unopened. But the tales of those who had come before me Their warnings etched in digital ink served as a constant reminder of the path I had chosen and the price I had paid. In the quiet solitude of my old Victorian house, I found a tenuous peace, a balance between the seen and unseen. Yet, in the stillness of night, when the shadows stretched long and the moon hung high in the sky, I could still feel the entity's gaze upon me, watchful and waiting, a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. In the quiet suburbs of a small college town, nestled among the towering oaks and sprawling lawns, stood an apartment complex, primarily occupied by students who sought the serenity and convenience it offered. The building, with its brick facade and slightly tarnished edges, felt like a sanctuary for those who embraced both the solitude and the camaraderie of academic life. It was in one of these apartments that I, an inconspicuous literature student, quietly led my life, navigating the vicissitudes of a college existence where stress and discovery seemed to dance in equal measure. My days were filled with the rhythm of lectures, assignments, and the occasional evening spent in the campus library, where the hushed whispers of fellow students were a comforting backdrop to the worlds conjured within the books I read. My apartment, though modest and sparsely furnished, was a refuge. Its walls, lined with shelves of books and a few personal mementos, bore witness to my solitary pursuits. The window overlooked a patch of greenery that seemed to change with the seasons, marking time in a way that was both predictable and reassuring. On one seemingly ordinary afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I found myself immersed in a text on arcane literature. It was a field that had recently piqued my curiosity, partly due to a seminar on occult influences in classical texts, and partly due to an inexplicable pull I felt towards the subject matter. Among the dusty tomes and brittle pages, one particular book caught my attention, a slim volume bound in faded green cloth. Its title, The Other, Gateways to the In-Between, was embossed in gold that had long since lost its luster. As I leafed through its pages, I found myself drawn into a labyrinth of ideas about alternate dimensions, places that existed parallel to our own, but were accessible only through specific rituals or incantations. The language was cryptic, and the author's intent seemed veiled, as though the knowledge within was not for the faint-hearted. Yet, there was something compelling about it, a resonance that stirred within me, an unexplainable eagerness to delve deeper. It was purely out of scholarly curiosity, I assured myself, when I decided to experiment with one of the simpler rituals described in the book. The instructions were straightforward, an incantation to be spoken aloud at a liminal time, ideally at dusk, when the world was in transition. Perhaps it was the solitude of the evening or the thickening shadows in my room that emboldened me to proceed. I positioned myself by the window, the setting sun casting long fingers of light across the floor, and began reciting the words, feeling somewhat foolish, yet strangely exhilarated. The air around me seemed to shift, growing dense with a tension that was palpable. As I spoke the final word, a chill swept through the room, unlike any natural draft. It was as if the very fabric of reality had quivered, momentarily displaced. I paused, half expecting some grand manifestation, but the room remained unchanged. The only sound, that of my own subdued breathing. Dismissing the moment as a product of my imagination, I returned the book to its place and decided to retire for the night. Over the next few days, a series of peculiar occurrences began to unfold. It started subtly, with small objects in my apartment inexplicably moving from their usual places. A pen that should have been on my desk appeared on the kitchen counter. A book I distinctly remembered placing back on the shelf was found on my bedside table. Initially, I attributed these anomalies to my own absent-mindedness, a consequence of the mounting academic pressures. However, as the incidents grew in frequency and oddity, I began to harbor a creeping suspicion that something was amiss. One evening, while preparing for a night of study, I heard a faint knocking sound. It was not the steady, rhythmic knock of someone at the door, but rather a soft, irregular tapping that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I paused, listening intently as the noise ebbed and flowed, as if tracing an invisible circuit around the apartment. It ceased as abruptly as it had begun, leaving me in a silence that felt more oppressive than the noise itself. In the days that followed, the disturbances intensified. The knocks became more insistent, reverberating through the walls with a persistence that was both unnerving and infuriating. There was a pattern to them now, a maddening sequence that defied all logical explanation. My sleep was fitful, punctuated by dreams that felt disturbingly real, a hazy amalgam of shadows and whispers that pervaded the space between consciousness and oblivion. I found myself growing increasingly isolated, the once comforting confines of my apartment now a source of unease. My friends noticed my distraction. My professors commented on my waning focus. But I offered only vague reassurances, unwilling to voice the irrational thoughts that had begun to plague my mind. I turned again to the book, convinced that it held answers to the phenomena I was experiencing. As I pored over its pages, a particular passage caught my eye, one I had overlooked during my initial reading. "The entities of the in-between," it read, "are drawn to those who seek them, for they dwell in the spaces unseen, ever watchful of the thresholds." The words struck a chord deep within me, a chilling reminder of the incantation I had recited. Could it be that, in my naive quest for knowledge, I had inadvertently invited something into my home? The notion was preposterous, yet the evidence of my senses suggested otherwise. Determined to restore normalcy, I sought to undo what I had done. The book offered no guidance on reversing the ritual, but I reasoned that retracing my steps might yield some results. As dusk approached, I once again positioned myself by the window, the air heavy with anticipation. I recited the incantation in reverse, my voice steady despite the unease that churned within me. The room grew still, the oppressive silence returning with a vengeance. For a brief moment, I allowed myself to hope that my efforts had been successful, that I had managed to close the door I had unwittingly opened. But as the shadows lengthened and the first stars prickled the night sky, I sensed a presence, an awareness that was both foreign and familiar, lurking at the fringes of my perception. It was then that I saw it, a faint shimmer in the corner of my eye, a distortion in the air that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. I turned to face it, my heart pounding in my chest, and found myself staring into the depths of something indescribable. It was not a creature in the conventional sense, but a confluence of shapes and shadows, an entity that defied the boundaries of form and substance. As I gazed into the shifting void, a wave of emotions washed over me. Fear, curiosity, a profound sense of connection. It was as though the entity was both a reflection and an extension of my own consciousness, a manifestation of the hidden corridors of the mind. The air crackled with energy, the atmosphere charged with a vibrancy that was both exhilarating and terrifying. In that moment, an understanding passed between us, a silent communication that transcended words. The entity was not hostile, but neither was it benign. It existed in a realm beyond human comprehension, its motives inscrutable. Yet in its presence, I felt a yearning, a desire for the mysteries of the universe to be unraveled, for the barriers of perception to be breached. The encounter was fleeting, a blink in the tapestry of time. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the entity began to dissolve, its form dissipating into the ether from whence it came. I was left alone in the growing light, the room unchanged yet irrevocably altered by the experience. Though the disturbances ceased, the memory of that encounter lingered, a shadow that danced at the edges of my consciousness. I returned to my studies with renewed vigor, my understanding of the world subtly transformed by what I had witnessed. The books that lined my shelves took on new significance, their pages holding secrets that I was only beginning to grasp. In moments of solitude, I would catch myself glancing towards the corners of the room, half expecting to see a shimmer, a reminder of the otherworldly presence that had once intruded upon my reality. The fear that had gripped me slowly gave way to a deeper awareness, an acceptance of the unknown spaces that lay beyond the veil of everyday existence. Yet, even as I embraced this new perspective, a lingering unease remained. The in-between, with its enigmatic inhabitants, continued to occupy my thoughts, a tantalizing mystery that defied resolution. And though I had closed the door to that realm, the knowledge that it existed, that such places and entities were real, had forever altered the lens through which I viewed the world. In the quiet of the night, when the shadows stretched long and the silence settled like a shroud, I would hear the echoes of a forgotten incantation, a whisper of the in-between that seemed to call out to me from the depths of my own curiosity. It was a call I could not ignore, a reminder of the thin veil that separated reality from the unknown and the eternal dance between discovery and dread. The campus was cloaked in the early autumn chill, leaves skittering across cobblestones like restless spirits. I was settling into the quaint dorm room, a modest space that was to be my sanctuary for the coming academic year. The room had the usual trappings: a bed, a desk overlooking the quadrangle, and a conspicuously large wooden cupboard that seemed anachronistic amidst the modern furniture. It was cumbersome, darkly varnished, occupying one corner like a silent sentinel. I recall the first evening vividly, the amber sunset casting long shadows through the window, the faint smell of fresh paint mingling with the scent of old wood. I was unpacking, placing books and clothes in their designated spots, when my fingers brushed against the cupboard's cold metal handle. It was locked. The key was nowhere to be found. I shrugged it off initially, assuming it a minor inconvenience. My roommate, Kevin, hadn't arrived yet. An empty bed on the opposite side reminded me that soon the solitude of the room would be shared. But that night, it was mine alone. I lay awake listening to the whispering breeze, the faint hum of distant laughter from students returning from late-night escapades. The cupboard stood silently, its presence daunting, yet benign. Days slipped by with the rhythm of lectures and assignments. Kevin, a lanky sophomore with an easy smile and perpetually tousled hair, arrived the following week. We hit it off immediately, sharing tastes in music and a fondness for late-night chess matches. He too was intrigued by the cupboard, attempting to pick the lock with a bobby pin one night. Just curious, you know? He had shrugged, grinning sheepishly when the attempt failed. We laughed it off, dismissing it as a peculiar relic of dorm life. However, it was the subtlety of the changes in the room that first disrupted our sense of normalcy. It started with the chill, a peculiar cold that seemed to emanate from the cupboard. Even when the rest of the room was warm, that corner remained stubbornly frigid. Kevin complained about it during our evening chats, a blanket wrapped around his shoulders as he huddled over his laptop. I joked about it being the air conditioning, though neither of us believed it. We began to notice other oddities, items subtly shifting positions, the window blinds fluttering without a breeze, a low creaking sound at night that seemed to come from within the cupboard. Initially, these incidents were easy to rationalize, dismissed as the quirks of an aging building. But a creeping unease began to needle its way into our consciousness, an unspoken acknowledgement that something was amiss. The disturbances escalated over the next few weeks. I found myself waking up at odd hours, heart pounding inexplicably, the room thick with an unsettling silence. Kevin, usually a sound sleeper, became restless, tossing and turning until dawn. Once, he awoke with scratches on his arm, perplexed and slightly unnerved. We both laughed it off awkwardly, but the laughter was hollow, lacking conviction. One evening, while Kevin was out at a late lecture, I sat alone in the room, attempting to focus on a history essay. The cupboard loomed beside me, a silent monolith casting its shadow across the walls. I pushed my chair back, stretching, and my eyes drifted to the cupboard. The keyhole seemed to glint with an unwelcome allure. A soft whisper, barely audible, seemed to drift through the air. I froze, straining my ears. The sound repeated, a gentle susurration that could easily be mistaken for the wind, yet it was unmistakably emanating from the cupboard, a voice without form, murmuring secrets in a language I couldn't comprehend. Cold beads of sweat formed on my brow, my rational mind grappling with the surreal. I approached the cupboard cautiously, my fingers brushing against the aged wood. The whispering ceased abruptly, leaving an echoing silence that was somehow more unnerving. Kevin returned later that night, his presence a welcome relief. I shared my experience reluctantly, half expecting ridicule. Instead, his expression mirrored my anxiety. "I've heard it too," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. We sat in silence, the gravity of our shared experiences settling heavily upon us. Driven by a mixture of curiosity and dread, we decided to investigate. Borrowing a set of tools from a fellow student, we attempted to open the cupboard. The lock resisted stubbornly, but after several tense minutes, it yielded with a sharp crack. We exchanged a look of apprehension before pulling the doors open. The cupboard was empty, or so it seemed at first glance. The interior was strangely lined with a dark, velvety material, the scent of must and time wafting out. I ran my hands along the fabric, searching for anything out of the ordinary. Beneath the lining, my fingers detected something solid, a small compartment hidden within the wood. We pried it open, discovering a thin journal, its pages yellowed with age. The cover was worn, the leather brittle and cracked. Words filled the pages, written in a spidery hand, the ink faded but legible. We pored over the entries, piecing together the narrative of a previous occupant of the room, a student from decades past. The entries were disjointed, erratic, but they spoke of a growing paranoia, a sense of being watched, of whispers in the night. The writer spoke of dreams, filled with shadowy figures and an ever-present cold. The last entry was particularly chilling, an incoherent scrawl, detailing a final desperate measure to trap whatever dwelled within the cupboard. The discovery left us both unnerved, the implications unsettling. The room felt different now, as though acknowledging the presence of its hidden history. We decided to reseal the compartment, returning the journal to its resting place, hoping to pacify whatever force lingered. But the disturbances persisted. The whispers grew more frequent, an almost lyrical cadence to their repetitions. The sensation of being observed intensified, a prickling awareness that left us both on edge. Kevin's sleep was plagued with vivid nightmares, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. I found myself increasingly distracted, my thoughts wandering to the cupboard even during lectures. We considered moving to another dorm, but the thought of leaving the mystery unresolved gnawed at us. Instead, we sought counsel from a professor known for his eccentric interests in the supernatural. Professor Harding listened intently as we recounted our experiences, his expression thoughtful. "There are many stories of haunted objects," he remarked, "artifacts imbued with the energy of their previous owners. It's possible that your cupboard holds such a presence, a remnant of the past, seeking acknowledgement or resolution." His words resonated, a thread of truth weaving through our collective unease. He suggested a simple ritual: burning sage, reciting protective chants, to cleanse the space, to perhaps offer peace to restless spirits. Desperate for respite, we agreed. That night, the room filled with the pungent aroma of sage, smoke curling in delicate tendrils as we murmured the suggested incantations. The atmosphere seemed to shift, a tangible tension easing as the last echo of our voices faded. For a time, the disturbances abated. The room felt lighter, the oppressive chill dissipating. Kevin's sleep improved, the shadows beneath his eyes gradually fading. I found a newfound clarity of thought, my mind unburdened by the incessant whispers. But the reprieve was temporary. The cupboard resumed its insidious vigil, the whispers returning with a renewed intensity. It was as though our attempt at cleansing had merely aggravated whatever dwelt within. We were back at square one, perhaps worse than before. The final night in that room was a culmination of all our fears. Kevin had gone home for the weekend, leaving me alone with the cupboard's haunting presence. I lay awake, the silence oppressive, the darkness around me a living entity. The whispers began, soft at first, then rising in volume, a chorus of dissonant voices echoing in my mind. I sat up, confronted by the cupboard's looming silhouette. The whispers crescendoed, a cacophony of sound that defied understanding. I felt drawn towards it, compelled by an unseen force. My hand extended, trembling, towards the handle. As my fingers brushed against the cold metal, a sudden clarity pierced through the haze. A realization that this was not merely an ordinary object, but a vessel for something far older, far darker than I had imagined. I recoiled, heart pounding, the whispers fading into a sibilant hiss. The decision to leave was made in those final harrowing moments. Kevin and I requested a room change the very next day, feigning issues with faulty heating to avoid suspicion. The cupboard remained, a fixture of the room, its secrets and whispers its own. We moved to another dorm, the weight of the cupboard's presence a lingering shadow on our memories. In the new room, free from the oppressive atmosphere, we gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. But the experience left an indelible mark, a constant reminder of the unseen forces that lurk just beyond the veil of the mundane. Even now, months after leaving that room, I cannot shake the memory of those whispers, the cold touch of the cupboard's handle, the feeling of being watched. It haunts my dreams, a reminder of the limits of comprehension, of the mysteries that reside in forgotten corners of our world. It is a fear that lingers, a shadow that stretches long into the twilight, whispering truths I dare not yet understand. I first met Kieran at a small gathering hosted by mutual friends. He was a quiet, contemplative man, his presence marked more by his sharp, watchful eyes than any words he managed to spare. We discussed little things, books, films, the mundane trappings of life, and it was during this conversation that he mentioned the peculiar door in his apartment. "It's just a cupboard, really," he said with a dismissive shrug, his eyes flickering away for a moment, as if the words themselves bore weight. "But it has a peculiar air about it, like it's hiding something it shouldn't be." Intrigued, I pressed for more details, but he simply shook his head, a shadow crossing his features. "It's nothing, just an old cupboard. Probably inherited some weird vibes from the previous tenants. You know how it is with these old buildings." And that was where he left it. But a seed of curiosity had already been planted in my mind. Life carried on in its usual rhythm, bustling with work, obligations, and the occasional leisure. Yet, the thought of Kieran's peculiar cupboard lingered at the back of my mind. It wasn't long before we found ourselves crossing paths again, though this time under different circumstances. Anna, a close friend of mine, had moved into the same building as Kieran not long after our initial conversation. One evening, while sipping red wine in her cozy living room, the topic of strange happenings came up. I couldn't resist bringing up Kieran's mysterious cupboard. "Oh, him," Anna exclaimed, her eyes widening with recognition. "He's just a few doors down from me. We've exchanged pleasantries, but he does seem a tad distant." She paused, considering her words. "You know, some of the tenants have been murmuring about that cupboard of his. Rumors, really. Odd things have happened, they say." "What kind of things?" "Well," she began, lowering her voice, "there's talk of whispers coming from behind the door, items disappearing and reappearing in strange places, and—" She hesitated, then leaned closer. "Some say they've seen something moving inside. A figure." The wine and the firelight cast a comforting glow, yet I couldn't suppress a shiver. "Have you seen it yourself?" "No," Anna replied, settling back into her chair. "But I've heard things from my apartment. Occasionally, late at night, there's a faint, scratchy noise that seems to come from his direction. At first, I thought it was mice, or maybe the plumbing, but it doesn't quite fit. It's too deliberate." Her words hung in the air, filling the space between us with an unsettling chill. I didn't press further, but the conversation left an indelible mark on my mind. As weeks turned into months, my thoughts kept drifting back to Kieran and his enigmatic cupboard. It became a quiet obsession, a puzzle begging to be solved. And so, I found myself standing before his door once more, my heart pounding with anticipation and inexplicable dread. Kieran opened the door, his expression one of mild surprise mingled with a hint of resignation, as though he'd been expecting this visit eventually. "Come in," he said simply, stepping aside. I entered, noting the sparse decor of his apartment. It was a space stripped of any unnecessary embellishments, reflecting, perhaps, the man himself. The cupboard stood in the corner of the living room, an unassuming wooden door with a tarnished handle. It seemed innocuous enough, yet I felt an inexplicable pull towards it. "What's inside?" I asked, unable to mask my curiosity. Kieran hesitated, his eyes darkening. "I've never opened it," he admitted, "and I don't intend to." "Why not?" "There's something there," he replied, his voice dropping to a whisper. "A presence. I can feel it, and sometimes at night I hear it." "What do you hear?" "Whispers," he said, his gaze fixed firmly on the cupboard. "And movement, like something small and malevolent brushing against the wood, waiting, hoping." I shivered, the air suddenly feeling colder. "But you've never seen anything?" "No," Kieran said, shaking his head. "But I know it's there, watching, waiting for its chance." His words left me uneasy, a sense of creeping dread taking hold. Still, my curiosity wouldn't let go. "Have you thought about getting rid of it?" "I've considered it," he admitted, "but it feels wrong, like it needs to stay closed, like opening it would unleash something best left alone." A heavy silence settled over us, both haunted by the implications of his words. My mind raced with possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. Over the next few weeks, I found myself drawn back to Kieran's apartment, each visit a dance around the cupboard that loomed large in my thoughts. Its presence became a constant, gnawing at the edges of my mind, a mystery demanding to be solved. Anna and I continued our own discussions, each one painting a darker picture of the cupboard's true nature. She'd heard more noises, seen objects inexplicably moved, and once she swore she glimpsed a shadow darting past her window late at night. We both felt it, an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to grow heavier with each passing day. Then, one night, as I lay in bed in my own apartment, I was startled awake by a peculiar sound. It was a faint, rhythmic tapping, like fingernails against wood. The sound seemed to come from all around me, echoing through the walls. My heart raced as I sat up, straining to locate the source. And then it stopped, as suddenly as it began. The following morning, exhausted and on edge, I made my way to Anna's apartment. Her face was pale, her eyes shadowed by a lack of sleep. "Did you hear it?" she asked without preamble. "Yes," I replied, a cold dread settling in my stomach. "What do you think it is?" "I don't know," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. "But it's growing stronger, more insistent." Our unease grew, a constant hum beneath the surface of our lives. We both felt it, the presence behind the door, straining against its confines. It was a week later, during another visit to Kieran's apartment, that things took a darker turn. The air felt charged, heavy, with anticipation. Kieran was more withdrawn than usual, his usual calm veneer giving way to anxiety. "It's getting worse," he confessed, his eyes dark and haunted. "The noise, the feeling, it's all becoming unbearable. Sometimes I think I can feel it watching me from inside the cupboard." "Perhaps it's time to open it," I suggested, though the thought filled me with dread. Kieran looked at me, despair etched into his features. "What if it's a mistake? What if opening it makes everything worse? What if it's the only way to end this?" I countered, my voice steady, despite the fear clawing at my insides. After a long silence, Kieran nodded, a reluctant resolve settling over him. "All right," he said, his voice a mere whisper. "Tonight. We'll do it tonight." That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in shadow, Anna joined us in Kieran's apartment. The three of us stood before the cupboard, the air thick with tension. Kieran reached for the handle, his hand trembling. "Are you sure?" Anna asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Kieran hesitated, then nodded. "I have to know. We have to know." With a deep breath, he turned the handle. The door creaked open, revealing darkness within. We peered inside, our hearts pounding, breaths held in anticipation. At first, there was nothing, just shadows and the musty scent of old wood. But then, a movement, a flicker of motion caught our attention. A small, dark shape scuttled deeper into the cupboard's recesses, almost too quick to catch. "There!" Anna gasped, pointing. It was then that we saw it clearly, a tiny figure, grotesque and misshapen, its eyes glinting with malevolent intelligence. It regarded us with a twisted grin, an aura of palpable malice radiating from its diminutive form. "What is it?" I breathed, unable to tear my gaze away. "I don't know," Kieran replied, his voice shaking, "but it's been waiting, watching." The figure moved, a rapid, unsettling motion, before vanishing deeper into the darkness, leaving behind only a lingering sense of malevolence. We closed the door, hearts racing, minds reeling from the encounter. The air felt lighter, though the knowledge of what lurked within was a burden we all bore. In the days that followed, the disturbances ceased. The whispers, the movements, the oppressive atmosphere, all gone, as if the cupboard had relinquished its hold. Yet, the memory lingered, a specter haunting our thoughts. We had seen something beyond our understanding, a glimpse into the unknown that left us forever changed. And though the door remained closed, we knew it was still there, waiting in the shadows. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy, though the experience had left its mark. I often found myself revisiting that night's events, the image of the tiny figure etched into my mind. I took to researching cursed objects, haunted spaces, desperate for answers to what we had encountered. Anna and Kieran, too, were affected. A shared understanding passed between us. Though we seldom spoke of it, the cupboard remained closed, a silent sentinel in Kieran's apartment, and life carried on as it always does. Yet in the stillness of the night, when shadows stretch and the world is quiet, I sometimes hear that faint tapping, like fingernails against wood, a reminder of what lies behind closed doors, a lingering fear that perhaps one day the door might open again and the darkness within will be free once more. When my wife Emily and I first stepped into the new house, there was a sense of calm that washed over me. It was the kind of home that seemed to exhale gently, as if it had been waiting for us. Nestled at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, the house was a picture of suburban serenity, with ivy-clad walls and large windows that promised plenty of natural light. I imagined our mornings filled with sunlight streaming through the curtains, illuminating every corner of our lives in warmth and comfort. The real estate agent had assured us that the neighborhood was perfect for families, quiet, safe, and community-oriented. As we walked through the rooms, each one seemed to hold the echo of laughter and contentment, as if the walls themselves had stories to share. The kitchen smelled of fresh paint and varnished wood. The living room carpet was plush underfoot, and the bedrooms were cozy, with closets that promised ample space for our belongings. Emily was particularly taken with the master bedroom, which had a small alcove that she envisioned converting into a reading nook. We were both smitten by the house, enamored by its charm and possibilities. It was going to be our sanctuary, a place to begin a new chapter of our lives. Our old apartment had felt cramped and suffocating, but here, there was space to grow, to breathe. That first week was a blur of unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, and exploring every inch of our new abode. I reveled in the mundane tasks of setting up our home, each act a small ritual of domesticity. Life in the new house began smoothly, the days passing in a gentle rhythm as we settled into our routine. However, it wasn't long before I noticed something peculiar about the closet in the master bedroom. It was larger than the others, set deep into the wall, with a door that creaked slightly when opened. At first, it seemed a minor annoyance, one easily ignored amid the pleasant bustle of moving in. But soon, I found myself inexplicably drawn to it, as if the closet contained a secret that begged for discovery. It began with a subtle unease whenever I passed by. The closet felt different, like a separate entity within the room, an aberration in the otherwise harmonious space. There was a faint smell that emanated from it, a scent I couldn't quite place, something musty and old, reminiscent of forgotten attics and dusty bookshelves. Emily didn't notice, or if she did, she didn't mention it to me. She was always busy, flitting about the house with a smile, making plans and organizing our lives. One night, unable to shake a lingering feeling of disquiet, I decided to investigate. The house was silent, Emily already asleep, her soft breathing a comforting background as I slipped out of bed. I crossed the room quietly, the moon casting a pale light through the windows, illuminating my path. As I approached the closet, the air seemed to thicken, as if time itself were holding its breath. I opened the door, half expecting to find nothing more than our clothes hanging neatly on their racks. Instead, I was greeted by an oppressive darkness that swallowed the light whole. I stood there, hand outstretched, feeling the coolness of the air within, my heart beating a steady, apprehensive rhythm. There was nothing unusual to the touch, just the familiar texture of fabric and wood. Yet, the feeling of wrongness persisted, refusing to dissipate. Closing the door, I tried to dismiss my unease as a figment of my imagination, a trick played by the shadows and the quiet of the night. I returned to bed, determined to forget, to blend into the comforting oblivion of sleep. But as the days turned into weeks, the feeling only intensified. The closet seemed to loom larger in my consciousness, an ever-present weight that pressed against the edges of my mind. I began to dread entering the bedroom, the innocent act of removing clothing from the closet turning into an ordeal. Even the simplest tasks became fraught with tension, my hands trembling as I fumbled with hangers and garments. Emily remained oblivious, or perhaps she chose to ignore the signs of my growing anxiety. I envied her, her ability to remain untouched by the shadows that crept into my thoughts. I tried to speak about it once, mentioning the closet in passing, but she laughed it off, attributing my unease to stress and the demands of the new job I had recently started. Her laughter was a balm, but it did little to soothe the underlying fear that gnawed at my resolve. The true escalation came one evening as I sat alone in the living room. Emily was out with friends, and the house was eerily silent. I had been trying to distract myself with a book, but my thoughts kept returning to the closet, as if drawn by an invisible thread. The uneasy feeling had grown stronger, taking root in my chest like a seed of dread that refused to be dislodged. I heard it then, a faint scratching, like the sound of nails on wood. It was soft, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable in the stillness. My heart leapt to my throat as I strained to hear, every muscle tensed with apprehension. The sound came again, a slow, deliberate drag that seemed to echo through the house. Without thinking, I rose from my chair, the book forgotten on the floor, and made my way to the bedroom. The scratching continued, rhythmic and insistent, drawing me in against my will. I hesitated outside the door, fear warring with curiosity, before finally stepping inside. The room was dark, the moonlight casting strange shadows on the walls, and the closet door stood slightly ajar. My hand trembled as I reached for the handle, feeling the cool metal beneath my fingers. I pulled the door open, heart pounding in my chest, and peered inside. The darkness within was absolute, a void that seemed to absorb all light. I fumbled for the switch, but the bulb flickered and died, leaving me in oppressive blackness. The scratching had stopped, replaced by a heavy silence that weighed on me like a shroud. I was about to close the door when I felt it, a whisper of cold air against my skin. It brushed past me, carrying with it the scent of decay, of something ancient and forgotten. Goosebumps rose on my arms as I stood frozen, unable to move or speak. Then, from the depths of the closet, I heard a voice. It was soft, almost a sigh, threading through the air like smoke. "Help me," it said, the words barely audible, tinged with desperation. My blood ran cold, and I stumbled back, clutching the door as if it were a lifeline. The voice repeated, a plaintive murmur that tugged at my soul. "Help me." I slammed the door shut, my heart racing, and backed away. The room seemed to pulsate around me, the air thick with an unseen presence. I fled, nearly tripping over the threshold in my haste, and didn't stop until I reached the safety of the living room. There I sank into the couch, my mind reeling with the impossibility of what I had just experienced. When Emily returned later that night, I didn't tell her. I couldn't find the words to describe the fear that had taken root inside me, the certainty that something was terribly, horribly wrong. Instead, I pretended to be asleep, feigning normalcy even as my heart ached with the weight of the secret. In the days that followed, I became obsessed with the closet, the memory of that voice haunting my every thought. I felt its presence even when I wasn't in the room, a shadow that lurked at the edges of my consciousness. I knew I had to confront it, to uncover the truth behind the whispers and the darkness. One afternoon, when Emily was busy in the garden, I returned to the bedroom with a resolute determination. I had brought a flashlight, hoping its beam could pierce the darkness that the overhead light could not. As I opened the closet door once more, I steeled myself against the wave of cold air and the scent of decay. The flashlight flickered to life, casting a narrow beam into the depths. I scanned the interior, revealing the familiar sight of clothes and shoes, nothing out of the ordinary. But as the light grazed the back wall, I noticed a small, barely perceptible crack in the wood, like a seam that had been hastily concealed. Driven by a mixture of fear and curiosity, I reached out and pressed against the crack. To my astonishment, the wood gave way slightly, revealing a hidden panel. My heart leapt with a mix of dread and anticipation as I pried the panel open, revealing a narrow passageway beyond. The air within was cold, stagnant, and thick with dust. I shone the flashlight inside, seeing nothing but shadows and cobwebs. Yet, I felt compelled to enter, as if an unseen force was urging me forward. I hesitated, glancing back at the room, at the safety that lay behind me, before finally stepping into the darkness. The passage was narrow, the walls pressing in on either side, and the air seemed to hum with an unseen energy. I moved slowly, the light flickering with each step, revealing glimpses of decaying wood and forgotten debris. As I ventured deeper, the voice returned, stronger now, echoing off the walls in a mournful wail. "Help me. Please." The sound resonated through me, filling the space with its haunting plea. I continued onward, driven by an inexplicable need to uncover the source of the voice, to bring it some semblance of peace. My footsteps echoed in the stillness, each one a reminder of the solitude that enveloped me. Finally, I reached the end of the passage, where an old wooden door stood partially open. I hesitated, my hand trembling as it reached for the handle, the weight of the moment pressing heavily on my shoulders. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open, revealing a small, dimly lit room. The room was empty, save for a few scattered pieces of furniture and a large, ornate mirror that hung on the wall. Its surface was cracked and dusty, the reflection distorted and ghostly. As I stepped inside, the door creaked shut behind me, sealing me in with the lingering shadows. The air was colder here, the sense of presence almost overwhelming. I turned to the mirror, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't fully comprehend. My reflection stared back at me, eyes wide with fear, and for a moment, I was convinced I would see something else, something otherworldly, standing at my side. But there was nothing, only the faint whisper of the voice that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. "Help me." It was then that I understood. The voice wasn't coming from the closet or the passage, but from within, a projection of my own fears and insecurities. The house, with all its charm and promise, had become a vessel for my anxieties, the closet a repository for the parts of myself I couldn't face. I stood there, heart heavy with the realization, as the voice faded into silence, leaving only the echo of its plea. Slowly I backed away, returning through the passage, the flashlight guiding me back to the bedroom. The closet door stood open, a gateway to the secrets it had kept hidden, now exposed to the light. As I closed the door, sealing the darkness away, I felt a sense of closure, a release from the grip of fear that had held me captive. The house was quiet, the shadows retreating as I stepped back into the light of day. Emily found me there, standing by the window, and her presence was a balm to my frayed nerves. In the days that followed, the closet returned to normal, its mysteries unraveled, its voice silenced. Yet, the experience lingered in my mind, a reminder of the shadows that dwell within us all, and the light we must find to banish them. The house was still our sanctuary, but it had changed, or perhaps I had. The whispers of fear had quieted, but the memory of them remained, a ghost of a time when the darkness had threatened to consume us. And as I stood there, hand in hand with Emily, I knew that the true terror lay not within the walls of the house, but within the recesses of my own mind. The apartment was my sanctuary, a modest space perched on the third floor of a brick building that overlooked a quiet suburban street. It had all the trappings of normalcy. The creaky wooden floors that groaned with age, the faded wallpaper that peeled in the corners, and the familiar hum of the refrigerator that filled the silence. To me, it was perfect, a place where I could retreat from the chaos of the world outside. My days followed a gentle rhythm, much like the slow, deliberate ticking of the clock on my wall. Morning sunlight would stream through the curtains, casting soft patterns on the floor as I prepared my coffee. I would sit by the window, book in hand, occasionally glancing out to watch the world go by. Evenings were quiet, punctuated only by the occasional bark of a distant dog or the laughter of children playing on the street below. It was a life unremarkable in its simplicity, but it was mine, and I cherished it. The apartment had one peculiar feature: an old wooden closet in the bedroom. Tall and imposing, it stood against the far wall, its dark wood a stark contrast to the faded pastels of the room. The closet was a relic from the previous tenant and had been left behind, perhaps too cumbersome to move. I had given it little thought, using it to store winter coats and forgotten relics of past hobbies. It was a fixture, as ordinary as the walls around it, blending seamlessly into the background of my life. It began on a quiet evening, one much like any other. I was curled up on the sofa, the pages of my novel rustling softly as I turned them. The apartment was bathed in the soft glow of a single lamp, the shadows dancing across the walls. That was when I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible creaking sound coming from the bedroom. I paused, listening intently as silence settled again, like a thick fog. Dismissing it as the natural settling of the old building, I returned to my book, though a small seed of unease had been planted in my mind. The sound persisted over the following nights, always the same, a slow, deliberate creak, like an old door being gently nudged. It never lasted long, just a brief interruption in the stillness, yet it was enough to unsettle the tranquility I had grown accustomed to. I found myself lying awake in the dark, ears straining to catch the sound again, heart beating just a little faster than usual. Curiosity eventually got the better of me. One evening, fueled by a mix of apprehension and irrational bravery, I decided to investigate. I approached the closet with tentative steps, the floorboards whispering beneath my feet. The air was still, heavy with expectation, as I reached for the handle. It felt cool and smooth against my palm, and for a moment, I hesitated. But there was only the sound of my own breathing, slow and steady, as I pulled the door open. The closet was as I had left it. Coats hung neatly, boxes stacked haphazardly on the floor. There was nothing amiss, nothing to suggest any source for the mysterious noise. I stood there for a long moment, feeling the foolishness of my anxiety, and closed the door, the latch clicking softly into place. Yet as I turned to leave, I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched, an inexplicable prickle at the back of my neck. Days turned into weeks, and the creaking sound grew more frequent, more insistent. I tried to ignore it, rationalize it, convince myself it was just the peculiarities of an aging building. But deep down, a quiet dread was beginning to take root. It was subtle, manifesting as a reluctance to enter the bedroom after dark, an increasing restlessness that made it difficult to focus on anything else. The breaking point came on a stormy night. The rain lashed against the windows, the wind howling through the eaves like a restless spirit. I lay in bed, the sheets pulled up to my chin, listening to the tempest raging outside. And then, amidst the tumult, came the unmistakable creak. This time, it was louder, more pronounced, as if the very door of the closet was straining against its hinges. I sat up, heart pounding, as lightning illuminated the room with a stark, unnatural brightness. For a fleeting second, I thought I saw the closet door ajar, a sliver of darkness standing out against the dimness. Instinct took over, and I scrambled out of bed, crossing the room in a few long strides to wrench the door open. Nothing. Emptiness greeted me once again. The coats hung undisturbed, the boxes untouched, yet the air felt charged, electric with a presence I could not see. I could sense it, a weight pressing down on me, an undeniable feeling of being observed from within those shadowed depths. I slammed the door shut, retreating to the relative safety of my bed, the sound of my racing heart loud in my ears. Sleep did not come easily that night. The storm outside mirrored the turmoil within, and I felt trapped in my own home, caged by an unseen threat that lingered just out of sight. I knew then that the closet was not empty, not in the sense that truly mattered. It was a vessel, a portal to something beyond my understanding, a doorway not to be opened. In the days that followed, paranoia became my constant companion. Every creak of the floor, every rustle of fabric seemed amplified, magnified by my heightened senses. I found myself avoiding the bedroom, seeking refuge in the living room where I could keep the closet out of sight, out of mind. But even there, the sensation of being watched persisted, a silent observer lurking just beyond the edges of my vision. I sought to distract myself with mundane tasks, cleaning, reorganizing, anything to fill the hours that stretched interminably before me. Yet nothing could dispel the oppressive weight of dread that settled over the apartment like a shroud. I was living in a state of constant alertness, an exhausting vigil that left me weary and frayed. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I resolved to confront the closet one final time. Armed with a flashlight and a courage born of desperation, I approached the looming structure once more. The air was thick with anticipation, a charged silence that seemed to hold its breath as I grasped the handle. The door swung open with a reluctant groan, revealing the same innocuous interior as before. Yet I knew better than to trust appearances. I stepped closer, the beam of the flashlight sweeping over every surface, probing the shadows for any sign of intrusion. My pulse quickened as I reached the back wall of the closet, a surface I had never truly examined. And then I saw it, a small, almost imperceptible crack running along the wood, so fine it could have been mistaken for a natural flaw. Kneeling down, I traced it with my fingers, feeling the subtle give of the panel beneath my touch. It was a hidden door, a secret passage concealed within the recesses of the closet. A mixture of fear and fascination gripped me as I pried the panel open, revealing a dark, narrow passage that seemed to stretch endlessly into the unknown. The air inside was cold, stale, tinged with the scent of decay. I hesitated, the reality of my discovery settling in with an unsettling finality. Logic dictated that I should leave, seek help, anything but venture further into the abyss. Yet something compelled me onward, a compulsion to uncover the truth that defied reason. I stepped inside, the flashlight casting a feeble glow in the suffocating darkness. The passage was narrow, the walls closing in around me as I moved forward, each step echoing in the confined space. The tunnel seemed to extend far beyond the confines of the apartment, leading me through a labyrinthine network that defied explanation. Time lost its meaning as I wandered deeper, guided only by the thin beam of light that flickered uncertainly with every tremor of my hand. Eventually, the passage opened into a small chamber, its walls lined with shelves overflowing with forgotten trinkets and mementos. In the center of the room stood a single chair, ancient and worn, as if waiting for a visitor who never arrived. I felt an overwhelming sense of intrusion, as though I had stumbled upon a place that should not exist, a space between worlds that defied the laws of nature. It was then that I heard it, a soft whispering, indistinct yet insistent, circling around me like a cold wind. Panic surged through me, and I turned to flee, retracing my steps through the winding passage as the whispers grew louder, more urgent. The closeness of the walls was suffocating, pressing in on me, driving me forward with a relentless urgency. Bursting out of the closet, I slammed the panel shut, sealing the passage and its secrets behind me. I leaned against the door, breathless and trembling, the whispers still echoing in my mind. The apartment felt alien, transformed by the knowledge of what lay hidden within its walls. I knew then that I could not stay, not after what I had uncovered. The closet, innocuous in its appearance, held depths I could never comprehend, a gateway to a world that was not meant to be disturbed. It was no longer a matter of curiosity, but of survival, and the need to escape the watchful eyes that had haunted my every step. As I packed my belongings, the sensation of being watched intensified, a reminder that the boundaries between worlds were fragile, easily breached. The apartment, once a haven, had become a prison, its walls closing in around me with a suffocating finality. I left that night, abandoning the apartment to the shadows that lurked within. The street was empty, the silence of the night broken only by the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. As I walked away, I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me, a reminder that the passage, though hidden, was still there, waiting for another to uncover its secrets. Even now, in a new city, in a new home, the memories linger, a constant reminder of the darkness that dwells just beyond the edge of perception. I know that the closet remains, its door closed, its secrets guarded, but its presence is never far from my thoughts. In the stillness of the night, when the world is quiet and the shadows stretch long and dark, I sometimes think I hear it, the faint, familiar creak of a door, a gentle reminder that some things are best left undisturbed. And though I am far from that place, I cannot escape the feeling that something watches still, waiting, patient, and eternal. Suburban life had always appealed to me with its promise of tranquility and safety. The rhythm of routine, neighbors who waved at each other over neatly trimmed hedges, and the expectation that any disturbances would be no more than a barking dog or the occasional late-night party. When I first moved into the crescent-shaped street, lined with identical pastel-colored homes, I felt like I had stepped into a postcard. The first few weeks were blissful as I settled into the rhythm of my new life, feeling the peace seep into my bones. The house itself was charming. Built in the mid-90s, it had the quirks typical of a home its age: creaky floorboards, slightly misaligned windows, and an attic that the real estate agent had described as a bonus space with a too bright smile that suggested it was rarely used. I didn't mind. I never needed much space, and the attic remained a locked mystery above me, something I would explore eventually when I ran out of other things to do. But for now, it stayed closed, and I went about decorating the rest of the house, carefully placing my belongings to make the space truly mine. The first few nights, I reveled in the quiet. It was a stark contrast to the city apartment I'd left behind, where the sounds of traffic and bustling streets had been my constant companions. Here, the night was a deep velvet silence that wrapped around me, comforting and tranquil. I slept soundly, dreaming of nothing in particular, but waking up refreshed and eager to start each day. Then, one morning, I noticed something odd. A picture on my living room wall, an old family portrait I had hung with care, was slightly askew. At first, I dismissed it as the result of a draft, or perhaps my own careless placement. I straightened it, and the thought slipped from my mind. But over the next few days, other small things began to catch my attention. Drawers that I was certain I had closed were left slightly ajar, and a couple of small items that had been on my desk were missing, only to reappear in the strangest places. A spoon in the bathroom, a pen in the laundry room. I began to question myself. Was I becoming forgetful, or had I always been this absent-minded, and the new house was simply highlighting it? The self-doubt ate at me, but each time I brushed it off, convincing myself it was nothing more than the stress of moving. I tried to ignore the prickling sensation of being watched that occasionally crept over me when I was alone in a room. But the disturbances began to escalate. I would hear light footsteps above me when I knew the attic was empty, and the soft creak of floorboards settling long after I'd gone to bed. My nights, once so peaceful, grew restless as I lay awake, ears straining for sounds that shouldn't have been there. I told myself it was simply the house settling, noises amplified by my imagination. One evening, I returned home later than usual. A work meeting had dragged on, and the sun had already set by the time I parked in the driveway. As I unlocked the front door, a shiver traced its way down my spine. The house felt wrong somehow, as if the energy within its walls had shifted in my absence. I hesitated on the threshold. The air inside felt colder than it should have. Brushing it off as the result of a long day, I stepped inside, closing the door behind me with a determined click. That night, sleep eluded me. I tossed and turned, unable to find comfort, plagued by the sensation of being watched. The noises from the attic were back, more persistent than before. It sounded as if something, or someone, was moving around just above my head. My heart pounded louder with each creak, my mind conjuring images of rodents, or perhaps a more sinister presence lurking in the shadows. Despite my fear, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to finally explore the attic. With my phone's flashlight in one hand and a wrench in the other, I climbed the narrow staircase leading up to the small door at the top. My breath came in shallow gasps as I reached for the handle, turning it slowly. The door swung open with an eerie creak, revealing a space that was dusty and cluttered. My light swept across the room, illuminating cobwebs and forgotten boxes. But then, in the far corner, something caught my eye. A makeshift bed, a pile of blankets and a pillow, lay nestled between stacks of old furniture. It was as if someone had been living there, watching, waiting. My heart thudded in my chest, and I stumbled back, nearly dropping my phone in my haste to retreat. The realization hit me with a cold, hard clarity. I wasn't alone in the house. Someone had been sharing the space with me, hiding just out of sight, moving around while I slept. I locked the attic door behind me, my hands shaking as I dialed the police. The wait for their arrival was agonizing. Every sound seemed magnified in the silence that had reclaimed the house. I sat in the living room, clutching the wrench tightly, my eyes fixed on the attic door, expecting it to burst open at any moment. When the police finally arrived, they conducted a thorough search, finding signs of recent habitation, but no one in the attic or elsewhere in the house. The intruder had vanished, leaving behind only the evidence of their unsettling presence. The officers took my statement, their faces a mix of disbelief and concern. They assured me they would increase patrols in the area and suggested I stay with a friend until they investigated further. But as I packed a bag, preparing to leave the house that no longer felt like home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. Over the next few days, I stayed with a friend, trying to piece together what had happened. I spoke to neighbors, who were equally shocked, none of them having noticed anything unusual. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease, the sense that something was still wrong. Despite the police's heightened presence, I knew I couldn't hide forever. I had to return, reclaim my life, my home. With a renewed determination, I went back to the house, determined not to let fear dictate my life any longer. I took every precaution, new locks, an alarm system, and even a camera in the attic. Yet, the sensation of being watched persisted, an unyielding pressure at the back of my mind. The attic remained locked, the camera's footage revealing nothing but dust motes dancing in the air. But the unease remained my constant companion, a shadow that clung to me in the daylight and grew monstrous in the dark. I lay awake at night, eyes wide open, staring into the darkness, listening for the familiar creaks and whispers that no longer came. The climax of my ordeal came unexpectedly, as most terrifying moments do. It was a quiet afternoon, the sun streaming through the windows, casting warm patterns on the floor. I was in the kitchen, trying to distract myself with the mundane task of preparing lunch, when a sound stopped me cold. The attic door creaked open with a deliberate slowness that sent chills racing down my spine. I froze, the knife clutched tightly in my hand. My breath caught in my throat as I turned, expecting to see the door swinging open, revealing the hidden figure. But the door remained closed, silence stretching taut around me. Every instinct screamed for me to flee, but something held me in place, a defiance born of desperation. I made my way to the attic, each step a battle against the fear threatening to overwhelm me. The door was closed, just as I had left it. Trembling, I reached out and tested the handle. It was locked, the key still in my pocket. My mind whirled, trying to make sense of it. Had it been my imagination, or was something more insidious at play? The police found no new evidence, their reassurance beginning to sound hollow against the backdrop of my growing paranoia. I felt trapped by the walls that had once promised sanctuary, a prisoner of my own mind as much as of the intruder who had once shared the space with me. My friends suggested I move, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. This was my home, my refuge, and I couldn't let it go so easily. Days turned to weeks, the fear ebbing slowly as I regained some semblance of normalcy. I tried to convince myself it was over, that the intruder had moved on, that the haunting presence was nothing more than the echoes of my fear. But the lingering sensation of being watched never truly left, a whisper at the back of my mind that kept me on edge, always listening, always waiting. I never did find out who had been living in my attic. The police closed the case, citing a lack of evidence and suspects, but I knew deep down that the answers were somewhere within the house, hidden in the shadows where light rarely reached. I remained vigilant, my mind sharp with the knowledge that safety was a fragile illusion, easily shattered by the unknown, lurking just beyond the edges of perception. Even now, as I sit here writing this, I can't shake the feeling that I'm not alone. The house is quiet, the attic locked, but the presence remains, a new kind of haunting, born of human malice, invisible yet ever present. It's a fear that has seeped into the very walls of my home, a reminder that sometimes the ghosts we fear aren't the spirits of the dead, but the living who slip silently through our lives, leaving behind nothing but the cold touch of their lingering shadows. In the stillness of the early morning, a pale sun crept timidly over the jagged peaks of the mountain range, casting its first light on the military training area. It was a rugged expanse, punctuated by dense clusters of trees and rocky outcrops, designed to test the mettle of any Marine. Despite the inherent challenges, there was a sense of normalcy that came with the routine of our exercises. We were a tight-knit unit, bound by the camaraderie of shared hardship and the relentless pursuit of excellence. Each of us moved with a practiced precision, our boots whispering over the undergrowth, eyes sharp and focused, senses attuned to the smallest shift in our surroundings. Our training regime was grueling, but there was comfort in the familiar rhythm of drills and exercises. We operated under the watchful eye of our commanding officer, a grizzled veteran whose presence was as solid and dependable as the mountains themselves. He led us with a steady hand, his confidence in our abilities bolstering our own. We trusted him implicitly. He seemed as much a part of the landscape as the trees and rocks, an immutable fixture in our world. But even the most well-oiled machinery can falter when faced with the inexplicable. It began subtly, a nagging feeling that something was amiss, barely perceptible beneath the surface of our daily routine. At first, it was easy to dismiss as simple fatigue or the disorientation that comes with prolonged exposure to the wilderness. However, as the days wore on, that feeling of unease burgeoned, weaving itself into the fabric of our training. I first noticed it during a night exercise. The cold air was sharp against my skin, the silence around me profound. The forest seemed to hold its breath, every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig amplified in the darkness. We moved in formation, our thoughts synchronized in the manner that comes only with extensive training. But then there was a moment, a pause in my thoughts, a fleeting sense of being watched. It was a sensation that curled at the edges of my consciousness, elusive and unsettling. I glanced around, scanning the shadowy outlines of trees, but found nothing out of place. Still, the feeling lingered, refusing to be banished by reason. The next morning, I brushed off the night's peculiarities, attributing them to an overactive imagination. The sun had returned, bringing with it the straightforward clarity of daylight. Yet, as we continued with our drills, the sense of being observed returned, more insistent this time. I wasn't alone in my unease. Whispers began to circulate among my fellow Marines, murmurs of an unseen presence shadowing our movements. We laughed it off at first, masking our discomfort with bravado. After all, we were Marines, hardened and unshakable. Yet, the laughter held a brittle edge, a shared understanding that beneath our deflection lay genuine apprehension. The forests around us, once familiar and welcoming in their wild beauty, now seemed to close in, their shadows stretching longer, darker. It was as though the very air had thickened, pregnant with anticipation. Like the calm before a storm, it was a stillness that vibrated with tension, as if the world around us teetered on the brink of some profound revelation. Our commanding officer, ever perceptive, noticed the shift in morale. He gathered us one evening, his voice calm, authoritative. He dismissed the rumors with a pragmatic ease, reminding us of the importance of focus and discipline. His words were grounding, a tether to reality, yet they did little to dispel the sense of unease that had settled over us like a shroud. Days stretched into weeks, each one marked by an intensifying sense of disquiet. There were more instances of odd occurrences, a snapped twig where no one had walked, an overturned rock with no explanation. The forest seemed alive with whispers, a chorus of voices just beyond comprehension. We were soldiers, trained to analyze, to react. Yet these phenomena defied logic. It was as if the mountain itself was alive, aware, and watching our every move. Then one night, the tension reached its zenith. A storm had swept in, cloaking the mountains in a tumult of wind and rain. We huddled in our tents, the fabric flapping violently, the sound as relentless as any battlefield. Sleep was elusive, each gust of wind a reminder of our vulnerability in the face of nature's fury. It was in this chaotic symphony that the inexplicable revealed itself. A piercing scream cut through the night, a sound so raw and primal it seemed to tear the very fabric of reality. We scrambled to our feet, adrenaline surging as we rushed towards the source. The rain lashed against our faces, limiting visibility to mere feet ahead. We moved as one, a unit driven by instinct and duty, yet at the heart of it all was a gnawing fear, an understanding that this was no ordinary call to arms. We found him at the edge of the forest, our fellow Marine, eyes wide with terror, his body trembling despite the cold. "Something out there," he gasped, his voice a fragile thread. "Something's watching us." His assertion, though lacking any physical evidence, was a confirmation of our collective dread. The forest around us felt alive, each tree a sentinel, watching, waiting. Our commanding officer ordered a search, his voice steady, authoritative. We moved through the trees in pairs, the beams of our flashlights cutting through the darkness. There was an unspoken agreement among us. No one wanted to be alone. The forest was a labyrinth of shadows and hidden paths, each step an invitation to the unknown. As we searched, the storm abated, leaving in its wake a profound silence. It was as though the very air held its breath, waiting for something to break the stillness. In that silence, I felt it again, that sensation of being watched, a gaze that seemed to pierce through the layers of night. I turned, flashlight slicing through the dark, but saw nothing. Yet the feeling persisted, an itch at the back of my mind. We regrouped at dawn, exhausted and unnerved. Our commanding officer called off the search, citing the storm as the cause of our comrades' panic. His rational explanation fell flat, a thin veneer over the inexplicable. Despite our training, our experience, there was no denying the sense of being hunted, of something lurking just beyond our comprehension. In the days that followed, the unease clung to us like a shadow. Our training continued, but the forest was no longer a place of challenge and growth. It had become a realm of hidden threats, an entity unto itself. We were still Marines, bound by duty and loyalty. Yet there was a fracture in our resolve, a crack through which doubt seeped. The nights were the hardest, each one stretching into an eternity of darkness and whispered fears. The sensation of being watched, of something unseen lurking at the periphery of vision, became a constant companion. It was during one of these nights that I found myself standing alone at the edge of the camp, staring into the abyss of trees. The air was still, the silence complete. Yet within that silence was a presence, an awareness that was not my own. It was as though the forest itself whispered secrets in a language I could not understand. There, on the edge of the known and the unknown, I felt a profound connection to something ancient, something beyond the grasp of human understanding. It was a moment of clarity, a glimpse into the unfathomable depths of the universe. As I turned away, a movement caught my eye, a shadow slipping silently between the trees. There was no sound, no evidence of its existence, Yet I knew it was there, watching, waiting. A chill ran through me, a reminder of our vulnerability in the face of the unknown. We completed our training and returned to base, yet the experience in the mountains lingered. It was a stain on the fabric of our reality, a reminder that even in this age of reason, there are forces beyond our comprehension. We spoke of it rarely, our words tinged with the understanding that some mysteries are best left unexplored. There was a change in us, a wariness that had not been there before. We had faced something in those mountains, a presence that defied explanation. It had watched us, studied us, and in doing so, had left an indelible mark on our souls. We were Marines, forged in the crucible of discipline and duty, yet we had encountered something that transcended the physical, something that whispered of worlds beyond our own. As I sit and reflect on those days, I am filled with a sense of awe and trepidation. The mountains, with their towering peaks and ancient forests, hold secrets that will remain forever hidden, mysteries that linger on the edge of human understanding. We had brushed against the veil of the supernatural, and in doing so, had glimpsed the infinite possibilities that lie beyond. The experience was a testament to the fragility of our perceptions, a reminder that the universe is vast and unknowable, full of wonders and horrors that defy explanation. We had been watched, stalked by a presence unseen, and though we emerged unscathed, the encounter left an indelible mark, a lingering fear that whispers at the edge of consciousness, a reminder of our place in the grand tapestry of existence. Whatever watched us in those mountains, it remains there still, a guardian of secrets and shadows, an unseen stalker in the realm of the unknown. Being a Marine, stationed at Bridgeport in the shadow of the Sierra Nevada, had always been a mixture of serenity and toughness. The rugged terrain and the crisp, biting air demanded respect from anyone trying to master it. Days often drifted into each other, with exercises blending seamlessly into the monotony of discipline and routine. But the mountains and the forest, they were ever present, a mysterious backdrop, as beautiful as they were ominous. The training ground, tucked away in the national forest north of Yosemite, felt both ancient and eternal. It was a place of natural wonder, where the trees stood like old sentinels, whispering secrets of the earth. I often found solace in the solitude, a quiet corner of the world where man was but a guest. My comrades and I shared stories around our campfires at night, while the stars speckled the sky like silver dust. Yet, as familiar as it all felt, the wilderness held a strange, almost sentient quality, as if something unseen lurked just beyond the line of sight, watching. I had always been level-headed, measured in my thoughts and actions. But that year, the fall chill brought with it something unsettling. It started with small things, shadows flickering at the edge of my vision, the rustle of leaves with no wind to stir them, and the pervasive feeling of being observed. As a Marine, I've been trained to notice details, to be alert, so I dismissed these incidents as tricks of the mind, exhausted from rigorous training. However, things shifted one evening during a routine night exercise. We were tasked with navigating the dense forest under the cloak of darkness. The night was particularly cold, the air sharp with the scent of pine and frost. As I moved silently through the underbrush, the beam from my flashlight cut through the blackness, illuminating slices of forest floor, branches looming like skeletal fingers, reaching out. We were supposed to regroup at a clearing beyond a narrow stream, but as I approached it, I felt the ground soften beneath my boots, the terrain subtly shifting. I paused, listening intently. The usual forest sounds were absent. No chirping of crickets, no rustle of nocturnal creatures. All was eerily silent, except for the distant echo of my fellow Marines calling out to each other. It was then I saw it, a figure, just beyond the clearing. At first, I thought it was one of our team, but as I drew closer, I realized it stood unnaturally still, the outline blurred as if the night itself was trying to swallow it whole. I called out, but received no reply. As my flashlight fell upon it, the beam seemed to bend, as if reluctant to reveal whatever it was that stood before me. It was so bizarre, so unreal, that I felt a cold tingle run down my spine. In that moment, I chalked it up to fatigue and pressed on, dismissing it as another misinterpretation of shadows. Returning to camp, I mentioned my experience to my buddy, Carter. He shrugged it off with a nervous chuckle, offering the typical Marine bravado to mask what I sensed was his own unease. "Just a trick of the light," he said, but his eyes betrayed him, darting to the forest edge where the moonlight danced uneasily across the treetops. Days passed, each feeling heavier than the last. The forest seemed to close in around us, as if it were alive, its breath cold against our skin. The unease became palpable among the men, whispered concerns growing louder in the stillness of the night. Some swore they heard voices carried on the wind, soft, indistinct, like a conversation one couldn't quite catch. Others claimed to have seen movements between the trees, figures that vanished when looked at directly. Then came the night that shattered the fragile calm. We were gathered around a fire, the flames crackling as they consumed the dry wood. The air was still, the smoke rising in a lazy spiral toward the star-strewn sky. Suddenly, the fire flickered violently, as if caught by a sudden gust, and then extinguished completely, plunging us into darkness. Startled, we all reached for our flashlights, illuminating each other's faces, pale and tense. It was then we heard it, a sound unlike any I had ever heard before. It was a low, mournful wail, echoing through the trees, weaving through the air with an unsettling familiarity. It was as if the mountains themselves were crying out, a sound so profoundly sorrowful that it seemed to resonate deep within, touching something primal, something ancient. We were all on edge, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. But the darkness was absolute, an encroaching void that felt tangible. As the wailing subsided, replaced by a deafening silence, I felt the grip of fear tighten around my chest. It was then that Carter, who had been standing to my right, shone his light towards the forest's edge and froze. His face turned ashen, eyes wide with a terror I had never seen before. Following his gaze, I saw them too, figures standing just beyond the reach of our lights. They were indistinct, shrouded in shadow, their forms flickering as if not entirely part of this world. We couldn't make out faces, only the suggestion of features like reflections on dark water. They stood there, unmoving, watching us with an intensity that was palpable. Panic surged through the group, instincts honed by training taking over. We backed away, forming a defensive circle, weapons raised, flashlights sweeping the perimeter. But the figures did not retreat, nor did they advance. They simply remained, their presence weighing heavily upon us. After what felt like an eternity, they began to fade, retreating into the forest as silently as they had appeared. We remained on high alert, adrenaline coursing through us, but the night remained still, as if holding its breath. In the days that followed, the forest seemed to close around us even tighter. Training sessions felt different, the sense of unease now an unshakable companion. We were not alone, of that I was certain. The atmosphere was oppressive, filled with an unspoken dread that gnawed at the edges of our sanity. I found myself drawn back to the clearing where I first saw the figure. It was daylight, the sun's rays streaming through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Yet even in the light, the clearing felt wrong, as if it were a place out of time, disconnected from the world around it. I stood there, trying to piece together the fragments of my fear, seeking an explanation that eluded me. The rational part of my mind grappled with the irrationality of it all, the impossibility of what we had witnessed. But the forest, with its ancient trees and whispered secrets, offered no answers. As I turned to leave, a breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the faintest echo of that mournful wail. It was a sound etched into my memory, a reminder that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled. Our tour at Bridgeport ended soon after, but the experience lingered, a shadow that followed me long after I left the mountains behind. I find myself reflecting on it often, especially on quiet nights when the world is hushed and still. The forest remains, unchanged and eternal, and I can't help but wonder if those figures still watch from the shadows, their mournful cries echoing through the trees. Perhaps it was all a figment of our imaginations, a collective hallucination, born of isolation and stress. But deep down, I know that what we experienced was real, a brush with something beyond our understanding. To this day, I carry the memory with me, a reminder of the mysterious and unknowable depths of the world. It's a story I've shared with few, uncertain of how it would be received. But for those of us who were there, it's a bond we share, a truth we carry, as haunting and beautiful as the forest itself. I have always felt a strange affinity with the forest, a bond that seems to extend beyond the natural connection one feels with the serenity of nature. As a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service, the dense woods of Oregon have been my second home for over a decade. My team and I often venture into the vast wilderness to locate and rescue the lost, the injured, and sometimes those who never wanted to be found. Over the years, I've encountered things I can scarcely explain, events that defy the natural order and hint at something lurking just beyond the veil of what we consider reality. The Oregon forests have their fair share of legends and folklore, stories passed down through generations about creatures that slip through the shadows and voices that call from unseen places. Initially, I dismissed these as mere tales, stories to scare children around campfires. But soon, experiences began to weave themselves into my reality, and ignoring them became impossible. It started with subtle whispers, sounds barely audible over the rustling leaves and the distant calls of wildlife. I was often alone during routine patrols, my footsteps cushioned by the mossy undergrowth, the air crisp and tinged with pine. It was during one of these solitary walks that I first heard it, a faint murmur, as if someone were trying to speak just beyond the threshold of my comprehension. I paused, instinctively holding my breath, straining my ears to catch the words. But as quickly as it had begun, the whispering ceased, leaving only the gentle sighing of the wind through the trees. I dismissed it, attributing it to fatigue or the natural sounds of the forest. Yet, a part of me was unsettled, a quiet unease that settled in the pit of my stomach and refused to dissipate. Over the following weeks, the whispers became more frequent, more distinct, though still incomprehensible. I attempted to rationalize them, but a gnawing thought persisted. I was not alone. A more tangible disturbance occurred during a particularly challenging search operation. A young woman had vanished while hiking with friends. They had set out on a popular trail, but she decided to take a detour, ostensibly to photograph a secluded waterfall she'd read about online. The group expected her to rejoin them within the hour, but she never returned. As the day turned to night and she remained missing, we were called in. The search was arduous, the forest growing sinister as twilight descended. Shadows lengthened, and the trees seemed to close in, creating a labyrinthine maze of branches and undergrowth. I was paired with a fellow officer, Karen, and together we combed the area where the woman was last seen. As we moved deeper into the woods, the whispers returned. Karen heard them too, her eyes widening as she glanced at me in alarm. "What is that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I'm not sure," I replied, though my heart was pounding in my chest. It might just be the wind. But we both knew it sounded like voices, multiple, indistinct, as if a group were conversing on the periphery of our hearing. A sudden rustling to our right drew our attention, and we turned as one, flashlights cutting through the gloom. A figure emerged, stumbling towards us with an unsteady gait. It was the missing woman, her clothes torn, and her face a mask of terror. "Help me," she gasped, collapsing at our feet. We rushed to her aid, radioing in her location and condition. As we waited for assistance, she clung to us, her eyes darting nervously towards the forest. "They were calling me," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I heard them in the trees." "Who?" Karen asked gently. "I don't know," the woman replied. "Voices. They wanted me to follow." When the rescue team arrived, the woman was taken to safety, and an investigation into her disappearance ensued. Yet, no logical explanation surfaced. and her account of the voices was dismissed as delirium. After that incident, I began to notice other peculiarities: animals behaving erratically, vanishing without a trace, and tracks that led nowhere. Most unnerving were the times I returned to a location, only to find it altered, as if the forest had shifted subtly in my absence. The escalation came during another search, this time for a seasoned hiker, known for his extensive knowledge of the area. He had gone missing on a trail that wound through particularly dense woodland, a place where sunlight struggled to penetrate even at midday. Something about this case felt different, ominous. As my team delved into the woods, the forest seemed to close around us, an oppressive presence that set our nerves on edge. The whispers, now a constant companion, grew louder, more insistent. It felt as though we were being watched, the sensation prickling at the back of my neck. We found the hiker 3 days later, or rather, what was left of him. He lay in a small clearing, his backpack beside him, untouched. His expression was one of serene acceptance, almost as if he'd chosen this place as his final resting spot. There were no signs of struggle, no indications of an animal attack or natural causes of death. It was as if life had simply departed him. That night, as we sat around the campfire, the team was subdued, exchanging uneasy glances. The forest was too quiet, the usual night sounds absent, replaced by an oppressive silence. Then, from the darkness, came the whispers surrounding us, pressing in from all sides. The climax occurred when one of our newer recruits, Daniel, stood abruptly and began walking towards the trees, his movements deliberate and trance-like. We called after him, but he didn't respond, his eyes fixed on something unseen. Karen and I were the first to reach him, grabbing his arms and shaking him from his stupor. He blinked, confusion clouding his features. "What happened?" he asked, his voice shaky. "You were walking into the forest," I replied, my own voice barely steady. "Why?" "I don't know," he said. "I just felt drawn." We returned to base camp, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken fears. None of us slept that night, the whispers a constant, maddening presence. In the ensuing days, we completed the investigation into the hiker's death, but the findings were inconclusive. Officially, the cause remained unknown, but unofficially, we all felt a deep, inexplicable conviction that something unnatural resided in that forest, a force beyond our understanding. The lingering fear has stayed with me, a shadow that follows even in the light of day. I continue my work, patrolling the vast woods and assisting those in need. But there's a part of me that remains on edge, attuned to the subtle shifts and sounds that should not be. The whispers no longer surprise me. They are as much a part of the forest as the rustling leaves and the call of distant birds. I have learned to coexist with them, to accept that there are things beyond my comprehension, and that sometimes the forest does not want us to find those who wander into its depths. There are still nights when I awake in a cold sweat, the whispers echoing in my mind, a reminder that the woods hold secrets that are not meant to be uncovered. And so, I remain vigilant, ever watchful, knowing that one day the forest may call me too. Until then, I walk its paths, ever mindful of the whispers and the mysteries that lie hidden in the heart of Oregon's vast, enigmatic wilderness. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple as I finished setting up camp in one of the remote corners of the unnamed national park. The park was known for its untouched wilderness, a sprawling expanse of dense forest and rugged terrain that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. The solitude was intoxicating, a chance to escape the cacophony of everyday life. Here, I found solace beneath the towering canopy, where the whispers of leaves in the breeze were the only sounds to break the silence. As night descended, the forest transformed into a world of shadows and muted sounds. The campfire crackled softly, casting an amber glow that brushed against the encroaching darkness. I settled into my chair, a book resting in my lap, feeling the weight of a peaceful fatigue that came from a day spent hiking along untamed trails. The park was my haven, a place where I could lose myself and perhaps, in the process, find something forgotten within. The tranquility was unexpectedly interrupted by the crunch of footsteps on the underbrush. I glanced up, squinting into the dim light to see a figure emerging from the shadows. It was a park ranger, his uniform distinct even in the failing light. He approached with a purposeful stride, though there was an odd hesitance in his posture. "Evening," he greeted, his voice a low murmur that blended with the rustling leaves. "Evening," I replied, curious but not alarmed. Rangers often patrolled these areas, ensuring campers adhered to park rules. The ranger paused just outside the ring of firelight, his face partially obscured by the brim of his hat. "Planning to stay all night?" I nodded. "Of course. Is there a problem?" He hesitated, then stepped forward, his eyes catching the firelight with a strange intensity. "There's been unusual activity in these parts. It's probably nothing, but I'd advise caution. Stick close to your camp." I felt a ripple of unease at his vague warning. What kind of activity? Strange noises, odd tracks. Could be a bear or something else. Just keep your wits about you. His words lingered in the cool night air, and I found myself scrutinizing his features for any hint of jest. But his expression was earnest, almost pleading. With a slight nod, he turned and disappeared back into the night, leaving me with a sense of disquiet that clung like a shadow. I returned to my book, though my attention was fragmented, my mind wandering to the ranger's words. The forest, once a bastion of serenity, now seemed to harbor unseen eyes, watching from the blackness beyond. The wind rustled through the trees, a gentle but ominous whisper that set my nerves on edge. As the hours passed, the fire burned lower, its warmth a welcome comfort against the creeping chill. I stoked the embers, feeding them fresh kindling, while my thoughts drifted through the ranger's warning. I chastised myself for allowing superstition to take root. After all, the wilderness was inherently mysterious, a living tapestry of life and death, known and unknown. Yet, the undeniable feeling of being watched persisted, a prickling sensation at the nape of my neck. I shook it off, unsure whether it was the ranger's words that had unsettled me or some instinct chiming from within. The night wore on, and sleep began to pull me under. I retreated to my tent, leaving the fire to smolder. Within the cocoon of my sleeping bag, I listened to the symphony of nocturnal life, each sound amplified in the darkness. I drifted toward slumber, comforted by the rhythmic chorus. The first disturbance came in the hush between dreams and consciousness, a distant echo that wormed its way into my half-asleep mind. It was a sound that didn't belong, an irregularity amid the forest's natural cadence, a low, resonant growl that sent a shiver down my spine. I lay still, straining to discern whether it was real or imagined, a trick of a dream lingering on the edges of wakefulness. The growl sounded again, closer this time, unmistakably real. I sat up, heart pounding, the fabric of the tent a flimsy barrier between me and the unseen threat. My mind raced, cataloging possibilities, a bear, a mountain lion, or perhaps something else entirely. The night was still, the earlier rustlings of small creatures absent, as if the forest held its breath in anticipation. I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness with a stark intensity that seemed to deepen the shadows beyond its reach. I unzipped the tent cautiously, stepping into the night air, my breath a mist in the cold. The fire had died to glowing embers, casting a faint illumination that barely penetrated the surrounding gloom. I scanned the perimeter, the flashlight sweeping over trees and underbrush, revealing nothing but the natural chaos of the forest floor. The growl came again, this time from behind, sending a jolt of adrenaline coursing through me. I swung the light around, the beam slicing through the dark. But there was nothing. No creature, no movement. Only the silent trees standing sentinel in the night. I backed toward the remains of the fire, my senses heightened, every rustle and creak a potential threat. Rational thought struggled against the primal urge to flee, to abandon the camp and seek safety in numbers, in civilization. But something held me there, a stubborn refusal to surrender to fear, to the unseen menace lurking in the dark. As minutes stretched into an eternity, the growling ceased, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. I remained vigilant, the flashlight gripped tightly in one hand, the other hovering near a makeshift weapon, a branch whittled to a point, more a comfort than a genuine means of defense. The forest, as if sensing my resolve, began to stir once more, the night creatures cautiously resuming their nightly routines. I remained tense, every sound a reminder of the unseen presence, but gradually, the tension in my muscles eased, and I returned to the tent, though I left the flap open, the flashlight ready at my side. Sleep came fitfully, broken by the slightest of sounds, each one jerking me back to a hyper-aware state. The unknown threat lingered at the edges of my consciousness, a shadow in the recesses of my mind, refusing to be dismissed. With the dawn came a semblance of safety, the light chasing away the phantoms of the night. I emerged from the tent, blinking against the morning sun, the events of the night lingering like a half-remembered dream. The forest, bathed in gentle morning light, appeared unchanged, the terror of the night seeming almost absurd in the clarity of day. Determined to uncover the source of the disturbance, I set off on a circular path around the camp, searching for signs, tracks, scat, anything to explain the growling. The underbrush was dense, leaves and twigs crunching underfoot, but I was methodical, retracing my steps with care. I found nothing unusual, no signs of a large predator, no disturbances in the natural order. It was as if the night had drawn a veil over its secrets, leaving only questions in its wake. The memory of the ranger's warning resurfaced, and I made the decision to hike back towards the park's main trails, hoping to encounter him again, to seek clarity, perhaps reassurance. As I packed, the forest seemed to watch with an indifferent gaze, the trees whispering among themselves in a language I could not comprehend. The journey back was uneventful, the morning sun warming the chill from my bones. The park, vast and sprawling, felt less intimidating in the light, the path clear and reassuring. Yet, the ranger's words weighed heavily on my mind, his urgency now more pressing than ever. I reached the ranger station by mid-afternoon, its weathered facade a welcome sight. The ranger was there, standing on the porch, his gaze thoughtful as he surveyed the horizon. He turned as I approached, his expression unreadable. "Back so soon?" he asked, though there was no surprise in his voice. I nodded, recounting the events of the previous night, the growling, the pervasive sense of being watched. He listened intently, his eyes narrowing slightly as I spoke. "It happens," he said finally, his tone guarded. "This place, it has a way of unsettling folks, plays tricks." "But it felt real," I protested, frustration creeping in at his seeming dismissiveness. He held my gaze, a flicker of something unreadable passing across his features. "Sometimes, the park reveals things best left unseen, things the mind struggles to grasp." His words, cryptic and unsettling, did little to ease my concerns. "What do you mean?" I pressed. He hesitated, glancing around as if ensuring no one else could hear. "There are stories, rumors, things that don't fit the natural order, things that have been covered up for years." "A conspiracy?" I asked, incredulous but intrigued. "Maybe," he admitted, "or maybe just the wilderness asserting itself. Either way, it's best not to dig too deep." His warning hung in the air, an unspoken challenge to leave the mysteries unchallenged. I considered his words, the implications of secrets buried in the wilds, hidden by those who sought to maintain order, control. I thanked him, though my mind was far from settled. As I turned to leave, he called after me, his voice carrying a hint of genuine concern. "Remember, not everything out there is meant for us to understand." I left the station, the ranger's warning echoing in my mind. The park, with its vast expanse and hidden truths, loomed ominously behind me, a place of beauty and terror intertwined. As I made my way back to civilization, the mundane sounds of life, cars, voices, the hum of modernity, felt both foreign and comforting. Yet, the memory of the night lingered, a shadow that refused to dissipate, a reminder of the unexplained, the unknown. Even now, far from the park's borders, I find myself glancing into the shadows, half expecting to see a flicker of movement, to hear a growl that defies logic. The ranger's words, a calm yet eerie warning, continue to haunt my thoughts. The wilderness holds its secrets close, a silent guardian of mysteries that defy comprehension. And though I have left those woods behind, the fear remains, a lingering presence in the quiet moments, a whisper in the dark, a reminder that some things are best left undisturbed. The sun had barely graced the horizon when I parked my rust-ridden truck at the foot of the Appalachian Mountains. The dense forest stood shrouded in a light mist, the trees tall and ancient, as if they whispered secrets amongst themselves. I had been a cell tower technician for over a decade, my job often leading me to isolated locales where the only company I had was the hum of the wind and the occasional curious animal. It was a life of solitude, but one I reveled in. The quiet, the predictability, the escape from a world too loud and intrusive. Today's task was a routine maintenance check on a cell tower nestled deep within the Appalachian Range, a solitary giant standing watch over a sea of green. It was a familiar trek, having serviced this particular tower multiple times. With my gear slung over my shoulder and the morning's cool air invigorating my senses, I began the ascent through the well-worn path that snaked its way up the mountainside. As I climbed, I couldn't help but admire the serene beauty around me. The leaves rustled gently in the wind, birds chirped their morning songs, and the forest floor crackled underfoot. The world was alive, yet peaceful, a stark contrast to the chaos I imagined lingered in more populated regions. There was comfort in the isolation, an escape from the humdrum of daily life. But as I approached the tower, a peculiar sensation prickled at the edge of my awareness. It was subtle at first, like the faintest echo of an unsettling thought. Dismissed it as nothing more than an overactive imagination, a byproduct of too many solitary hours spent amid the wilderness. I focused instead on my task, eager to complete the maintenance and return to the comfort of my truck before the sun reached its zenith. The tower loomed above me, its metallic structure stark against the morning sky. I climbed the ladder with practiced ease, the height no longer a source of anxiety, but a familiar, almost comforting challenge. Once at the top, I surveyed the surrounding landscape, an endless expanse of forest stretching far beyond the horizon. The tranquility of the scene was mesmerizing, and for a moment, I felt a profound sense of peace. That peace was shattered when I heard it. A low, guttural sound, barely audible but distinct against the natural symphony of the forest. It came from somewhere below, perhaps the base of the tower. My heart skipped a beat, the sound foreign yet oddly familiar, as if dredged up from a forgotten nightmare. I shook my head, attributing the noise to a trick of the wind or the groan of an aging metal structure. With renewed focus, I set about my work, inspecting the cables and equipment with meticulous attention. Yet, the feeling that something was amiss persisted, an unseen presence lurking just beyond the periphery of my vision. I told myself it was nothing, that the mind often conjures shadows where none exist. But the forest, usually so inviting, seemed to close in around me, the trees no longer welcoming sentinels, but watchful observers of some unseen drama. The job progressed smoothly, despite the nagging unease, and soon I was ready to descend. As I began my descent, the sound came again, clearer this time, as if whatever produced it had drawn closer. It was a deep, resonant growl, far too rich and complex to be attributed to any known animal. I paused, my grip tightening on the ladder, eyes scanning the area below for any sign of movement. But the forest betrayed nothing, its secrets concealed beneath a canopy of leaves and shadow. I reached the ground with a mix of relief and apprehension, the sensation of being watched more pronounced than ever. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to retreat to the safety of my truck, and forget this strange encounter. But curiosity, that insatiable drive that often leads men to their doom, compelled me to investigate. I circled the tower, my senses on high alert, eyes probing the underbrush for any sign of life. The forest was eerily silent, the usual cacophony of nature replaced by an oppressive stillness. It was then that I saw it, a footprint, large and distinctly inhuman, pressed deep into the earth. The sight sent a shiver down my spine, the implications of such a discovery disconcerting at best. My mind raced, cycling through a list of possibilities, each more improbable than the last. Was it some prank, a fabricated evidence left behind by an overzealous camper? Or perhaps a bear, though the size and shape of the print seemed all wrong for such an explanation. As I pondered, the forest remained silent, as if holding its breath, waiting for me to piece together the puzzle it had laid before me. The feeling of being watched intensified, and with it, an overwhelming urge to flee. The primal part of my brain, attuned to the dangers of the wild, urged me to abandon my quest for answers and retreat to the safety of civilization. But I resisted, driven by a need to understand the mystery that had ensnared me. As I turned to head back to my truck, the growl sounded once more, closer and more menacing than before. My pulse quickened, adrenaline flooding my veins as I scanned the surrounding forest for any hint of movement. It was then that I saw it, a shape, massive and indistinct, moving through the trees with an unnerving grace. It was a creature unlike any I had ever seen, its form hidden in shadow, yet undeniably present. The air around it seemed to shimmer, as if the very fabric of reality wavered in its presence. My mind struggled to comprehend the sight, a primal fear taking root in my gut as I realized the enormity of what I faced. Suddenly, all thoughts of curiosity vanished, replaced by an overwhelming instinct to survive. I turned and ran, the forest a blur as I navigated the familiar path with newfound urgency. The sound of pursuit, though subtle, was unmistakable, a haunting resonance that echoed through the trees. My truck came into view, a beacon of safety amidst the chaos. I reached it breathless and trembling, fumbling with the keys in my haste to escape. As the engine roared to life, I dared a glance back, half expecting to see the creature emerge from the shadows. But there was nothing, only the silent forest, its secrets once again concealed beneath a veil of tranquility. I drove away, the road winding through the mountains, as I put distance between myself and the inexplicable terror I had encountered. Yet, even as the miles stretched out before me, the fear lingered, a constant reminder of the unknown lurking in the wilds. For days after, I found myself haunted by the memory of the creature, the sound of its growl reverberating in my mind like a ghostly refrain. Sleep was elusive, my dreams plagued by visions of shadowy forms and primal fears. I tried to rationalize the experience, to attribute it to exhaustion or an overactive imagination. But the evidence, the footprint, the undeniable presence, refused to be dismissed. I spoke to no one of what I had seen, the fear of disbelief and ridicule silencing my tongue. Instead, I returned to my routine, visiting sites and repairing towers with the same diligence as before. Yet, the forest, once a sanctuary, now felt like a labyrinth of hidden dangers, each rustling leaf or distant call a potential harbinger of the unknown. As time passed, the immediacy of the encounter began to fade, but the sense of unease remained. It was as if the creature, whatever it was, had left an indelible mark on my soul, a reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of human understanding. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even in the crowded streets of the city or the solitude of my home. The encounter had awakened something within me, a realization that the world was far more complex and terrifying than I had ever imagined. The boundaries between reality and nightmare had blurred, leaving me with a lingering fear that perhaps one day I would hear that growl again, echoing through the shadows of my mind. The Appalachian Mountains had always been a place of mystery, their ancient peaks and hidden valleys home to countless legends and whispered tales. I had always dismissed such stories, attributing them to the imaginations of those who sought to explain the unexplainable. But now, having faced the unknown, I understood the truth behind the legends, that some mysteries were never meant to be uncovered, and some secrets were best left undisturbed. As I continued my work, the memory of the encounter remained with me, a chilling reminder of the fragility of my understanding of the world. The forest, with its towering trees and shadowed paths, had become a place of both beauty and dread, its secrets forever entwined with my own. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath and silence reigned supreme, I listened for the growl, waiting for the return of the creature that had forever altered my perception of reality. The countryside around our old farmhouse was idyllic, a picturesque canvas painted with the hues of tranquility and nostalgia. I had always found solace in the rhythm of rural life, the way the sun crept over the horizon each morning, casting golden light over the dew-laden fields, and the way it dipped below the edge of the world every evening, leaving behind a tapestry of stars. It was this serenity that had drawn me to live there, away from the chaos of the city. My life had slipped into a comfortable routine, each day a mirror of the last, punctuated only by the changing seasons and the occasional visit from a neighbor. The farmhouse itself was a relic from another time, its wood aged and weathered, but steadfast against the relentless passage of years. I had grown fond of its creaky floors, and the way the wind whispered through its cracks, a lullaby that accompanied my nights. The land stretched far and wide, bordered by dense woods that stood like silent sentinels, their secrets hidden in shadows. I often roamed these woods, navigating the labyrinth of trees and underbrush, a habit that had become second nature to me. It was during one of these familiar walks that I first noticed something amiss. The air felt different, charged with an undercurrent that I couldn't quite place. The forest, usually alive with the chatter of birds and the rustle of leaves, seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something to happen. I shrugged it off, attributing my unease to the shifting weather that often heralded the coming of autumn. Yet, a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, a prickling sensation at the nape of my neck that lingered even after I returned home. The following days were marked by a series of disturbances, subtle at first, but increasingly difficult to ignore. I began to notice tracks in the mud near the edge of the woods, large and misshapen, like nothing I had ever seen before. They seemed to lead nowhere, disappearing as abruptly as they appeared. At night, I heard strange noises, low and guttural, echoing through the stillness. Each time I heard them, I'd rise from my bed and peer out into the night, my heart pounding in my chest. But the darkness revealed nothing. My dreams became vivid and unsettling, populated by shadowy figures and a sense of impending doom that clung to me long after I woke. I found myself growing anxious, my once peaceful sanctuary tainted by an invisible menace. I tried to maintain my routines, hoping that familiarity would dispel the unease. But the feeling persisted, gnawing at the edges of my mind like a relentless tide. It was on an especially crisp October evening that the situation escalated. The sun had set, leaving the sky a deep indigo, strewn with stars that flickered like distant flames. I had decided to take a walk, hoping the cool air would clear my mind. As I ventured into the woods, the atmosphere felt different, a heavy silence settling around me like a shroud. My footsteps seemed unnaturally loud, the crunch of leaves underfoot echoing in the stillness. As I moved deeper into the woods, a sound stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a low, mournful bellow, unlike anything I had ever heard. It reverberated through the trees, sending a shiver down my spine. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps a moose, I thought, although I had never seen one so close to the farmhouse. My curiosity piqued. I followed the sound, my heart hammering against my ribs. What I saw next defied all logic and understanding. In a small clearing, illuminated by the pale moonlight, stood a creature that was both familiar and alien. It was indeed a moose, or it would have been if not for its grotesque proportions and unsettling aura. Its eyes glowed a sickly yellow, intelligent and malevolent, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Its antlers were massive, branching out like twisted hands reaching up to the sky, and its body was impossibly large, casting a shadow that seemed to swallow the ground beneath it. I stood frozen, caught between the instinct to flee and the compulsion to understand what I was witnessing. The creature let out another bellow, the sound vibrating through my very bones, and I knew then that I was in the presence of something beyond the natural order, something ancient and powerful. Panic surged through me, breaking my paralysis, and I turned to run, the forest blurring around me as I stumbled my way back to the farmhouse. Back within the safety of my home, I bolted the doors and windows, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My mind reeled with the impossibility of what I had seen, yet the memory of those glowing eyes and that haunting call lingered, a persistent reminder that whatever it was real. I spent the night in fitful sleep, the creature's image haunting my dreams, whispering secrets from the dark corners of my subconscious. The days that followed were a waking nightmare. I could feel its presence, always just beyond the threshold of my awareness, watching and waiting. The once comforting woods now felt oppressive, the trees closing in like an ominous canopy. I avoided them, sticking close to the farmhouse, but the sense of being hunted remained. Occasionally, I would catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, a flicker of shadow, a rustle in the underbrush. But when I turned to look, there was nothing. I tried to speak of it to the few neighbors I had, hoping for some confirmation that I wasn't losing my mind. They listened politely, nodding along with skepticism thinly veiled behind sympathetic smiles. One elderly man, a local fixture whose wisdom was often sought, merely nodded knowingly and muttered something about the old spirits of the land, warning me to tread carefully in places where the veil between worlds was thin. The climax came one cold, blustery night when the wind howled like a living thing outside my window. I was awoken by a sound, a tapping, insistent and rhythmic, at the glass. With a sense of dread pooling in my stomach, I got up and approached the window. What I saw made my blood run cold. The creature stood just beyond the glass, its eyes glowing like twin flames in the darkness. It was closer than it had ever been, its form towering over the house, the antlers scraping against the eaves. The tapping came from its massive hooves, each strike deliberate and menacing. It seemed to be studying me, those infernal eyes locking onto mine, and I felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, as if it could see into the depths of my soul. I stumbled back, my mind racing for a solution, a way to banish this nightmare. In a moment of desperation, I remembered the words of the old man, his mention of the thin veil. Perhaps, I thought, there was a way to send it back to wherever it had come from. I scrambled for my phone, seeking any information on rituals or lore that might help. Hours passed as I researched, the creature's presence never wavering, its eyes a constant, unyielding pressure. Finally, I stumbled upon an old folktale, a story of an ancient guardian of the forest, a creature feared and revered by those who once walked these lands. To appease it, to send it back to its realm, one needed to acknowledge its dominion with a gift, a token of respect. With trembling hands, I gathered what I could find, a small charm that had belonged to my grandmother, an offering of personal significance. I approached the window again, the creature watching my every move. Slowly, I opened the door and stepped out into the night, the cold biting into my skin. The creature remained still, observing. I placed the charm on the ground, near its hooves, and stepped back, my heart pounding in my chest. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a grace that seemed at odds with its massive form, the creature lowered its head, touching the charm with its nose. It paused, then raised its head, the glow in its eyes softening, and I felt an inexplicable sense of peace wash over me. The creature turned slowly and retreated into the woods, its form merging with the shadows until it disappeared completely. I stood there, breathless and bewildered, the night returning to its usual stillness. The sense of menace lifted, and for the first time in weeks, I felt truly alone in the best possible way. Yet, even as normalcy returned, the events of those weeks lingered in my mind, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lay just beyond the edge of understanding. The woods, though no longer threatening, held a different kind of respect from me. I knew now that the world was far stranger and more wondrous than I had ever imagined. The farmhouse, my sanctuary, was once again a place of comfort, but the experience had left an indelible mark. I often found myself standing at the edge of the woods, eyes scanning the tree line, half expecting to see a flicker of movement, a reminder of the guardian that I had encountered. I never did, but the feeling of being watched, of being connected to something larger than myself, remained. I continued living my life, each day a reflection of the last, but with an added layer of awareness and gratitude for the unseen. The land, with its hidden stories and ancient spirits, had accepted me, and I, in turn, had learned to live in harmony with it. The memory of the creature, the horrifying moose encounter as I came to call it, served as both a cautionary tale and a testament to the wonders that lurk in the shadows, waiting to be discovered by those willing to see. The town of Hilltop Preserve was known for its serene vistas, a place where the hustle of modernity seemed a distant echo. Rolling hills embraced by dense woods, their foliage a tapestry of greens and browns, enveloped the community in a comforting isolation. My home, nestled on the edge of these woods, was a haven of tranquility. Days passed with the gentle rhythm of nature, a far cry from the chaos I'd left behind. Here, life was unhurried, each day a mirror of the last, offering a sense of continuity that I had craved. Each morning, I followed the well-trodden path from my home into the heart of the preserve. The path, lined with ancient oaks and whispering pines, was both familiar and endlessly enchanting. It was a place where time seemed to halt, where the natural world held sway over all else. I found solace in the predictability of my routine, the steadfastness of the trees, the persistent rustle of leaves underfoot. But the tranquility was interrupted one late autumn afternoon. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows that danced eerily across the woodland floor. I noticed something peculiar, a rustling in the underbrush that didn't match the pattern of the wind. It was subtle at first, a gentle stirring that could easily be dismissed as a woodland creature going about its business. Yet, as I continued along the path, the noise persisted, growing in intensity. It was as if the forest had suddenly become aware of itself. every creak and crack amplified in the still air. I paused, the hair on my neck prickling, my senses on high alert. The sound, now distinct and deliberate, came from a cluster of trees to my left. I stepped cautiously towards the noise, my heart beating a steady, nervous rhythm. As I drew nearer, a chill ran through me, the kind that precedes a storm. The disturbance ceased abruptly, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. I scanned the area, finding nothing out of place. Just as I turned to continue on my way, a low growl reverberated from the shadows, more guttural than any animal I had ever heard. It was enough to send me back down the path, my mind racing with possibilities. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences became more frequent. My unease, initially dismissed as paranoia, grew with each passing day. The shadows seemed to lengthen unnaturally, the forest itself conspiring to obscure the source of the disturbances. I began to notice a pattern. Each instance coincided with the setting sun, as if the creature, whatever it was, preferred the cloak of darkness. One evening, as I sat by the window of my study, a movement caught my eye. Outside, silhouetted against the backdrop of the dying light, was the unmistakable form of a wolf. Its eyes, gleaming with an unsettling intelligence, were fixed upon me. I blinked, and it was gone, leaving behind only the echo of its presence. My heart pounded in my chest, and I wondered if my mind was playing tricks on me, weaving tales from the fabric of my fears. Determined to uncover the truth, I resolved to confront whatever lurked in the woods. Armed with a flashlight and the comfort of a sturdy walking stick, I ventured out one moonlit night. The air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. My steps were tentative, each one echoing in the stillness. As I approached the grove where the disturbances seemed to originate, the atmosphere shifted, growing heavy with an inexplicable tension. Standing at the edge of the clearing, I waited, my breath visible in the cold night air. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching into eternity, until a rustling broke the silence. The figure that emerged was not the wolf I had expected, but rather a man, his features obscured by the shadows. He moved with an unsettling fluidity, his presence both familiar and foreign. As he stepped into the moonlight, I recognized him, the stranger who had recently taken up residence in the outskirts of town. His eyes, however, were the same unnerving hue as the wolf's. A realization dawned on me, a chilling understanding that this was no ordinary man. Yet, before I could react, he spoke, his voice a low, melodic whisper that seemed to seep into the very marrow of my bones. "You see me," he said, a statement rather than a question. The words hung in the air, laden with a gravity that threatened to pull me under. "I am the eighth, the last of my kind. Do not fear what you do not understand." His words were both a comfort and a threat, a reminder of the unknown that lurked in the crevices of our world. My heart hammered as I grappled with the implications of his presence, a shapeshifter, a creature of legend that now stood before me, bridging the gap between myth and reality. I felt an overwhelming urge to flee, yet curiosity anchored me in place. The man, or rather the creature, continued to speak, weaving a tale of ancient forests and hidden worlds, of a lineage that had all but vanished. His voice was a lullaby of terror and wonder, painting vivid pictures of a past entwined with the very fabric of the land. As he spoke, the shadows around him seemed to pulse with life, each one a fragment of the story he told. The air grew colder, the chill slicing through my resolve. I sensed a shift in the creature's demeanor, an undercurrent of urgency threading through his words. "They are coming," he warned, his eyes flickering to the forest beyond. "The others know of your awareness. They will not be as forgiving." A primal fear gripped me, the kind that speaks to an ancient part of the human soul. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees whispering secrets I was never meant to hear. I realized then that I was not merely an observer in this tale. I was entwined in its narrative, my fate inextricably linked to that of the creature before me. As the night deepened, the creature transformed once more, shedding his human guise to reveal the wolf within. The transformation was both graceful and grotesque, a symphony of movement that defied the laws of nature. The wolf stood before me, its eyes holding a silent plea, a warning perhaps, or an invitation to a world beyond comprehension. I retreated, my mind a whirlwind of fear and fascination. The path home seemed longer, the forest darker, as if it too had shifted in response to the revelations of the night. Inside the safety of my home, I pondered the encounter, the creature's words echoing in my mind. I sensed a presence outside, the weight of unseen eyes pressing against the walls of my sanctuary. Days turned to weeks, and life in Hilltop Preserve resumed its quiet rhythm. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that things had changed irreparably. The forest, once a haven, now seemed a domain of shadows and secrets. I avoided the path through the woods, the memory of the creature's warning ever present in my thoughts. I began to notice subtle changes in the town, unexplained disappearances, whispers of sightings that no one dared to discuss openly. The townsfolk, too, seemed altered, their eyes reflecting a knowledge they refused to acknowledge. We were all ensnared in a web of silence, bound by an unspoken agreement to maintain the illusion of normalcy. But the fear lingered, a phantom that shadowed my every move. At night, the woods whispered tales of ancient predation, of creatures that walked unseen among us. The shadows danced with an unnatural vitality, and the wind carried with it the echo of distant howls. Each sound, each movement in the night, a reminder that the world was not as it seemed. I found myself drawn to the window each evening, searching the horizon for a sign, a glimpse of the creature whose warning had altered my perception of reality. The wolf's eyes haunted my dreams, twin orbs of intelligence and melancholy that seemed to watch over me, a silent guardian against the encroaching darkness. In time, the fear became a constant companion, a reminder of the thin veneer separating the known from the unknowable. The creature's presence, both a threat and a comfort, lingered in the periphery of my consciousness. I understood, with a clarity born of dread that Hilltop Preserve was no longer merely a refuge. It was a threshold, a boundary between worlds, where the laws of nature were but a suggestion. And so, I remained, a sentinel at the edge of the woods, forever watching, forever waiting. The eighth wolf, the last of its kind, a reminder of the fragile balance between humanity and the wild. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, I traced the path of the moon across the sky, the shadows lengthening in its wake. I listened for the howl that would signal the return of the creature, a harbinger of the secrets that lay hidden in the heart of Hilltop Preserve. In those moments, the fear was a living thing, an entity unto itself. Yet, within it lay a strange, aching beauty, a testament to the mystery of the world and the creatures that dwelled in its forgotten corners. I understood then that the fear would never truly fade, but neither would the wonder. For in the end, it was the mystery that held me captive, a story without end, unfolding in the shadows of the forest that had become my home. The village, nestled deep in the shadowy embrace of the mountains, had always seemed a world apart, encased in the shadow of towering pines, with the ever-present whisper of the wind through the forest. Life there was simple, predictable, almost mundane. The villagers went about their daily rituals with a sense of continuity that was comforting. I had spent countless evenings around the hearth of my modest cabin, watching the stars peek through the canopy, listening to the owls calling into the night. This was home, and I had never desired more than the peace it provided. I spent my days as a carpenter, crafting furniture from the robust wood the forest so generously provided. It was honest work, one that allowed my mind to wander as my hands meticulously followed the lines of grain with a chisel. The forest was both a resource and a haven, a place where I could lose myself and find myself simultaneously. We had learned to coexist with the wilderness, respecting its boundaries and understanding its signs. It was during one of these tranquil days, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky bled into shades of crimson and indigo, that I first felt the prickle of unease. I was returning from the forest, my cart laden with timber, when the air around me seemed to grow heavier. It was a stillness that was unnatural, as if the entire world had taken a breath and refused to let it go. The birds had ceased their evening songs, and even the insects seemed to have vanished into silence. Pushing the cart along the winding path back to the village, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was an inexplicable sensation, leaving the hairs on the back of my neck standing at attention. I paused, scanning the underbrush, but found only shadows and the rustle of leaves in the faint breeze. The rational part of my mind dismissed it. Perhaps a deer was curious, or a fox was lurking nearby. Yet the feeling lingered, trailing me like an unseen specter, until I reached the familiar sight of the village lights flickering to life. The next few days were uneventful, the regular rhythm of village life continuing undisturbed. Yet, the memory of that night clung to me, a small seed of doubt taking root in the back of my mind. I noticed the villagers seemed more guarded, casting furtive glances over their shoulders and speaking in hushed tones. Whispers of missing livestock crept into conversations, though no one mentioned it outright. The forest, which had always been our ally, now seemed to harbor secrets of its own. The full moon rose high and luminous, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape. It was on such a night that the tranquility of the village was shattered. I was awoken from a deep sleep by the chilling sound of howling, raw, primal, echoing through the night. It was a sound both majestic and terrifying, filled with a longing that resonated deep within my bones. I sat upright, the remnants of sleep quickly burned away by the adrenaline coursing through my veins. The howling grew louder, accompanied by the panicked cries of the village livestock. I dressed hurriedly, stepping out into the cold embrace of the night. Other villagers had gathered, lanterns casting ghostly light onto their worried faces. We exchanged anxious glances, no words needed to convey the fear that had gripped us all. The howling continued, weaving through the trees, closer now, like a hunting pack closing in on its prey. As we stood, frozen in uncertainty, the woods seemed to breathe, alive with unseen movement. It was then we saw it, a shadow, larger than any wolf, moving with a fluid grace that seemed almost human. It darted between the trees, a dark blur against the moonlit landscape. An eerie silence fell over the group, as if our collective breath had been stolen away. The figure paused at the edge of the village, its eyes gleaming with an unnatural intelligence, a silent promise of savagery. Panic spread like wildfire. The villagers scrambled to secure their homes, urging one another to safety. Yet, I found myself rooted to the spot, unable to look away from those eyes that seemed to see into my very soul. It was only when another villager pulled me back, dragging me inside, that I broke free from the spell. The door was barricaded, and we huddled in the dim light, listening as the night stretched on interminably. Dawn came reluctantly, the sky a gradual wash of gray. We emerged, tentative and weary, to find the village eerily untouched and the woods once again silent. The shadow of the night lingered, though, a palpable reminder of what had come to pass. We spoke little, each of us lost in our thoughts, the unspoken fear that this was only the beginning, gnawing at the edges of our minds. Days turned into a week, and yet there was no sign of the creature. The villagers were on edge, a constant tension hanging in the air. I found myself drawn more frequently to the forest, as if seeking answers in the place that had always been a refuge. Despite the fear it now instilled, there was a part of me that needed to understand, to make sense of what we had witnessed. One afternoon, while gathering firewood, I stumbled upon something that sent a chill coursing through me. There, in a small clearing, were the remains of an animal. It had been savagely torn apart, and yet there were no tracks, no signs of struggle, only the gruesome evidence of a predator far more dangerous than anything I had ever known. As I stood there, the forest seemed to draw closer, the trees pressing in around me with a suffocating presence. I backed away, my heart pounding, instincts screaming at me to flee. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, the village seemed to shrink under the weight of an unseen terror. The howling resumed each full moon, a relentless reminder of our vulnerability, of the predator that lurked just beyond our reach. Stories of the old legends began to circulate. Tales of a cursed man doomed to walk the night as a wolf. Though we tried to dismiss them as superstition, deep down, we knew there was truth hidden within those ancient tales. It was during one of these restless nights that I found myself driven by a compulsion I could neither explain nor control. The moon was a silver beacon in the sky, and I felt drawn to the forest, to the very heart of the beast's domain. Armed with nothing but a lantern and a resolve born from desperation, I ventured into the woods, the shadows swallowing me whole. The trail was familiar, yet each step felt like venturing into the unknown. The air was thick with anticipation, the night alive with unseen eyes, watching my every move. As I pushed deeper, the howling began anew, a mournful symphony that resonated through the trees. I followed the sound, driven by a need to confront whatever fate awaited me. It was in a clearing drenched in moonlight that I saw him, a figure standing in the center, silhouetted against the luminescent glow. His eyes met mine, and in that shared gaze, I understood. He was one of us, and yet not. His form shifted, the lines between man and beast blurring until he stood revealed, a monstrous hybrid of both worlds. It was a transformation, both grotesque and awe-inspiring, the raw power of the wolf merged with the tortured soul of a man. As he advanced, I stood my ground, heart hammering in my chest, fear and understanding warring within me. This was not just a creature of legend, it was a man caught in a cycle of torment, a prisoner of the moon's call. I held my breath, the lantern's light flickering as if caught in the thrall of the night itself. In that moment, the air around us seemed to still, the forest holding its breath. The wolfman's eyes, once filled with a savage hunger, softened, a flicker of humanity breaking through. It was a plea, an unspoken cry for release from the curse that bound him. I knew then what I had to do. With trembling hands, I placed the lantern on the ground, a beacon of hope in the darkness that surrounded us. Slowly I backed away, leaving the clearing and the creature that was both a monster and a man. As I retreated, the howling faded into the distance, a haunting melody that would forever echo in the recesses of my mind. I returned to the village, the weight of what I had witnessed pressing heavily upon me. The nights that followed were quieter, the howling replaced by an eerie stillness. The villagers began to relax, the tension that had gripped us gradually dissipating. But I knew the truth, knew that the curse was not broken, merely waiting. The forest had claimed its own, and the beast within it would remain, a guardian of the wild and a prisoner of the moon. Though the village returned to its routine, the memory lingered, a shadow that would never fully dissipate. I often found myself at the edge of the forest, listening for that mournful cry, wondering if he still roamed the woods, caught in a cycle that could never be broken. In the quiet moments, when the world was asleep and I alone kept vigil, I felt his presence, a reminder of the fragile line between man and beast. of the darkness that dwells in us all. And so, life went on, the village cradled in the embrace of the mountains, forever changed by the curse of the wolf. The cottage, nestled on the fringes of the new forest, was a place where memories lived as vividly as the aged furniture that adorned its interiors. The walls held a quiet coziness that spoke of evenings spent by the crackling fire and mornings welcomed by the chorus of woodland birds. My granddad's cottage was a sanctuary of sorts, where the hum of nature replaced the din of modern life. I found solace in the familiarity of its rustic charm, particularly after the cacophony of city life. Growing up, visits to Granddad's cottage were woven into the fabric of my childhood. Each summer, I would spend the long months here, exploring the woods, feeling the cool touch of nature's breath on my skin. Granddad, with his gentle eyes and stories that clung to the air like mist, was my guide to the wonders of the forest. He spoke of its creatures, of paths less traveled, and of the ancestral ties that bound us to this place. As an adult, my visits became less frequent, life's obligations pulling me in different directions. But when Granddad passed, the cottage fell to me, a tether to a simpler time. I decided to spend a few weeks there, to sort through his belongings and perhaps connect with the lingering essence of the man who had once been my guiding light. The first night back felt like slipping into a well-worn garment. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the forest sang its nocturnal lullaby. I sat by the fireplace, the warmth wrapping around me like a comforting embrace, and let the memories wash over me. It was on the second night that a subtle shift occurred, a disturbance in the tranquil rhythm of the cottage. As I lay in bed, the wind outside began to howl, a stark contrast to the usual gentle rustling of leaves. It carried with it a low, mournful cry, a sound that seemed to seep through the walls and curl around my spine. I dismissed it as the wind's trickery, a figment of my imagination, fueled by the solitude and the shadows that danced across the room. The following days passed without incident. I busied myself with the task of sorting through Granddad's belongings, each item a relic of his life. It was on the fourth night that the unease crept back, more insistent this time. I awoke to a shuffling noise outside my window, a sound that set my heart racing. The rational part of me insisted it was merely the wildlife, creatures of the forest going about their nocturnal routines. Yet, I could not shake the feeling of being watched, an unsettling prickling at the back of my neck. I told myself I was being foolish, allowing childhood fears to take root in the fertile ground of my imagination. But as the days turned into nights, the disturbances grew more pronounced. The once comforting sounds of the forest now felt oppressive, each rustle of leaf and snap of twig a harbinger of something I could not name. It was on the seventh night that I decided to investigate. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape. I wrapped myself in a heavy coat, its fabric a bulwark against the chill that clung to the air, and stepped outside. The forest stretched before me, a labyrinth of shadows and whispers. As I walked, the moonlight illuminating my path, I discerned a set of tracks leading away from the cottage. They were strange, larger than any animal I knew, yet with a distinctiveness that made my skin crawl. I followed them, each step echoing in the stillness, until they veered into a small clearing. It was there I found Grandad, or something that bore his resemblance. He stood with his back to me, his form silhouetted against the moonlit trees. My breath hitched as he turned, revealing eyes that glowed with an unnatural luminescence. The features were his, yet twisted, as if a dark force had sculpted his visage into something both familiar and horrifying. The realization struck like a tidal wave. The stories he had told, of creatures that roamed the night, of the ancestral curse whispered about in hushed tones. They were not mere folklore. Grandad had been ensnared by that curse, a werewolf bound by bloodline to the cycles of the moon. His gaze met mine, a flicker of recognition passing through the depths of his transformed eyes. Yet, the primal instinct soon overwhelmed any semblance of humanity. He lunged, his movements a blur under the moon's watchful eye. Instinct drove me back towards the cottage, my heart pounding in a frantic rhythm that matched the pounding of my feet against the earth. Once inside, I bolted the door, the wooden barrier a fragile protection against the beast my Grandad had become. The night stretched on, each minute a slow march through the abyss. Outside, the forest was alive with the sounds of a hunt, of a creature bound to its curse. Dawn broke with a soft golden light, dispelling the shadows that had held dominion over the night. Exhausted, I ventured outside, the morning air carrying with it the scent of wet earth and pine. The tracks had vanished, as if the forest itself had swallowed the evidence of the night's horrors. Days merged into a blur of unease, the cottage's once comforting presence, now a reminder of the curse that lingered just beyond its walls. I sought answers in Grandad's journals, hoping to find some way to break the chain that bound him. The pages spoke of ancient rites and rituals, of sacrifices made to protect those you love. Yet, no solution presented itself, only the haunting reality that this curse was as much a part of our blood as life itself. On the final night, the moon rose full and bright, casting its silver glow over the world. I sat by the window, the curtains pulled back to allow the moonlight to flood the room. It was then that I saw him, standing at the edge of the forest, his form silhouetted against the sky. There was a stillness to him, a moment where the man I knew seemed to struggle against the beast he had become. I felt a pull, a connection that defied the barriers of his transformation. Yet, as quickly as it appeared, it vanished, the primal force reclaiming its hold. I watched as he turned and vanished into the woods, his figure swallowed by the darkness. The weight of helplessness settled over me, an acceptance of a curse that could not be undone. As the moon set, I realized the nights would forever be haunted by the specter of his transformation, by the knowledge that this forest was both sanctuary and prison. The days following were a blur of arrangements and final goodbyes. I left the cottage, locking the door behind me, but the lingering fear remained, a shadow cast by the truth I had uncovered. The cottage stood as a testament to the familial bonds that time could not sever, and to the curse that bound us to the cycles of the moon. Yet, deep down, I knew I would return. drawn back by the threads of memory and duty, to a place where the night held its secrets and the forest whispered of things unseen. The fear lingered, a constant companion, but within it lay a resolve to find a way to end the curse, to free the man who was more than his transformation. And so I left, the road stretching before me, but my heart tied to the cottage, to the forest, and to the shadowed legacy of my granddad's nighttime visits. I have always found solace in the forested mountain that cradles the old Mundy property. Its trees, ancient and wise, have stood watch over the generations of families that have come and gone, their roots tangled in stories of old. I moved to the outskirts of this woodland haven for the quiet, for the sense of being held by something greater than myself. It was a place where the air was crisp and clean, where the whispers of the wind through the pines offered a kind of peace that modern life could never provide. My days were spent among the trees, wandering along the narrow trails that twisted like forgotten secrets through the wilderness. Occasionally, I would come across the remnants of the Mundy homestead, crumbling stone foundations, rusted farm equipment, and the skeletal remains of a barn that had long surrendered to the elements. There was a beauty in the decay, a reminder of the impermanence of all things. The forest, however, was unchanging, a constant in a world where everything else seemed perpetually in flux. The tranquility I cherished was disrupted one autumn afternoon as I ventured deeper into the woods. The path, overgrown and seldom traveled, led me to a clearing draped in an eerie stillness that felt out of place amidst the usual cacophony of life. At the center of the clearing stood a peculiar structure, a small cabin crafted from rough-hewn logs, its roof sagging under the weight of moss and time. I had never seen it before, and its sudden presence unnerved me. As I approached, the air grew thick with a nauseating scent that turned my stomach. It was a smell I could not place, something akin to burnt meat, with an underlying sweetness that clung to the back of my throat. The closer I got, the more I felt the oppressive weight of the place pressing down on me, urging me to turn back. But curiosity, that insistent whisper, compelled me forward. The cabin door was ajar, and through the gap, I glimpsed shadows that flickered and danced like ancient specters. I hesitated, hovering at the threshold, torn between the urge to flee and the need to uncover the mystery that lay within. It was then that I heard it, a soft, melodic humming that resonated with a chilling familiarity. It was a lullaby my grandmother used to sing, a song of comfort twisted into something sinister in this unsettling context. Inside, the cabin was dimly lit by a single oil lamp, casting a jaundiced glow across the room. The interior was sparsely furnished, with only a rickety table and a few mismatched chairs. But it was the walls that captured my attention, for they were adorned with photographs, faded and yellowed with age. Faces stared back at me, their expressions frozen in time. Generations of the Mundy family, their eyes hollow, their smiles brittle. Suddenly, the humming ceased, replaced by a silence so profound it felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. My skin prickled with unease, and I turned to leave, only to find my path blocked by a figure standing in the doorway. It was an old woman, her face etched with lines that told tales of a lifetime spent in the shadows of these woods. Her eyes, sharp and assessing, bored into mine, as if reaching into the depths of my soul. "You're not supposed to be here," she said, her voice a rasping echo of the wind through the trees. "I'm sorry," I stammered, taking a step back. "I didn't mean to intrude. I was just curious." "Curiosity can be dangerous," she replied, her gaze unwavering. "Especially in these parts. The Mundy kin don't take kindly to strangers." Her words sent a shiver down my spine, and I nodded mutely, eager to put distance between myself and this unsettling encounter. As I retreated, the woman watched me go, her presence as much a part of the forest as the trees themselves. I stumbled back along the path, my mind racing with questions and a growing sense of dread. In the days that followed, the forest seemed to change around me. The once familiar trails twisted into labyrinthine paths that led nowhere, and the trees that had offered solace now loomed like silent sentinels, their branches clawing at the sky. I could not shake the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes tracking my every movement. It was as if the forest itself had turned against me, conspiring with the Mundy kin to keep its secrets hidden. The nightmares began soon after, vivid and chilling in their intensity. I dreamed of the cabin, of the photographs that lined its walls, and the faces that seemed to come alive in the darkness. They whispered to me, their voices a cacophony of pain and despair, begging for release from some unimaginable torment. I would wake, drenched in sweat, the echo of their cries lingering in the stillness of my room. Desperate for answers, I turned to the local folklore, poring over old records and newspaper clippings in the hope of understanding the strange occurrences. The Mundy family, it seemed, had a dark history steeped in tragedy and whispers of unspeakable deeds, tales of cannibalistic rituals and revenge that spanned generations, of a curse that bound the bloodline to the land. One name appeared repeatedly in my research: Elizabeth Mundy, a woman accused of witchcraft in the late 1800s, whose alleged misdeeds had sealed the family's fate. Her execution had been a gruesome affair, carried out by a mob driven by fear and superstition. It was said that as she burned, she cursed the land, vowing that her kin would never know peace. Those who ventured too close to the Mundy property often spoke of strange happenings, of figures glimpsed in the shadows, and whispers carried on the wind. With each new piece of information, the sense of foreboding grew until it became unbearable. I had to know if there was truth to the legends, if the spirits of the Mundy kin still roamed the forest, trapped by Elizabeth's curse. Armed with little more than determination and a flickering flashlight, I set out once more into the woods, retracing my steps to the clearing where the cabin awaited. The forest was silent as I approached, the usual symphony of nocturnal creatures conspicuously absent. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an otherworldly light that twisted the shadows into grotesque shapes. The cabin loomed before me, its presence no less menacing than it had been on my first visit. Pushing the door open, I stepped inside, my heart pounding in my throat. The photographs were still there, unchanged, yet somehow more tangible in the dim glow of my flashlight. I studied each face, searching for answers, for some connection to the past that might explain the haunting. It was then that I heard it again. The humming, soft and mournful, like a dirge for the forgotten. It resonated through the cabin, filling the space with an otherworldly chill. I followed the sound, drawn to a small trap door partially hidden beneath a threadbare rug. With trembling hands, I pulled it open, revealing a set of narrow, creaking stairs descending into darkness. The air was stifling as I descended, each step echoing in the confined space. At the bottom, a small chamber awaited, its walls lined with shelves laden with dusty tomes and jars of preserved herbs. In the center, a crude wooden altar bore the unmistakable signs of ritual use: candles, offerings, and at its heart, a weathered book, its pages yellowed with age. As I reached for the book, the humming ceased, replaced by a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "You have come to understand," it said, the words a shiver that danced along my spine. I turned, expecting to see the old woman, but the chamber was empty. Heart racing, I opened the book, the pages filled with words I could barely comprehend, tales of revenge and bloodlines, of a curse that bound the living to the dead. It was a legacy of darkness, a promise of vengeance that transcended time. The air grew thick, oppressive, and I felt a presence closing in around me, the weight of the past pressing down with a suffocating force. The photographs, the whispers, the inexplicable fear, they all coalesced into a single truth. The Mundy kin were not gone, not resting, but waiting, bound by a promise made in blood. Panic surged, and I fled the chamber, the whispers rising to a crescendo that followed me out into the night. The forest seemed to writhe with malevolent intent, the path twisting and shifting beneath my feet as I ran. I could feel them now, the eyes of the Mundy kin, watching, waiting for their moment. I burst into my cabin, the door slamming shut with a finality that echoed through the stillness. But the safety I sought eluded me, for the whispers had followed, their presence a constant reminder of the darkness that lingered just beyond the threshold of my understanding. In the days that followed, I tried to return to normalcy, to forget the cabin and its haunting secrets. But the forest had changed, its once familiar paths now a maze I dared not enter. The dreams persisted, vivid and relentless, the faces of the Mundy kin ever present in my mind's eye. I knew that the curse was no mere legend, that the past held sway over the present in ways I could never fully comprehend. The forest, once my refuge, had become a prison, the shadows alive with the legacy of a family's dark promise. And so I remain, trapped in a cycle of fear and fascination, the whispers of the Mundy kin, a constant reminder of the price of curiosity. Their story, their vengeance, is now a part of me, etched into the very fabric of my being. The forest watches, and I am left to wonder if there is ever truly an escape from the shadows that bind us to the past. The Mundy family had always been a mysterious entity in our small town, nestled within the Appalachian Mountains of North Carolina. Their sprawling property sat on the edge of town, a large, seemingly eternal house, shrouded in layers of fog and legends. The Mundys were known for their reclusiveness. They seldom ventured beyond their land, except for necessary provisions. It was said that they had lived on that land for generations, their roots digging deeper into the Appalachian soil than any other family. I was drawn to the Mundy estate, not out of curiosity or idle gossip, but because of my grandmother's stories. She had been a maid in the Mundy house when she was a young girl. Her tales of the place were woven into my childhood, intricate stories of the family's strange traditions and the odd occurrences she had witnessed. Now, years later, as an adult, those stories called to me once more, an echo of a past I had never seen but was intimately connected to. I had decided to write a book about the Mundy family, hoping to untangle some of the mysteries that had enshrouded them for so long. My research had led me to Old Town records, journals, and whispered accounts from those willing to speak. But every thread seemed to lead me back to the same conclusion. To truly understand the Mundys, I had to visit their land. The sky was overcast as I approached the estate, a blanket of gray that seemed to absorb the world's color. The path to the house was overgrown, nature reclaiming what had once been a driveway. The air grew thicker as I drew closer, each step heavy with the weight of expectation and an unshakable sense of trespassing into a realm not meant for outsiders. As I reached the house, I paused. It was a grand old structure, its architecture a testament to a time when the family's wealth was more than just whispers. The windows, though, were dark, like eyes that watched but did not reveal. I knocked on the door, my heart a drumbeat in the quiet. After a moment, it creaked open, and I was met by a woman. She was older, her eyes sharp and skin marked by both age and experience. She introduced herself as Lydia Mundy, the current matriarch. We spoke in the parlor, a room that felt suspended in time, filled with old furniture and the lingering scent of dust and age. Lydia was polite but guarded, answering my questions with the measured reserve of someone accustomed to outsiders, probing into their lives. Yet beneath her composed exterior, I sensed a thread of anxiety, as if she was aware of something lurking just beyond the veil of normalcy. It wasn't long before I experienced the first disturbance. As I left the Mundy estate that evening, the air took on an unnatural chill, and the trees whispered in a language only they understood. I felt eyes on me, a presence that could not be seen, but was undeniably felt. It was as if the land itself was alive, watching, waiting. Over the next few days, the unease grew. I delved deeper into the history of the family, uncovering stories that were both fascinating and chilling. There were tales of a pact struck by an ancestor with entities that dwelled in the mountains, creatures of shadow and secrets who whispered promises of prosperity in exchange for something. The details were always vague, clothed in allegory and fear. As I pieced together these stories, I could not shake the feeling that I was being drawn into something far beyond my understanding. Strange occurrences began to pepper my days. Shadows in my peripheral vision, whispers in the wind that carried my name. At night, I dreamt of the Mundy estate, of endless corridors and whispering walls that seemed to bleed with the weight of untold secrets. I returned to the estate often under the guise of research, but really, I was searching for answers. Lydia seemed to know more than she let on, her eyes often drifting over my shoulder as if expecting someone or something to join our conversation. I noticed her hesitance when I brought up the family's history, especially the tales of curses and deals made in the dark. The escalation came one evening as I sat in the estate's library, sifting through dust-covered books and journals. A storm had settled over the mountains, thunder reverberating like the growl of some ancient beast. As lightning flashed, illuminating the room in stark white, I saw for the briefest moment a figure in the reflection of the window. It was not Lydia, nor any of the few other Mundys who still lived there. It was a shadowy silhouette, watching from the darkness outside. When I turned to look, there was nothing. The night air was heavy with the scent of rain and something older, something that felt like fear. By then, I was too far in to pull back, the threads of the Mundy legacy wrapped tightly around me. I confronted Lydia, demanding to know the truth. She was silent for a long time, the clock ticking away the seconds in a room that seemed to hold its breath. Finally, she spoke of the family's burden, an ancient curse bound to their bloodline. It was said that the mountains themselves had eyes, and those eyes had chosen the Mundys long ago. A creature, a guardian of sorts, tied to the land, its presence both a blessing and a curse. The prosperity experienced by the Mundys came at a price, a cost that had grown heavier with each generation. The climax unfolded one fateful night when the veil between reality and the otherworldly lifted. I was in my small rented cabin near the estate, sleep eluding me as images from my research danced in my mind. The room was dark, except for the flickering light of a lone candle, its flame struggling against the shadows. Suddenly, the air shifted, a chill seeping deep into my bones. I saw them then, the creatures, shadows with form, moving through the darkness outside, slipping between the trees, their eyes like embers in the night. It was as though they were searching, not for me specifically, but drawn by my intrusion into their domain. A primal fear gripped me, the kind that speaks to the deepest parts of our being. They moved with a fluid grace, an elegance that belied their otherness. I watched, frozen, as they circled the cabin, a silent dance of shadows and moonlight. It felt as though I was on the brink of some terrible understanding, a revelation just out of reach. The figures never came closer, as if the threshold of my dwelling was a boundary they could not cross. As dawn crept over the horizon, the creatures faded with the night, returning to the depths of the forest. I was left with a lingering fear, a knowledge that the world was far stranger and darker than I had ever imagined. In the following days, the events at the Mundy estate seemed to retreat back into myth. Lydia, perhaps sensing my departure, was more open. She spoke of how the family had come to accept their connection to the land and its mysterious guardians, living in a delicate balance that was both protection and prison. As I left North Carolina, the mountains watched, their peaks shrouded in mist, eternal and unyielding. The story of the Mundys was one of shadows, of echoes that whispered through the trees and danced in the moonlight. I carried with me not just the tales of dark family secrets and ancestral curses, but a new understanding of the world and the unseen forces that shape it. Though I had escaped the clutches of the Mundy legacy, the fear lingered, a quiet whisper in the back of my mind, reminding me that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. The small mountain community of Windfall was a place that time seemed to have forgotten. Nestled among the towering firs and craggy peaks, it lay quietly ensconced in its cloak of evergreen silence. The air was crisp and pure, as though it had never been disturbed by the clamor of modernity. Here, life moved at a pace dictated by the sun's rise and fall, by the seasons' slow unspooling. I had returned to Windfall after many years away, drawn back not by choice, but by the inexorable pull of family duty. Despite my long absence, the town had changed little. The same old clock tower presided over the main square, its rusty hands still marking the hour with a muted chime. The houses, with their steeply pitched roofs and wooden facades, looked as if they hadn't been touched since they were first built. As I drove down the main street, memories of childhood flooded back, mingled with a sense of unease I couldn't quite place. I was here because of the Mundy family secret, one that had been whispered about in hushed tones for generations, but never openly acknowledged. It was a legacy that had shaped my ancestors, and, I feared, one that would now shape me. My uncle, the last remaining Mundy of his generation, had passed away, leaving me the sole heir to the family estate, a sprawling, brooding mansion set high on a wooded hill overlooking the town. The house, known simply as Mundy Manor, had always been an enigma. Its shadowy corridors and creaking floors seemed to harbor the memories of those who had lived and died within its walls. As a child, I'd been frightened of the place, with its echoing chambers and the peculiar chill that pervaded even the warmest of days. But now, it was mine, along with whatever secrets it concealed. The first night in the manor was uneventful. I arrived just before dusk, the sunset casting long shadows across the driveway. The caretaker, an elderly man named Harris, who had stayed on long past his prime, greeted me with a nod and a set of jangling keys. "Welcome back," he said, his voice gravelly from years of smoking. "Not much has changed." We went through the house together, Harris pointing out repairs that had been made and others still needed. The rooms were musty, the wallpaper peeling in places, but there was a certain dignity in its decay. In the library, shelves groaned under the weight of books, untouched for years. The drawing room's fireplace held the ashes of long-forgotten fires. As we moved deeper into the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone, that the house itself was alive, watching. The first disturbance came late that night. Unable to sleep, I wandered through the darkened corridors, my footsteps echoing like a ghost's. It was then that I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper, as if someone were standing just behind me. I turned sharply, my heart pounding, but saw nothing. The house was silent, save for the distant hoot of an owl. I tried to dismiss it, as the product of an overactive imagination, exacerbated by fatigue and the unfamiliar surroundings. But the whispering continued, a persistent murmur that seemed to seep from the very walls. I could never catch the words, only the eerie cadence. Eventually exhausted, I fell into a fitful sleep, the whispering fading into my dreams. Over the next few days, the disturbances escalated. I would catch fleeting glimpses of shadows flitting across hallways, reflections in mirrors that disappeared when I turned. Objects moved inexplicably. An old photograph of my uncle was found face down on the floor, though I was sure I had left it upright on the mantel. Doors creaked open of their own accord, and once a window slammed shut with such force that the glass shattered. I began to sense a presence, something intangible yet deeply unsettling. It was as if the house were trying to communicate with me, though its messages were shrouded in mystery. Seeking answers, I delved into the family archives, a collection of papers and journals stored in the attic. There, I discovered a history more twisted and dark than I had ever imagined. The Mundys, it seemed, were bound by a legacy of secrets and misdeeds. The journals spoke of strange rituals conducted under the cover of night, of pacts made with forces beyond comprehension. There were accounts of unexplained deaths, each one bearing the hallmarks of a curse. The most chilling entry was penned by my great-grandfather, who wrote of hearing voices in the manor, urging him to continue the family tradition of dark practices. This revelation sent shivers down my spine. Was I, too, destined to be part of this cursed legacy? I spent hours poring over the records, hoping to find some way to break the cycle, some clue as to why these events were happening now. It was clear that the house was trying to tell me something, but the message remained maddeningly out of reach. The climax came one stormy night. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows and sending sheets of rain against the walls. I was in the library, surrounded by the scent of old leather and dust, when a sudden crash shattered the quiet. The chandelier overhead swung violently, spilling shards of crystal to the floor. The whispering began anew, this time louder, more insistent. It was no longer just a sound, but a palpable force pressing in on me from all sides. In a moment of clarity, I understood. The house was not trying to harm me, but to reveal the truth. Racing up to the attic, I rifled through the archives until I found it. A letter from my uncle, written but never sent, addressed to me. In it, he confessed to the family's dark history and his own role in perpetuating it. But more importantly, he expressed his deep regret and urged me to end the cycle, to find peace for the spirits trapped within the manor. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the library and set about performing an impromptu cleansing ritual, one I cobbled together from the scraps of information I'd gathered. As I spoke words of release, the house seemed to shudder, the very air vibrating with an energy I could not comprehend. The whispering rose to a crescendo, then abruptly ceased, leaving behind a profound silence. The storm passed, and with it, the oppressive presence that had haunted the manor. Light filtered through the broken windows, casting beams across the floor like golden ladders. For the first time, I felt a sense of calm, as if the house had finally exhaled after holding its breath for far too long. Yet, even as I left Windfall behind, the experience lingered. The manor had changed me, its secrets woven into the fabric of my being. I carried with me the knowledge of my family's past, its shadows etched into my memory. Though I had broken the curse, the legacy of the Mundys would never truly fade. It was a part of me now, an inheritance not easily forgotten. Back in the city, I often find myself thinking of the manor, of the whispering voices and the stormy night that brought resolution. Sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I imagine I can still hear the echoes of that night, a faint murmur just beyond the edge of hearing. It serves as a reminder that some secrets are never truly laid to rest, and that the past, no matter how deeply buried, has a way of reaching out into the present, like an old ghost seeking solace. The rain tapped gently on the window panes of my small, tidy apartment, creating a rhythm that had always been soothing, a familiar companion to my solitary nights. Outside, the world was blurred by the gray drizzle, a watercolor painting in motion. Inside, the warm light from an antique lamp cast a comforting glow over the room, illuminating shelves lined with books and a few cherished photographs. My laptop hummed quietly on the wooden desk, its screen displaying an unremarkable stretch of the internet that had consumed many of my evenings. It was another typical night, one of those evenings where the mundane routine wrapped around me like a favorite blanket. I was browsing aimlessly, more out of habit than interest, when I stumbled upon an app that everyone seemed to be talking about. FaceApp. A few friends had shared hilarious transformations on social media, turning themselves into their opposite gender, or aging themselves decades into the future. The app promised a harmless bit of fun, a digital carnival mirror for the modern age. I downloaded it with the same casual intrigue that might prompt a person to pick up a glossy magazine in a waiting room. Setting up the app was straightforward, almost disappointingly simple. I sat back in my chair and allowed it to access my photo library. As I scrolled through images from birthdays, vacations, and candid moments, I selected a recent picture, a casual selfie taken during a weekend hike. The idea of seeing myself as someone else, as something else, was an itch of curiosity I suddenly felt compelled to scratch. The first transformation, a gender swap, was amusing, offering a glimpse of myself with softer features, longer hair, and an unfamiliar smile. I chuckled softly, the sound mingling with the patter of rain. There was something liberating about seeing one's face reimagined, an alternate identity sketched over familiar contours. Emboldened by this playful detour, I decided to try the aging filter next. As I watched the app work its digital magic, I anticipated laughter, perhaps a sense of reassurance in the inevitable process of growing older. However, when the altered image appeared on screen, my breath caught in my throat. The face staring back was not the gentle, weathered version I had expected. Instead, it was a visage marred by something I couldn't quite place, an expression that seemed to harbor secrets or regrets that clawed at the edges of its eyes, pulling them into shadow. I dismissed the unease as a trick of the light, a quirk of the app's rendering. Yet, as I continued to experiment with other filters, a pattern emerged. Each altered version of my face carried a hint of that same unsettling demeanor, a subtle malevolence that seeped through the pixels. The transformations left me with a sense of being watched, as if the images were somehow aware. The rain persisted into the night, and I found myself unable to shake the image from my mind. It lurked there, amidst the everyday thoughts, an uninvited guest at the table of my consciousness. I tried to rationalize it, to explain away the creeping sensation that something fundamental had shifted. Perhaps it was merely the app's way of making its outputs more dramatic, a feature designed to evoke emotion. But doubt bloomed in the crevices of my certainty. What if this was more than a simple quirk of algorithmic creativity? What if the technology had glimpsed something within me that I was too blind to see myself? As days passed, I became more engrossed in these speculative thoughts. I revisited the app, experimenting with various photos, trying to replicate the results. Each time, the transformations bore that same unnerving signature. It was as if the app was peeling back layers, exposing raw nerves and hidden truths beneath the surface of my skin. The unease gnawed at me, an itch that wouldn't be scratched. The images were no longer mere curiosities. They had become stark reminders that something was amiss. In the quiet of the night, with only the rain and the hum of my laptop for company, I began to investigate more deeply, scouring forums and user reviews for similar experiences. Buried amidst the enthusiastic endorsements and casual complaints, I found a thread that mirrored my own growing suspicion. A handful of users spoke of experiences eerily akin to mine. They described transformations that transcended mere visual alteration, hinting instead at darker revelations and unexpected insights into their own lives. One post in particular stood out, a detailed account of a man who claimed the app had revealed a family secret long buried, its shadow manifest in the altered images. The user, anonymous but articulate, recounted how the app had consistently rendered his face with an expression of deep sorrow and a peculiar birthmark he'd never seen before. Intrigued and disturbed, he had pursued the anomaly, only to uncover a truth about his lineage that had been obscured by years of silence. The post concluded with a warning, urging others to approach the app with caution, for it could reveal more than just playful distortions. The seed of doubt sown, I found myself drawn deeper into this digital abyss. Every night, as the rain continued its melancholic serenade, I revisited the app, pushing its filters to their limits, seeking answers within the distorted echoes of my own reflection. Sleep became a distant memory, my thoughts tethered to the images that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Then, one evening, while experimenting with a particularly vivid filter that promised to reveal one's deepest fear, the app froze. My breath hitched in my throat, the screen flickering before settling on an image that chilled me to the bone. It was my face, yet not my face. The eyes were hollow, dark voids that stared back with an intensity that pierced through the screen. My skin appeared cracked, like parched earth, and my mouth twisted into a smile that spoke of madness. a grin that suggested secrets too terrible to bear. A shiver ran down my spine, and in that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to delete the app, to banish it from my life and reclaim my peace of mind. But before I could act, the power flickered. The room plunged into darkness, the only sound the increasingly torrential rain drumming against the windows with newfound ferocity. In the pitch black of my apartment, I sat frozen. The image burned into my memory. I could feel its presence, as if it had stepped out of the screen and into the shadows around me. My heart pounded in my chest, an erratic rhythm that matched the chaotic storm outside. I fumbled for my phone, using its meager glow to navigate to the circuit breaker. The lights flickered back to life, banishing the shadows, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. In the days that followed, I avoided the app, but the damage was done. The image remained with me, a specter haunting the periphery of my vision. It lingered at the edge of mirrors, flickered in the reflections of rain-dappled glass, and appeared in the briefest of moments when sleep eluded me and dreams turned to nightmares. Friends noticed my distraction, the way my thoughts seemed to drift, tethered to a world they couldn't perceive. I brushed off their concerns with a forced smile, unwilling to share the madness that had taken root within me. Yet, deep down, I knew I was not alone, knew that others had glimpsed similar darkness when they dared to peer beyond the surface of their own reflections. The app remained on my phone, a reminder of my folly, though its icon was buried beneath a sea of other distractions. I could not bring myself to open it again, to risk confronting the truths it might reveal. Instead, I carried the haunting image with me, a perpetual reminder of the hidden facets of my own soul, a reflection not just of what I was, but of what I might yet become. The rain continues its eternal dance against my window, a familiar rhythm that once brought comfort, but now only serves to remind me of the night I glimpsed into the abyss. And as I sit here, pen in hand, transcribing these thoughts with a steady hand, I can't help but wonder how many others have shared my fate. How many have looked into the digital mirror and seen not just a stranger, but an unsettling truth waiting to be discovered. And so, the fear lingers, a vague, unshakable dread that even now, as I lay down my pen, whispers to me from the shadows. It is the fear that somewhere in the depths of our reflections lies something unknowable, something that watches and waits, hidden just beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when we dare to look too deeply. It began on a quiet Thursday evening, one of those deceptively ordinary nights when the world seems perfectly aligned, each second ticking by methodically as the hands of the clock shuffled through time's inconspicuous march. The dull hum of my computer provided the soundtrack to my routine, a comforting reminder of the modern world's omnipresence. The glow from the screen cast a soft light across the room, illuminating the familiar clutter of books and scattered papers, remnants of a day spent buried in work. I had been sifting through emails, responding to a few, ignoring many, when a notification blinked into existence at the corner of my screen. It was from an unknown sender, a bland subject line that read, Webcam software upgrade. Computer updates were usually a burden, an unwelcome necessity, but something about this notification piqued my curiosity. Perhaps it was the monotony of the day, or the subtle urge to distract myself from fatigue. Without much thought, I clicked on the attachment. The program installed swiftly, a smooth, automatic process. I remembered feeling a strange sense of satisfaction as the installation completed, as if completing a mundane task perfectly. The webcam flickered to life, its small blue light beaming to indicate its watchful gaze. My reflection appeared on the screen, a mirrored image that moved with me in real time. I chuckled to myself, amused by the notion of watching myself watch myself. For a while, I toyed with the settings, adjusting brightness, contrast, and all the trivial options available. It was an innocuous diversion, a pleasant distraction from the realities of an overworked day. As the evening slipped into night, I forgot about the new software, left the computer running, and retired to bed. That night, sleep did not come easily. My subconscious flitted through restless dreams that felt oddly tangible, dreams that clung to the edges of consciousness with stubborn persistence. I awoke several times, disoriented by the shadows that loomed large against my bedroom walls, cast by the pale moonlight seeping through the windows. The discomfort lingered with me, an unshakable sense of being watched. The next morning, I returned to my desk, bleary-eyed and still enveloped in a fog of half-remembered nightmares. The webcam software was open, its interface innocuous, a silent observer of my every move. I shrugged off the unsettled feeling that clung to me and resumed my routine. But as the day progressed, the shadows of the previous night returned to haunt me, and my discomfort grew. It began subtly. The first disturbance came as a flicker across the screen, a momentary glitch that, at first, I dismissed as a technical hiccup. But the flicker persisted, appearing at odd intervals, each instance more unsettling than the last. I began to notice peculiar discrepancies in my on-screen reflection. It was nothing overt at first. A slight delay in movement, a subtle distortion in my expression. But soon, the anomalies became undeniable. I watched in growing unease as my reflection occasionally moved independently, a minor gesture here, a fleeting glance there, actions I had not performed. It was as though the mirror image had a life of its own, a consciousness aware of my existence, yet detached from it. Rationality insisted it was a software flaw, a glitch in the code, easily explainable by logic and reason. Yet, an insidious whisper inside warned of something more, something beyond the realm of mere technology. Days passed, and the disturbances escalated. The reflection began to convey emotions that did not match my own. A smile would stretch across its lips, while mine remained passive, or a frown would crease its brow as I sat calm. The divergence between the two realities, the one I lived and the one displayed, grew profound, leaving me trapped in a vortex of doubt and paranoia. One evening, as I sat before the screen, an overwhelming sense of dread consumed me. I stared at the reflection, its eyes boring into mine with unsettling intent. In a moment of reckless curiosity, I decided to test its autonomy. I raised my hand slowly, watching as the reflected image followed the motion. But then, without warning, the image waved back at me. Not the brief wave I had performed, but a slow, deliberate gesture, accompanied by a chilling grin that spread across its face, an expression that held no warmth, only malice. My heart raced as I leaned closer to the screen, studying the apparition with a mixture of horror and fascination. "Who are you?" I whispered, half expecting a response. The reflection simply tilted its head, maintaining eye contact with a disconcerting intensity. The silence in the room was palpable, the air thick with a fear I could not articulate. The climax came one stormy night. Torrential rain lashed at the windows, thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, and flashes of lightning illuminated the darkened sky. In the dim glow of my computer screen, the reflection became more animated, more alive than ever before. It was as though a barrier had been broken, and the entity within the screen had grown bolder, more confident. I watched in horror as the reflection's surroundings began to change, morphing into a distorted version of my own room. The bookshelves warped, the furniture twisted into grotesque shapes, and the shadows deepened, taking on menacing forms. It was a nightmarish tableau, one that mirrored my worst fears, yet bore a haunting familiarity. The reflection stood, moving beyond the confines of the screen, and I found myself unable to look away. It approached the edge of its world, its hand reaching out towards the invisible boundary that separated us. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized what was happening. It was trying to cross over, to step into my world. Desperate to break the connection, I slammed the laptop shut, the sound echoing through the room like a gunshot. The silence that followed was deafening, a void filled with the pounding of my heart and the rush of blood in my ears. I sat there, trembling, struggling to comprehend the reality of what I had witnessed. In the days that followed, I could not bring myself to turn on the computer. It sat on my desk like an ominous relic, a reminder of the inexplicable events I had experienced. I sought answers, delving into research, searching for any explanation that could rationalize the bizarre occurrences. But the more I read, the deeper I fell into the labyrinth of supernatural speculation and digital lore, each theory more terrifying than the last. I learned of tales where technology served as a conduit for entities from beyond, where the digital realm acted as a bridge between worlds. But these were just stories, I told myself, myth and fantasy. Yet, the lingering fear in my heart told a different tale, one that defied logic and reason. Even now, as I sit in my study, I feel the presence of unseen eyes upon me, a constant reminder of that night. The webcam remains unplugged, a precaution against whatever might still lurk within its depths. I avoid reflections, fearful of seeing that twisted smile, that malevolent gaze, staring back at me from the other side of the glass. Normalcy has returned to my life, a fragile semblance of it at least. I go about my daily routines with an outward appearance of calm, yet the specter of that night haunts me still. Every unexpected noise, Every shadow in the corner of my eye sends a shiver down my spine. Sleep eludes me, replaced by long hours of staring into the darkness, waiting for a whisper, a sign that the nightmare is not over. I am not sure if I will ever know peace again. The experience has left an indelible mark on my soul, an awareness that there are forces beyond our understanding, lurking in the periphery of our existence, waiting patiently to make their presence known. And so, I live with that knowledge, with the chilling understanding that some things are better left unexplored. Perhaps the true horror lies not in what we see, but in the shadows that linger, in the silence that follows, in the fear that takes root and grows. For the unknown is a powerful adversary, one that thrives in the fertile ground of the human mind. And as I sit here, in the stillness of the night, I cannot help but wonder if the reflection has truly faded, or if it waits, biding its time, for the moment when the veil between worlds grows thin once more. It began during an ordinary afternoon in the quiet suburban neighborhood where I spent most of my days tethered to the digital world. The sun was high, casting a warm, golden hue across the streets and homes that sat comfortably apart, each surrounded by carefully manicured lawns and white picket fences. Inside, life was calm and predictable, much like the flow of the seasons in our small town. I spent my time exploring the endless landscapes of the internet, a habit formed out of both curiosity and the comfort of solitude. It was an escape, a place where I could be anyone, talk to anyone, or simply observe without being seen. This was my world, a virtual expanse where I could slip away from the mundanities of real life. It was during one of these aimless digital wanderings that I first encountered Darren. His profile appeared innocuously enough in a forum dedicated to urban legends and the supernatural, an area of intrigue that had always piqued my interest. Darren was just a username, but his posts had a certain pull to them, a kind of magnetic allure that was hard to ignore. His messages spoke of things unseen, whispers in the dark, and shadows that danced just beyond the edge of perception. He wrote with a familiarity of fear, as though these supernatural elements were as real to him as the screen before me. At first, our interactions were simple exchanges, comments on threads, shared links to strange articles, and discussions about the validity of ghostly encounters. But as weeks passed, Darren and I began to communicate more directly, exchanging private messages that slowly transformed into long conversations. He was articulate, with an eerie depth to his knowledge about the paranormal, and yet there was a softness to his words, a sense of understanding that seemed to resonate with the unspoken parts of my own mind. Then came the first disturbance. It was subtle, a mere glitch in the tapestry of my digital experience. One evening, while scrolling through a conversation thread, a message appeared from Darren, cryptic and out of place. "Have you ever felt the shadows move, even when there's no one there?" I stared at the screen, a chill tracing its way down my spine. A part of me wanted to brush it off as just another probing question from a fellow enthusiast. But something about the timing, The cadence of his message felt different. I responded cautiously, asking for clarification, hoping to steer our chat back toward the realm of theory and away from whatever unsettling place he seemed to be leading us. His reply came swiftly, almost as if he had been waiting for my response. Sometimes they whisper, names you know, faces you recognize, but only if you listen closely. The unease settled over me like a fog, thick and cloying. Despite the warmth of the room, a shiver claimed my skin, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to find some unseen presence there in the dim light. But of course, there was nothing, just the familiar clutter of my life and the soft hum of the computer. I convinced myself it was nothing, an overactive imagination fed by too many late nights in front of the screen. Yet, the feeling lingered, a persistent itch in the back of my mind. Darren's conversations took on a new tone, a darker edge that seemed to blur the line between the digital and the physical. He spoke of doors left ajar, lights flickering without cause, and the sensation of being watched when alone. The escalation came unexpectedly, on a night when the world outside seemed swallowed by silence. I had settled into my usual spot, the glow of the monitor casting long shadows across the room. Darren's message appeared with a suddenness that startled me, breaking the quiet with an urgency I couldn't ignore. "Have you noticed the mirrors?" he asked, his words hanging heavy in the air. Mirrors. I hadn't, not until that moment, but his question planted seeds of doubt that took root quickly. The mirrors in my home, once innocuous and part of the everyday tableau, seemed now to possess an eerie potential, a gateway to some other realm where shadows could slip through unnoticed. In the days that followed, I found myself avoiding them, conscious of their presence like never before. Darren's messages grew more insistent, urging me to pay attention, to see what lay beneath the surface of my reflection. And though I resisted, an inexplicable compulsion drove me to comply, to glance into those glassy depths and search for something I could not name. The climax arrived when I least expected it, in the dead of night, when the house was still and the world outside was a shadowy expanse. I awoke to the soft, insistent glow of the computer screen, Darren's latest message arriving unbidden, as though summoned by some unseen force. "Look closely," it read. "Can you see them now?" I hesitated, heart pounding in my chest. The room felt suffocating, the air thick with a tension I could not place. Slowly I rose from my bed, drawn toward the mirror that hung on the far wall, a simple, unadorned rectangle of glass that had suddenly taken on an ominous presence. With each step, my apprehension grew, a rising tide of dread that threatened to pull me under. I reached the mirror, my reflection staring back at me with wide eyes and a look of uncertainty that mirrored my own. For a long moment I stood there, transfixed by what should have been a familiar sight, but now seemed foreign and unsettling. And then I saw it. A flicker at the edge of perception, a shadow within a shadow, moving with a fluidity that defied explanation. It was there, in the depths of the glass, an amorphous darkness that shifted and writhed as though alive. My breath caught in my throat, and I fought the urge to turn away, to flee from the terrifying unknown that Darren had led me to confront. Yet, as the panic rose, something else stirred within me, a realization, a clarity that cut through the fear like a blade. Darren was not just a voice in the void, not merely a digital phantom tethered to the threads of my online existence. He was something more, something deeply entwined with the shadows that danced just beyond my sight. I stepped back, heart racing, the room spinning around me as the weight of my discovery settled in. The shadows had always been there, waiting patiently for the right moment to reveal themselves. And Darren, whatever he was, had been the catalyst, the guide who had led me to their dark threshold. In the days that followed, the lingering fear became my constant companion, a whispering presence that shadowed my steps. The mirrors were covered, the screens turned off, but the sense of being watched never truly left. I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows had followed me from the depths of the digital realm, stepping through the boundaries of reality into the quiet corners of my life. Darren's messages ceased abruptly, leaving a void where his unsettling presence had once been. I searched for him in the familiar haunts of the internet, but it was as though he had never existed, a figment of my imagination conjured by the shadows themselves. Yet even in his absence, I could feel his influence, a subtle shift in the fabric of my world that could never be undone. Now, as I sit in the stillness of my home, I find myself drawn to the stories of others who have encountered similar phenomena, tales of imaginary friends and unseen forces that defy explanation. The shadows linger, always at the edge of my vision, a reminder of the door I opened and the darkness that waits beyond. I am left with a question that echoes in the silence. Was Darren ever real? Or was he merely the voice of the shadows, guiding me toward a truth I was never meant to understand? The answer remains elusive, hidden within the folds of my mind and the dim recesses of the mirror's reflection. A secret known only to the darkness itself. Jack's house was the sort of place that seemed to belong to another world, one where secrets could comfortably nestle within its nooks and crannies. The house stood atop a gentle hill, a sprawling estate with manicured gardens and a wrought iron gate that creaked as if it had tales of its own to tell. It wasn't the kind of place you'd expect to be associated with sugar daddies. Those were more often found in sleek city apartments or seaside villas. But Jack was anything but typical. I met Jack through a friend, or rather an acquaintance, at one of those awkward social gatherings where people pretend at sophistication. He was older, charming in the way a well-worn book is charming, with a wisdom that seemed to gleam from his eyes. Our arrangement was simple. He provided financial security, and I offered companionship. It was transactional, devoid of romance, yet underlined by a strange camaraderie that I hadn't anticipated. The tranquility of our arrangement was disturbed one overcast afternoon when Jack asked me for a favor. His voice was calm, its usual reassuring timbre undercut by an edge I hadn't heard before. "There's something I need you to do for me," he said, eyes fixed on the view beyond the French windows. "I need you to stay at the house while I'm away." It seemed simple enough. I often stayed over, But something about his request felt different, urgent, almost desperate. I nodded, not thinking much of it at the time. But as the days wore on, and Jack's absence stretched longer than he had promised, the house began to change. The first disturbance was subtle, like the whisper of leaves on a windless day. I started noticing movements from the corner of my eye, fleeting shapes that vanished when I turned to look. Shadows elongated in unnatural ways, stretching across the rooms in the twilight hours, when the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to appear. The security system, which Jack had demonstrated with pride, occasionally beeped as if sensing invisible intruders. Each time, I scanned the monitors, but they showed only empty rooms and static serenity. Isolation settled into my bones as I roamed the corridors of the house. Jack had left no contact number, no means of reaching him, and the silence of the estate became a companion. I told myself that I was letting my imagination run wild, that the creaks and groans of the old house were nothing more than its natural symphony. But doubts lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. One evening, as I was preparing to head to bed, the security system chimed loudly, its lights flashing a warning. Heart pounding in my chest, I rushed to the control room. The display showed movement in the East Wing, an area I rarely ventured into. The cameras flickered, caught in a digital stutter, before stabilizing on an image that sent chills down my spine. There, in the grainy footage, was a figure. It stood in the hallway, motionless yet familiar. My breath caught as I realized it was me. Or at least, it looked like me, a perfect reflection, right down to the clothes I was wearing. I blinked, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me. But the figure remained, a silent specter in the electronic glow. Panic clawed at my chest as I tried to rationalize the impossibility. Doppelgangers were the stuff of folklore and fiction, not reality. Yet there it was, an eerie mimicry lingering like an unwanted reflection. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the phone to call the police. But what would I say? That I was being haunted by a version of myself? The absurdity of it all silenced me, and I did the only thing I could. I stayed vigilant, watching the monitors until my eyes burned and the figure melted into the shadows. The escalation came with nightfall, bringing with it a deeper sense of unease. Every corner of the house seemed to harbor secrets, and every creak of the floorboards felt like footsteps following me. I found myself speaking aloud more often, as if my own voice could dispel the encroaching darkness. The figure on the monitors became a nightly occurrence, appearing and disappearing without pattern or reason. Each time it appeared, it seemed closer, its presence a constant threat to my sanity. Days turned into weeks, and I started to question my own identity. Was this some elaborate trick Jack was playing? A test of loyalty, or perhaps a punishment for some unspoken transgression? The thought chilled me, but I couldn't shake it. Desperation gnawed at me, and I began to explore the house more thoroughly, searching for answers in the dust-covered rooms and forgotten corners. It was during one of these explorations that I stumbled upon a hidden study, its door concealed by a faded tapestry. Inside, the room was lined with books and strange artifacts, relics of a life I realized I knew very little about. On a heavy oaken desk, lay a journal, its pages filled with Jack's meticulous handwriting. Flipping through it, I discovered entries that spoke of a project, an experiment, he called it, searching for something he referred to as the shadow self. The words were dense and filled with philosophical musings, but one passage struck me. In every person, there exists a mirror, a shadow self. To meet one's doppelganger is to confront the deepest recesses of the soul. It read like a riddle, a cryptic explanation for the entity that haunted the halls. As the climax approached, the boundary between reality and nightmare blurred. Jack's study became my sanctuary, the journal my scripture. I read it obsessively, seeking the key to dispel the apparition. Sleep was a rare mercy, and when it came, it was filled with dreams of mirrors and endless corridors. The security system's alarm woke me one night, its shrill cry piercing the stillness. I rushed to the monitors, dread pooling in my stomach. The figure was back, but this time it was different, more vivid, as if it had stepped out of the screen and into the world. I watched, transfixed, as it moved with deliberate grace through the East Wing, tracing a path I had memorized through countless nights of observation. Armed with nothing but a flashlight, I followed. The house seemed to breathe around me, its walls alive with unseen whispers. As I approached the East Wing, the air grew colder, the shadows deeper. I found the figure standing in front of a mirror, its surface rippling like water. It turned to face me, and I was confronted with my own reflection, or the closest semblance of it. The face was mine, but the eyes held a depth of knowledge and understanding that I couldn't fathom. We stood there, mirror images of each other, as the world seemed to fall away. In that moment, time stretched, and the words from Jack's journal echoed in my mind. A confrontation with the self, a merging of realities. I reached out tentatively, fingers brushing the cold surface of the mirror. The figure mirrored my movements, its expression serene, almost sympathetic. There was a flash of light, a sensation of falling, and then I was alone, standing in the moonlit hallway, staring at my own bewildered face in the reflection. The next morning, I found a note on the study desk in Jack's handwriting, apologizing for the ordeal and assuring me it was necessary, though it left more questions than answers. True to his promise, he returned shortly thereafter, acting as though nothing had happened. I tried to press him for explanations, but his responses were evasive, dismissive. The lingering fear never truly faded. Even now, months later, I catch glimpses of movement in mirrors, fleeting reflections that vanish when I look too closely. Jack and I maintain our arrangement, but the dynamics have shifted, the boundaries of our roles blurred by the encounter. The house, with its grand rooms and shadowed corners, remains a place of mystery, a labyrinth of secrets that continues to hold me captive. The question of who or what I saw in the mirror remains unanswered, a silent specter that shadows my every step. And in the quiet moments, when the world slows and the solitude of the house presses in, I wonder if the real horror is the realization of how little separates me from the ghost in the glass. The summer of 1998 was shaping up to be unlike any other. Tomskov, A sleepy little town, nestled in the green folds of Minnesota, was laced with a peculiar kind of warmth and ease, the kind that pulls you out of bed with a promise of adventure and joy. For me, it promised the same until the day I found the mirror. Our family house, a sprawling relic from the early 1900s, housed secrets in its wooden panels and whispers in its corridors. Despite the age, I always found the house reassuring, like an old, wise friend who had seen much, but said little. That summer, my parents had taken a trip to Europe, leaving me to my own devices, with only a few neighbors and the occasional visit from relatives to keep me company. I relished the solitude, spending my days biking along the river, reading old novels in the hammock, and exploring the attics and basements of our home, a place I had known since childhood, but still held undiscovered territories. The mirror was discovered in the attic, covered in a thick layer of dust and shadows. It was an ornate thing, easily over 7 feet tall, with intricate floral carvings along its wooden frame, the kind of craftsmanship you didn't see much of anymore. The early morning sun slanting through the attic windows caught the glass, sending shards of light dancing across the floorboards, drawing me closer. As I wiped away the dust, the reflection that stared back was mine, but it held a peculiar depth, as if the glass had more to say than I could comprehend at first glance. That was the first disturbance, subtle and almost dismissively commonplace, yet a seed was planted, growing roots I couldn't yet feel. At first, I thought little of it. A mirror was just a mirror, after all. But as days slipped into weeks, the reflection in the glass seemed to change, slight differences that were easy to dismiss as tricks of light, or my imagination playing games with a summer-idled mind. Yet, once noticed, the irregularities grew with a relentless, anxious kind of consistency. My reflection often lingered a second too long, its eyes following me even after I stepped away. Sometimes, it was the smallest things. A strand of hair out of place, the way the corner of my mouth twitched differently than I felt. Small things that added up to a mounting series of unnerving inconsistencies. The mirror became a guilty obsession. Every day, I would climb the attic stairs and stand before it, searching, scrutinizing. Each visit left me with an unshakable feeling of unease. The reflection was becoming more its own entity, a shadow of myself, shaped alike, yet fundamentally different. There was no logical explanation, nothing in the realm of reason that could account for the creeping sensation that I was being watched, followed by something that wore my skin, but was not me. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I faced the mirror as usual. This time, the reflection did not move at all. I lifted my hand, and it remained still, eyes fixed on mine with a palpable intensity that screamed of sentience. I stumbled back, a cold fear prickling my skin, as if I had been caught in a sudden icy wind. It was no longer my reflection. It was something else entirely. The escalation was swift, as if the realization had opened a floodgate. Nights became restless, haunted by dreams where I was trapped within the confines of the glass, screaming silently as the reflection, my double, walked freely in my world, speaking with my voice, living my life. The days, too, bore the weight of an unseen presence. Shadows became longer, deeper. The house, once a sanctuary, turned alien. Each creak of the floorboards or rustle of the wind, a reminder of the duality I couldn't escape. My conversations with the neighbors became strained. I caught them glancing at me with eyes that held confusion, as if they were seeing something different from what they remembered. My aunt visited once, a brief pit stop on her way to a conference in Minneapolis. She looked at me, her eyes narrowing in a way that made my skin crawl, a look that said she saw through to something other than what I was presenting. "This house always had a strange vibe," she said, sipping her coffee, her gaze lingering on me longer than was comfortable. "You look tired. Maybe you should get out more." I nodded, but said nothing. The words stuck in my throat like thorns. The climax came on the hottest day of August. The air was thick with the promise of a storm, electricity humming just beneath the surface. I awoke with a start, certain I heard a voice, my voice, whispering my name. It was coming from the attic. I hesitated at the foot of the stairs, my heart a rapid drumbeat in my chest. With each step, the voice grew louder, clearer, until I was standing before the mirror once more. There in the glass, my reflection was waiting, patient and smug. It smiled a slow, deliberate smile that I did not feel. Then it spoke. The voice was mine, yet not mine, a distorted echo that sent shivers up my spine. "It's time," it said, the words wrapping around me with a chilling finality. I shook my head, stepping back. "This isn't real. You aren't real," I whispered, my voice trembling. The reflection tilted its head, eyes dark with something beyond malice, something ancient and knowing. "Real is perception, dear one. You see what you want to see." I turned to flee, but the door slammed shut behind me, the handle cold and unyielding under my grip. Panic surged through me, a desperate, wild thing. I pounded on the door, screamed for help, but the house swallowed the sound, leaving me alone with my silent tormentor. Hours, or perhaps mere minutes, passed as I struggled against the inevitable. At some point, exhaustion overtook me, and I sank to the floor, the wooden boards hard and unforgiving against my skin. The reflection watched, ever vigilant, a puppet master pulling invisible strings. Eventually I slept, a fitful, restless slumber where dreams and reality blurred until they were indistinguishable. When I awoke, the storm had broken, rain lashing against the attic windows, the air heavy with the scent of ozone. I was alone, the door ajar, the mirror still and silent, ordinary in its deceitful simplicity. The lingering fear did not dissipate with the morning light, though the reflection behaved normally once more. The damage was done. A fissure had formed in my perception of reality that could not be mended. I avoided the attic, the mirror, like a disease, an infection waiting to spread. Life resumed its normal cadence with the return of my parents. They noticed the changes in me, the quietness, the haunted look in my eyes, but attributed it to the solitude of the summer. I let them believe it, unable to articulate the horror that had become my companion. Yet, there were signs, that it was not over. The neighbors continued to look at me with that same confusion, that same unsettling recognition of something other. My reflection would sometimes catch me off guard, its eyes meeting mine with an understanding that was too knowing, too aware. I moved out of the house the following summer, leaving Tomskog and its mirrored secrets behind. But the fear, once awakened, had taken root. In every reflective surface, I catch glimpses, fleeting, peripheral, that remind me of the summer without a face, a shadow that lingers just out of sight, watching, waiting. The mirror remains in the attic, covered now, but still there, biding its time. I sometimes think of it, wonder if it calls to another, whispers their name in the twilight hours. I wonder if they will listen. It was a quiet Sunday morning in the suburb of Willow Creek, where the gentle hum of everyday life masked the peculiarities that sometimes lurked behind closed doors. The sun filtered softly through the lace curtains of our modest home, casting delicate patterns on the hardwood floor. The house was as it always had been, comfortably cluttered with the remnants of family life. Children's toys scattered in the living room, grocery lists pinned to the fridge, and the faint smell of freshly brewed coffee wafting from the kitchen. The breakfast table was set with care, a routine that my wife Claire had maintained for years. Our two children, Lily and Ben, still in their pajamas, were engaged in a lively debate over who would win in a battle between a dinosaur and a robot. I watched them with the kind of indulgent smile that only a father could muster so early in the day, feeling the warmth of normalcy cocoon us. But then, an unsettling shift began to weave its way into our lives, subtle enough at first to be dismissed as quirks of imagination. It started with the mirror in the hall, a tall, elegant piece framed in dark wood that had stood there since before we moved in. Claire had an affinity for old things, and this mirror was no exception. On more than one occasion, I found myself catching a glimpse of something in it, a fleeting reflection that didn't quite match the movement of the room. It was as if the mirror harbored a secret, one that it was reluctant to share. One morning, as I was leaving for work, I noticed something peculiar. As I adjusted my tie in front of the hall mirror, I saw Claire passing by in the reflection. Nothing unusual, except when I turned to greet her, she wasn't there. I shook it off, attributing it to early morning grogginess. Yet, the sensation of being watched lingered, like an itch that refused to be scratched. The days rolled on, but the disturbances grew harder to ignore. Claire began to mention similar experiences, albeit with a hint of jest to mask the underlying unease. She would laugh off the odd reflection that seemed to move independently in the mirror, or the sensation of someone standing just behind her. As for the children, they were blissfully unaware, engrossed in their world of homework, cartoons, and sibling rivalries. The escalation came subtly, like a storm cloud creeping over a sunny horizon. I found myself increasingly drawn to the mirror, an inexplicable urge that defied reason. It was as if the mirror and I were engaged in a silent dialogue, one that I couldn't understand, but felt compelled to pursue. Claire noticed my growing preoccupation and teased me about being vain, but there was no humor in her eyes. Then, one evening, as the children were tucked into bed and the house had settled into its nocturnal calm, I heard faint whispers emanating from the hall. They were so soft They seemed almost imaginary. I followed the sound to the mirror, where the air was cooler and tinged with a scent I couldn't quite place. It was then that I saw it, my reflection, but not quite mine. The face was mine, but the eyes were different, colder, and there was a smirk that never touched my lips. I stepped closer, entranced and horrified, and the whispers grew more distinct, though I could not make out the words. It was as if the person in the mirror was trying to tell me something important, but the glass barrier rendered it incomprehensible. I reached out instinctively, my fingers brushing against the smooth surface, and for a brief moment, it felt as though the glass gave way, like the surface of a pond. Panicked, I withdrew my hand, breaking the spell. The mirror showed only my reflection once more, the strange visage gone. I retreated to the living room, where the familiar sounds of the television offered some semblance of normalcy. Claire was there, engrossed in a book, and I hesitated to tell her about what had happened. How could I, when I couldn't even explain it to myself? But the fear had already planted its roots, spreading through the house like an invisible vine. It affected Claire too, though she tried to hide it. She became quieter, more introspective, often staring into the distance, as if searching for something just beyond her reach. The children sensed the tension, their laughter more subdued, their games interrupted by glances over their shoulders. The climax came on a night when the wind howled through Willow Creek, rattling the windows and moaning through the eaves. I was in the study, sorting through bills and paperwork, when I heard the unmistakable sound of shattering glass. Rushing to the source, I found Claire standing in the hallway, staring at the shattered remains of the mirror. Her face was pale, her hands trembling, and in her eyes, I saw a reflection of my own fear. "The mirror," she whispered. "It showed another me." We stood there in silence, the air heavy with the weight of our shared dread. The broken mirror lay in pieces, each shard reflecting fragmented images of us and the world around us. It felt as though the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. In the days that followed, we tried to piece our lives back together, but the sense of unease never left. A new mirror replaced the old one, but it didn't carry the same weight, the same history. Yet, every now and then, in the corner of my eye, I could still see something, a flicker, a shadow, a face that wasn't quite mine. The fear lingered, a quiet specter in our lives. It haunted the corners of our minds, whispering in the silence, watching through the glass. And though we never spoke of it, the presence remained, a silent observer in our suburban home, leaving us to wonder if we were ever truly alone. The day began like any other in our suburban neighborhood, a place where the most thrilling event was typically the stop of the ice cream truck. I lived on Maple Street, a name so typically American, it seemed almost a parody of itself. Rows of similarly designed houses lined the street, each with well-maintained lawns and flower beds that gave the neighborhood a postcard-perfect look. It was a place where everyone knew each other, and yet, somehow, we all managed to keep our lives private. My neighbor, Mr. Wallace, was a peculiar man. He lived alone in a house that always seemed a little too dark, with curtains perpetually drawn. Despite his reclusive nature, he was polite enough, offering a nod or a wave when I crossed paths with him. The rumors about him were as abundant as the hedges that lined our properties. Some said he was an artist. Others believed he was an eccentric old man who had little regard for the mundane world around him. Yet, what I knew of him was limited to the occasional sighting when he stepped out to get his mail or tend to the garden. One morning, as I was heading out for my routine jog, I noticed something unusual on the sidewalk in front of Mr. Wallace's house. Drawn in white chalk were a series of intricate symbols. At first glance, they reminded me of mandalas, with their circular patterns and looping designs. But as I looked closer, I noticed that they were far more complex, interspersed with geometric shapes and lines of text in a language I didn't recognize. Curiosity piqued. I paused for a moment, taking in the sight. The air around me felt different, as if the temperature had subtly shifted. There was an unsettling quiet, a pause in the usual chorus of morning birds and distant traffic. I shook off the feeling and continued with my jog, dismissing the symbols as a quirky art project by Mr. Wallace. Days passed, and the symbols remained. Despite the occasional rain, they seemed untouched by the elements, as crisp and clear as the day they were first drawn. My curiosity grew, mingling with a sense of unease that I couldn't quite place. I began to notice odd occurrences in the neighborhood, shadows that lingered too long, whispers that seemed to follow me on my walks, though no one was around. Each night I struggled to fall asleep, my mind racing with irrational fears. One afternoon, returning from work, I spotted Mr. Wallace inspecting his chalk drawings. He knelt by the sidewalk, adding new details to the existing symbols. I decided to approach him, driven by a need to understand. "Good afternoon, Mr. Wallace," I greeted, trying to sound casual. "That's quite the art project you have here. What do these symbols mean?" Mr. Wallace looked up, his eyes holding a depth that seemed to penetrate beyond the surface. "They're not just art," he replied, his voice calm but laced with a seriousness that made my skin prickle. "They're protective sigils." "Protective?" I echoed, not quite understanding. He nodded. "They keep things out, things that don't belong in our world." I chuckled nervously, hoping he might elaborate. But he returned to his work without further explanation. The conversation left me unsettled, yet I couldn't bring myself to dismiss his words entirely. As the weeks unfolded, the disturbances escalated. I began to see glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, fleeting shadows that disappeared when I turned my head. Mirrors became a source of dread. Reflections seemed to hold something more, as though an unseen presence lingered just beyond the glass. Each time I passed a reflective surface, I felt an inexplicable urge to look away, fearing what I might see. One night, as I lay in bed, I awoke to a low hum resonating through the house. It was a sound that felt both foreign and familiar, vibrating through my bones. I got up, heart pounding, and followed the noise to the bathroom. The mirror above the sink was the source, its surface shimmering with a faint light. I stood frozen, compelled to reach out and touch it. As my fingers brushed against the mirror, the glass rippled like water. A sudden force pulled me forward, and I stumbled through, finding myself in a world that mirrored my own, yet felt profoundly wrong. The air was thick, heavy with an unnatural stillness. Colors around me were muted, as though the life had been drained from them. I turned to see my reflection, but it wasn't mine. It was Mr. Wallace's. He stood where I should have been, watching me with an expression of urgency. "You shouldn't be here," his reflection said, though his lips didn't move. His voice echoed in my mind. "Where am I?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "The mirror dimension," he replied. "A place that should remain untouched by the living." Panic surged through me as I realized I was trapped. How do I get back? "Focus," Mr. Wallace instructed. "You must find the same spot in your reality and touch it. Hurry, before it notices you." "Before what notices me?" I questioned, my voice trembling. But his reflection faded, leaving me alone. I had no choice but to venture deeper into the mirror world. The landscape around me was eerily similar to my neighborhood, yet everything was wrong, twisted. Houses loomed at odd angles, and sidewalks wove in impossible patterns. It was as if I had stepped into a distorted painting, where nothing adhered to the rules of physics. As I navigated the surreal landscape, I felt a presence closing in. Shadows coalesced in the corners of my vision, whispering secrets that chilled my soul. I quickened my pace, searching desperately for anything familiar. The path seemed endless, each turn leading me deeper into the macabre version of my world. Finally, I spotted the unmistakable chalk symbols on a path ahead. Relief washed over me as I rushed forward, reaching for the spot where the symbols were drawn. But before I could touch it, the ground beneath me shifted, and I was pulled back, away from my escape. I spun around to face the presence that had been stalking me. It was a creature of shadows, a monstrous form that seemed to defy comprehension. Its eyes were empty voids, yet I felt its gaze pierce through me. I backed away, terror constricting my throat, and in that moment, Mr. Wallace's words echoed in my mind. Focus. Desperation lending me strength, I shut out the creature's presence and concentrated on the chalk symbols. I forced myself to remember each detail, the complex patterns and lines, willing the image to anchor me to my reality. The ground beneath me trembled, and I lunged forward, my hand meeting the cold surface of the sidewalk. Suddenly, I was back on Maple Street. I stumbled, breathless and disoriented, collapsing onto the pavement. The night air was crisp and real, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the mirror dimension. I glanced around, half expecting the shadows to follow, but the street was empty, silent. Mr. Wallace appeared by my side, helping me to my feet. His expression was one of understanding, mixed with a hint of sadness. "You saw it, didn't you?" he asked softly. I nodded, unable to find words to express the ordeal. "You must be careful," he continued. "Some things are better left unseen. These symbols, they keep the balance, but curiosity is a powerful force." I wanted to argue, to demand answers, but a part of me understood the futility. There were dimensions to our world that defied logic, and now I was acutely aware of them. In the days that followed, I avoided mirrors, wary of their deceptive allure. The symbols on the sidewalk remained, now a constant reminder of the thin veil separating our reality from something far more sinister. Whenever I saw Mr. Wallace, we exchanged a nod, a silent acknowledgement of shared knowledge. Though life returned to its routine, a lingering fear hovered at the edges of my consciousness. I had glimpsed the shadows that lurked beyond, felt their gaze upon me, and knew that they were ever watchful, waiting for the unwary to stumble into their grasp. Every so often, when the night was particularly quiet, I found myself looking out the window, half expecting to see the reflection staring back at me, reminding me that some doors, once opened, can never be truly closed. The mirror world existed just beyond our sight, a parallel realm filled with dangers we could scarcely fathom, and I had been one of the few to trespass its boundaries. I often wondered what became of the shadow creature, whether it still lurked in the mirror dimension, waiting for another opportunity to break through. The thought kept me vigilant, always mindful of the reflections around me. And so, life continued on Maple Street, with its manicured lawns and quiet homes. To the world, nothing had changed, but for me, everything was different. I carried the weight of my experience silently, bearing the knowledge of a hidden world that lay just out of reach, forever haunted by the reflection that wasn't mine.